Death Metal Podcast. This will be a throwback episode for New Year's Eve 2024. It's December 31st, 2024. So we're going to replay some of our old interviews and some of our old stuff, old Death Metal Podcast stuff you haven't seen before too. I have a bunch of interviews I never played before. So tonight I'll play some of those too. Let me just set the live for Facebook Live as well. Edit audience. So this is a pop-up edition of Death Metal Podcast. We'll be live tonight. And so here we go, though. I'm going to go back into the past, basically, and play a lot of old stuff that's never been shown before, mixed with some stuff that might have been shown before. So we're just going into our archive here. So this will be a live Death Metal Podcast. I'm just gonna keep going and going, basically, until New Year's hits, and then some. And then some of these interviews will be long as F, you know? So, okay, so let me see here. We're gonna play. Again, we're going to go, this is going to be a throwback, total throwback, not necroharmonic, death metal podcast. So we're going to play all old-ass interviews of things that I haven't shown, either things I never shown, or things that I showed like once. So enjoy. What's up to him?
It's basically Joe and myself. Joe's doing all the vocals. I'm doing some of the keyboard intro. Everything's back ordered, but yeah, he's going to be releasing that early 2022. We've added a guitar player. Prior to pandemic, we were starting to play with a second guitar player because it's basically Joe and myself. Joe's doing all the vocals. I'm doing some of the keyboard intros on the recordings. But we needed to teach somebody, something in case we got live, because we were going to do the first show was with Under Gang in Pissgrave in New York City. So it was going to be a first big good show, and then we were supposed to play actually in Seattle. So the dude's from Ian from Cerebral Rot. He likes the band a lot. He was cool interested. Dude. Yeah, and we were supposed to play Portland. So first show was going to be in New York. Second show was going to be Seattle. Seattle, not Portland, and maybe Portland. And now recently, I just heard we may be doing LA. And I mean, I'll tell you now because I don't know. I'm my
Give
first
us
show
exclusives.
So first, it's not announced. October, I'm going to be playing Brooklyn for the Blasphematory's first show. It's going to be a Pro Fanatica show and One Master, I know. So I don't know if there's any other bands on it, but it's definitely those three bands. And it's looking like in January we're going to do LA. So yeah, it promotes itself.
Feet. Yeah, it's taking its feet on. It's sick. Fucking brutal, man.
But people love it, and honestly, it's been the easiest thing I've ever done recording wise. I mean, both of us went into practice with just messing around, no set riffs, no towards the end we started coming up like here's a drum beat, and then we added songs to it. But every practice it was like, all right, we got a song, so we just started adding them up, and we kind of stick with that same what we started with the demo. It's kind of remind me like Eternus. Eternus always said that every riff it sounds the same. It's like I'm like, but it's not. Doesn't sound like Eternus, but we keep the same. Same thing same style, I guess, on all the songs, even though some are slow, some you got some blast beats, but it's been a lot of fun actually. So and I can't wait. I've heard the new master. It's just when it's going to come out.
Cool. And then so yeah, Nuclear Winter. You said Nuclear Winter, or I'm sorry.
Yeah, Nuclear Winter.
Nuclear Winter, which
Greece.
is the guy from Dead
Congregation. Yep.
Okay, awesome guy, man. And yeah, I remember
Anastasius.
Anastasius.
Yep.
Or something. Yeah, I remember corresponding with him for many years with the record label, trading, and hardcore dude, super supporter, brutal death all the time for him. No bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, he just definitely always had a sick ass label, and he puts out a lot of good shit. You know, he's in a good band.
Yeah,
cool dude, man.
Definitely.
Good team, man.
Yeah, good guy. I mean, and like I said, it's not like we were even shopping Blasphematory. We were basically loading up on songs, and we were recording them, and then he actually heard. I don't know how he heard it, but he heard it and contacted us. We didn't try and shop that band at all, you know. So, but
right.
and then he even heard the demo stuff of the new stuff that we're recording. He's like, no, I want to do this one too. So I'm like,
right.
Even cool. Pre-demo stuff, he was like, no, I want to release that one too. But yeah, sick lineup, good dude, and yeah, it'd be nice maybe get some shows with some maybe Dead Congregation. Who knows? We'll see what happens.
Yeah, and then also we're gonna go into this. You are, and I want to. I'm not 100 on this, but I mean, I'm just gonna ask too. You are the original founder of Abazagorath, or just the only original member who was there at the end?
So it was kind of collaboration between me and Dave, you know.
Okay.
Dave and I were in a band, No Restraints, back in the day, 90, who knows, 93 maybe. I met Dave. I lived near New Brunswick, you know, and I met him. All those guys were at Rutgers. So I met Dave. We were jamming in this band. No Restraints was death metal vocals, and then kind of fell apart. And then Dave and I put out an ad in what it was, East Coast Rocker, Aquarian back then, looking for guitarist or something. We got two ads, one being Morgul, aka your buddy, and the other one being Sithril, Joe, a dude from Newark. Dave wound up picking Daryl up, you know, and driving him around, and then I don't know if the other guy showed up. I think he took a train. But yeah, we started jamming with that, and then that's how it started. But yeah, it was Dave and I.
Just to make things clear, Dave is playing in Evoken nowadays, and he's the bass player in Evoken mainly.
Yeah.
So yeah, Abazagorath was very active. I mean, you guys not only put out a lot of releases, you guys toured, I remember, in Europe even. You played local shows. You guys were getting busy.
Played a lot of local shows. Played a lot of local shows when black metal wasn't popular, you know, where there was very few bands at the time doing it. But yeah, we got to play a lot of great shows. New York City, Impaled Nazarene. I mean, Ancient, we played with them. I think Impaled Nazarene maybe was their first time in the U.S. But we played with a ton of bands, man. I can't even remember. I mean, and you
guys had I remember in the earlier days you had Boris was a singer.
So Boris,
I like Boris. He's a good guy, man.
Boris was a good guy, and shocker, him and Daryl never got along, and it seemed there's a pattern there. And Abazagorath's been through a ton of lineup changes, but yeah, the original singer. So on the 95 release, Dave did the first track vocals, and then The other and the other two tracks on Channeling the Ethereal Moons was a mix of Dave and Daryl doing vocals, and
Okay.
but then the full length, then Daryl moved, and then we started writing again, and then Dario joined the band, Infester.
I can give you a little background on
Shits.
Dario. Yeah, I can give you a little background on Dario. He was the first person he called when he came and lived and moved out to New Jersey was Roy Fox, because Odin from Moribund had hit me up, and he said, "Hey, I got a friend. His name is Dario. He's moving over by you. Would you like to link up with him? Because you guys, he's another death metal head." And I'm like, yeah, sure. No problem, bro. Like, so me and Dario linked up. I brought him to hang around, and then the next thing you know, like, I believe he joined Evoken.
Yeah.
And he joined other bands too. He joined Abazagorath too, right?
Yes, that's where I met him first, was with Evoken, playing keyboards with Evoken. Then we brought him in and continued writing, and then he started doing vocals and playing guitar. And then by the time we were ready to record Tenebrarum with Rob with Elegy, I think Daryl came back again. But yeah, Dario did play guitar on that and the vocals on Tenebrarum, the first Abazagorath full length. And he did keyboards on that as well. But yeah,
he was a multi guy, man. He could do it all.
Yeah, and then he did his own thing after that, because he plays drums too, so it's nice to be multi-talented. You sing, play guitar, drums, you got something to record on. You don't have to deal with any stress, any drama. Do it as you want, and if it doesn't work out, you're the only one to blame, so
He's a cool dude, man. A really, dark death metal guy, stayed committed. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and maybe he got sick of it in the end. I don't know. He doesn't seem like he's doing anything now, but I know he still has to listen to it. Obviously, the guy left a nice legacy of recordings. Like you said, he was in the meat shits even at that certain stage when he lived out that way.
And Crom was his solo black metal. So he was Crom in Abazagorath, CROM, but then when he released Crom, the black metal project, he spelt it different, but he did that, and he has another solo project he did recently, but he's back. I talk to him every now and then. He's in the UK right now. But I know he bought an E-kit, so who knows what he's got coming up, or probably something solo.
Yeah. Oh, cool. That's awesome. I haven't talked to him in a while. I saw him bouncing around so much. I thought he was just in, whatever work bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he lived here with me.
You can bring the kids on. You can bring the kids and the cats. I was on the live stream the other day, and my cat came on with immolation.
Oh, really?
It was pretty funny, dude. I was like, "Oh, my cat has joined the podcast,"
And
it's funny.
You know
what? I got a different question now. The first time I think I heard
go back with Dave. So Dave never, Dave is always so Abaz, Dave, he's always welcome back. I tell him, whenever he wants in, I just move Joe to guitar, And honestly, I have a split coming out with one master. It's recorded already, Abazagorath, and I actually had Dave do lyrics for the one of the songs. So he did the lyrics on this next upcoming release whenever that comes out.
That's awesome, brother. I think I'm gonna go back just a little bit before Abazagorath. I first went to Rob from Elegy's house, and he showed me a CD, and it was called Warhead. Was that you?
That was me.
That was you, right? Okay.
Okay, you want to hear that?
Was that your first? Yeah, was that your first release?
No. So going back even before, so quick background. When I was like, I think I was like 16 years old. I always hung out with older people. I knew older people. I was jamming. I met some guy locally here and was trying to do like offbeat death metal. He knew this other guy that lived not far from here, and it was a grindcore band, and then band was called Sedition, you know. So I'm like, all right. It was like, no, straight up noise, like that's too clean. Long story short, you know, I'm like, I got tired of doing that when I was 16, 17. I did some demo stuff with them. Little did I know, the band changed band names, and the band you know now is Discordance Axis. That's the same band, but that was the first band I was ever in.
Wow, I remember them.
Crazy. And then but yeah, they were locally here. And then but no, Warhead itself was when we were recording the Tenebrum CD with Rob. I played the demo, so the guys in Warhead were actually the guys playing guitar where I met Dave before we started Abazagorath and that No Restraints death metal. Both guitar players, and Dave played the last track on the Warhead CD is a song Dave wrote that we used to play called more of a grind style beat strangled fuck the eating, and then Dave does the last vocals into it, and then it's like a bonus track, and then you know Dave loses it and he screams, you know, that's where you get, you little bitch. And I'm like, you know, Dave is like super friendly, and then next thing you know, like what's wrong with this guy?
Yeah, he's super friendly, and then he just becomes a demon,
like crazy. I mean, I stayed at my house years and years. Like wake up in the morning, I'm like, damn man, my knuckles hurt. He's like, I was punching myself with your fist last night. I'm like, what? Why? You know? I'm like, I don't remember that.
Yeah, you guys sound like you were on a mission, bro.
Yeah, we had a lot of stories like that, but
Dave's a good guy. All right, what's up, everybody? New Year's Eve, right? So this is an impromptu death metal podcast. We're live on New Year's Eve of 2024. So what I plan to do tonight is to just rock through some music, but we're gonna focus on unreleased weird interviews I did that I've never shown on here. Maybe I'll show something on here that I've shown before, but maybe not, you know. So I'm just gonna keep the stream rolling. Probably I'm not gonna be on talking as much because I have to be drinking or doing mushrooms or something. So this is gonna be our New Year's Eve throwback edition of Death Metal Podcast. So there's going to be some wild-ass interviews I'm going to throw on here. It's 2025 on your end, brother. Well, Happy New Year's. So tonight, on this episode, we're going to throw back to the old school. So this is an interview with Chris, who was in Abazagorath. He's the current drummer of Disma, Mausoleum, and he's talking about his old bands here. I'm going to get... Right now, I'm working on getting all of Evoken on. Last weekend, I tried to get them at Vinny's house in the basement, and the keyboard player wasn't there. So they said, why don't you wait, and then we'll do it with the keyboard player. And I was like, I wasn't just looking to do a friggin' live thing right away, but I'll fucking do it, man. If you guys want to play live on the live stream for Death Metal Podcast, let's do it. You know what I mean?
Man, definitely.
I wanted Immolation to see if I could get something from them, like actually playing, but in today's day and age, I was joking with them, and I'll joke with you too. It's like I don't know if they want to let their riffs fly out there, because they'll put out a riff or name a song, and then there'll be a whole band named after that riff and that song, and they'll put the demo out before they could even put their album out.
Yeah, I mean that's
but I don't
true.
think anybody can really. I don't think anyone can touch Bob Vigna, and he just, you know what I'm saying? He's like such a technical weird guitar player. Not weird, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Very unique dude,
Right. So anyone stealing anything may not sound anything the way
Exactly.
how it's really played. But yeah,
How
I
can you
hear
be him? Exactly. How
you.
could you be him? So yeah, that Warhead shit. We'll leave that in the past.
But yeah,
So anyway,
the Warhead thing was released with those two guitar players. It was a demo I recorded with them. That was same thing, messing around, and then I played it for Rob when we recorded the Abazagorath full length Tenebrorum, and then Rob's like, "I'll put this out." I'm like, "Really?" I'm like, "All right, cool, man." So we put it out. I think we only played one show, and that was it. Every now and then I get some weird like emails and people are like, that was you? But yeah, that came out in 98. So Tenebrorum came out in 97, and then 98, the Warhead, The Raping of Angels came out on Elegy. And Rob had a ton of stuff on there on that at that time was Evoken, Abazagorath, he had Judas Iscariot. He was doing the incantation. I think it was like the tribute to the goat.
tribute to the goat.
I actually
Yeah.
got his old flyer from there on my wall up there from Rob.
Mm,
With all that's how old it is. But yeah.
cool.
Warhead was just I don't know. It was those guys are
You were like,
really
fuck it, do
melodic.
it.
Yeah, and those guys are really
Yeah.
melodic guitar players, and it came out. It was recorded all analog. I remember that, but came out good. But nothing really came up after that.
Mm, yeah. And then as time went on, Abazagorath started to get, just like you guys had this record and this split, and like but the band was staying busy. Like it seemed like you guys were putting out an album almost once a year ish. You know what I mean? Maybe once every 2 years. Does that
Yeah, I
sound about
mean,
right?
yeah, a lot of splits. Like I said, a lot of shakeup between members usually. Couple surgeries. I got banged up a couple of times. Couple motorcycle accidents.
Mm.
Well, at least one motorcycle accident. Some blown out knees. But yeah, we stayed busy. And like I said, up till recently, I just recorded. I have a 3-song split that's going to be out on by Eternal Death Records in Connecticut, and the guy Justin from One Master, a split with those guys. So that's
And it's a Bazagorath. It's listed.
yeah.
It's like, man. All right. So yeah. So let's get. That's. I'm the curious about this part. So at some point, it seems like you took the helm of a Bazagorath. Am I correct? You played the drums. You played the guitar. Everything, right?
No, I never. I wish I could
Oh,
play
okay.
guitar, but I'm
I wasn't
trying.
sure. I wasn't
Been
sure.
practicing.
I thought it looked from an outside. I mean, not that I'm much of an outsider, but from an outside opinion, I thought maybe you were. I thought you were just getting some session guys, and then you were doing everything basically. But
No,
you were just getting one or two guys here and there, right? Would that be more accurate?
well, so in 2000, oh, I don't even know. Right after 2000, so 2004, we went to Europe
I want
with.
to talk about like you guys went on tour first, but then you jumped ahead on me and talked
Uh,
about the new release. It's all good. But
okay.
yeah, you had when did you go on tour in Europe and who did you tour with again? It was
2004, we went to 12 countries, I think: France, Italy, Germany, the UK, Spain, can't even remember, Austria.
yeah.
Uh,
What was the death metal scene like? Or it was a black metal scene that tour.
yeah, that
What was the
was
scene like, man? What was the scene like in those countries at that time?
way better than New Jersey or the US at that time.
Right,
But we toured with Krieg and Demoncy for that tour.
right.
But we were like the opening act, which was kind of good because get up there, set the bar, get done with it, and you don't have to worry about anything.
I
You don't have
gotcha.
to.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was fun. And then we did I think it was 12 days, 12 in 14 days or something. But it was a good time. Went over well. We had some rare like white vinyl of the Spirit of Hate of Mankind release that I sold all of mine. I didn't even keep one for myself. And I realized later, now I'm trying to buy it on eBay. Someone's like, yeah, I'm like, are you kidding me? And they're like, this is great. I'm like, well, it's so great. Why are you selling it? Can't,
Right.
I'm like, that's my band, but, and I've done that with a ton of releases, I'm like, oh man, I don't even have this, but
gotta buy my own band back on eBay. I'm fighting for it.
For ridiculous
you're like sitting
amounts.
at the computer. Yeah, you're like sitting at the computer and like there's like it's like 1 minute left. You just like you got your finger on the trigger, like you're sweating a little bit. You know what I mean? You're just like you really got your number. You got your number put in already.
And loose
it's
for
like,
something.
Refresh.
Right.
Yeah, and you lose it. You're like, fuck.
Yeah, what a waste.
And most of those days, I lost. There was times when I won, and I would just put in 0.05, or you know what I mean. I would put like more than a cent more. I remember I would win the auction with just like 1 cent because I was like, ha! I didn't put $12. I put 12.
That's right.
I won.
And I still won. Yeah,
and I won. Yeah, exactly. I put 12.56, and you put 12.55.
Right.
So Abazagorath, getting back to Abazagorath, you guys toured once in Europe?
Yeah, when we toured once in Europe, and then really, Abaz never really left the East Coast besides Europe. I don't think we even did any West Coast dates ever, honestly.
And the lineup on the Abaz Euro tour was for you as a band. You had a member from a pretty known band, and you could tell me who you went with there.
So for the European tour, it was myself, Dave, aka Nyarlathotep, Morgul, aka Daryl, and then the guitar player that we had right before, because that was when we just recorded Sacraments of the Final Atrocity, and that was just about to come out. So the guitar player at the time, he bailed on the he bailed, I don't know, maybe a couple weeks before the tour, and then we were scrambling, and then Daryl and Dave knew Craig, and then Craig learned all the stuff. Yeah, he learned all
Craig Pillard joined the tour.
Yeah, he learned all the material in a couple of weeks, and then after that, he came on and filled in well. He learned the material real quick, actually.
Yeah, he's pretty proficient in learning a band, or he's been in so many bands, dude, over the years too. If you really look,
Yeah, no doubt. I mean,
it's weird. I was having a chat with a guy from Phlegm, and then I just happened to mention offhand. I was like, "Yeah, you played the show with Putrefact. That's where I saw you." And I was like, "Oh, you don't even, you know what? You didn't even know Craig was playing with Putrefact back at that show, and you played with him." He's like, "What? Really?" Because everybody, all those guys like Craig and the guys from Phlegm, and like they all became good friends, like the next year or the year after. So it was like kind of like, they didn't even know they were at the same show.
They were at the same exact show.
Yeah, they're playing the same show.
It's crazy.
It was cool, man. It was fucking totally crazy, dude.
Oh,
so after the tours and the Abazagorath, then you guys came home and basically did more studio records mostly.
Yeah, and Nihilist was singing at that time. He's on Sacraments. He was here from Seattle. He stayed in Jersey. He was living with Dave and Rob for a while.
And Nihilist was the singer of.
He was in Die Infernal. He was in. I can't even remember. What other bands was he in?
Shout out to Mike Nihilist.
Yeah, Nihilist I talk to every now and then still. Again.
Oh, cool.
He had a falling out not with me, really. But he was going to stay in Jersey, and he went the wrong way from Rob's house, and got got jumped, and he
remember
took off. He took off. He never came back to Jersey. Besides when I
Yeah.
flew him here to do some shows later on, you know.
Oh, I seen him at that too. I remember that.
Yeah.
I
So,
was around you guys a lot, obviously. You know what I mean? So, and that's
oh
why it's
yeah,
cool to have you on too, because you and I go back pretty fucking far, man. I put out an Abazagorath CD. You know?
yeah, the sacraments, and you still
Yeah.
have the jewel cases or the booklets, right? You said.
Yeah, I still have covers or something. I made a couple thousand covers, and I just pressed 1,000 CDs, which is the
Yeah,
story of Necroharmonic in general. I make up a bunch of shit, and then I make 1,000 CDs usually, but a couple of releases got more than 1,000. You would think that Necroharmonic as a label would have, you know, some of the bands like, oh man, I could probably put out all these fucking CDs. It's like, nah, not really. Like
I
most of the
have.
shit's like 2,000, 1,000. That's it.
Wow, I have. I
Yeah.
still have one shirt. Where was I? I think it was at a Mausoleum practice, and the one dude's like, "How old's that shirt? Like 20 years?" I'm like, probably close to that. He's like, "Where'd you get that?" I'm like, "I don't know. I don't know if Roy gave it to me. I was at Rob's, or Dave had it and Dave gave it to me. We just traded stuff." But there was a bunch of. I had a couple of Necroharmonic, and I still have a one that it held up nice. I wish I had it here. I'd show it, but
It's
it's still
cool because I
wear.
made shirts for Mausoleum when they put out the record on Razorback. It was the cover with the blue cover, the something with the funeral or something.
Oh well, yeah. I've
I
been
made
trying to.
shirts of that. Yeah, we made shirts of that for those guys. Me and Roger from Mortician. I used to print shirts for bands, and Rob sent over art. We did more than one Mausoleum shirt, but we did a full color, a really nice one. It translated beautifully, bro. It was a beautiful shirt, man. It was cool, man. It's cool to support them, and also I like their music a lot. You know, they were a total fucking autopsy thing. I'm an autopsy fucking freak. So now we're gonna talk about Mausoleum, bro. You joined Mausoleum kind of recently, 2 years ago. How long you been jamming?
Yeah. So yeah, I'd say 2 years. Yeah, I mean, they were looking to do it actually this split with Anatomia. So they had 4 songs, and they totally wiped. Actually, Vinny, Vinny Bo from Signature Riff. We were all kind of
Shout
friendly,
out
and
to Vinny Bo.
I know Rob throughout the years just playing with from Morpheus and Abazagorath playing shows, plus playing shows with Mausoleum. But yeah, they had songs written, and they just totally wrote 4 brand new songs with them. I was asking Vinny if they were interested to do a split with Blasphematory, and they said, yeah, they want, and they want a drummer. I'm like, that wasn't the question. No, I'm like, let's just see if you want to do a split, and then so I said, all right. But they're closer to Pittsburgh, so they're about 5 hours from me. But
Right.
they sent me 4 brand new songs that they wrote. I worked them out here. I jammed with them guys one practice, I think. Joe, who I do Blasphematory, he let me use his rehearsal spot. We jammed there maybe 5 hours. Next time I saw them, we recorded in New Brunswick with Chris Pierce, and then that's the split. It came out
Right.
really good. I mean, and
Raw,
then
and then you have a split with Anatomia, so you have 2 autopsy fucking bands.
right.
They're both are autopsy-esque. And I haven't heard that record in particular, but I would imagine Mausoleum has not changed much. You know,
Well, it was a different style for me because everything, and they don't frown or like shy away from that. That's what the goal. They're going from that autopsy sound and like early death, and
right?
so that's what they're about. But there's a song on there that's a little more it
More
check it out. I
upbeat.
mean, oh, it starts off very black metal-y, but yeah, then it goes down to the slow heavy stuff, And
They were cool. Right
it
from the
was
get-go, when I heard them, man, I was like, dude, fucking band is fucking sick.
it turned out well. And then I also do backing vocals on that, more of the higher stuff, on some of the, on probably think all the tracks, but the higher I think that we're all doing vocals on, but I'm doing more of the higher black metal style stuff.
Right.
Craig Styles is doing all the low vocals, and his vocals, I mean, honestly, I'm like, man, these are good. I'm like, you sure you want me to do any vocals? This, you know, this stuff's, I love it, man. It's great, you
Right.
know. And then they're like, no,
You're like,
we want
I'm
you to
not.
do it.
You want the King Diamond vocals now? Nah, I'm only joking. You know,
But yeah, I
not
mean,
not that anyone could sing like that. You know,
no way. Not.
What up, everybody? So tonight's a throwback edition of Death Metal Podcast, kind of impromptu. I bought some Natty Daddy 5.7s, which I haven't cracked open because I woke up at 7 in the afternoon and 7 at night. So I was like, you know what? We're gonna do an all-night death metal podcast party tonight, and then that way I'll show a bunch of interviews and a bunch of stuff that I've never showed before, or maybe a clip here or there of something I have shown before. What's up? What's up, Bob Kelly? What's up, everybody that's tuned in? Thank you, man. This was definitely impromptu. Appreciate you, Cam, too, for Warhead. We should reissue it. So I think that they sold off the rights to all their stuff to another record label. Elegy did. So let's see, though. I wanted to play something that was rarer and recorded strictly for... We're going to go back to the interview with Chris Warhead here, because he talks about joining Disma and all the stuff that he's in the altar of Gore. But we're going to go back and throw back to something that was recorded strictly for... Oh, it's not actually ready. I'll put Chris back on and then I'll play it.
Not me.
And I'm sure there's no Mausoleum release with any King Diamond vocals on it.
Not that I know of, but yeah.
All right, hold on. Maybe it is here. Let me see. Da-da-da. Sorry, I'm a little unprepared here. Oh, that's just the audio. Okay, so I got to pull the video down of it. So we'll play this again.
Those guys were like...
They're cool guys, man. They're
good
really
guys.
Cool dudes, man.
Yeah. They were, I think, kind of shocked on like work ethic, I guess, or, you know, they gave me some stuff and it was like, bang, bang, and I learned it. And then, like I said, we did that. It's gotten a lot of play, honestly.
Cool.
Behind the Mountains did a color vinyl, and then Head Split in the US did a cassette release, and then
Head Split.
yeah, what's his name? Mike from he did a CD release. Pain Gore, not Pain Gore.
Pain Gore Hard Death.
Yeah, exactly. He did a CD release, so that keeps getting release after release. But like I said, then after that, those guys sent me 9 other songs that I was, you know, obviously I got an E kit and a real kit. So when my kids are sleeping, I mess around in my basement, just electronic kit headphones. No one can hear me. So I started working on songs with them again for 9 songs, a new full-length album. And then maybe about a month ago, I jammed with them twice this time prior to recording. This time, maybe 2 months I recorded it. We recorded with Brian, who plays guitar in Abazagorath, and he's done a bunch of the last Abazagorath recordings. We
cool.
recorded drums with him down in Howell in
Jersey.
He's Def Locust Productions. You know, that's the name of his Wrong Planet Studios, but he
Cool.
hooked
My
us up.
aunt lives in Howell. Maybe you know, I have to go down there and hang out. You know what I mean? I'll bring my cousins over there. You know,
Howell's they live in
they're like
Howell.
professors now, but you know, I'll go visit Uncle Carl and Aunt Donna, and we'll go and listen to some death metal together. You know,
That's it. And Sean lives with him now, Eldridge. You know, so
Sean.
Yeah, he's been there living
The
with
drummer
him.
of Abazagorath of Disma and Disma full length. Sean.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's fucking awesome, dude.
He's been living
awesome
with Brian for a while.
I've been trying to get in touch with him a little bit, just on a personal level, just to be like, "How you doing, bro?" You know, and then he just must not be in the social media scene too much, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. I hear mixed things.
Or he's
that,
lurking.
You know,
or he's lurking.
There's a lot of that. Yeah, there's a lot of
Everyone's
that.
lurking out there. There's people, they just don't comment, or they're lurking, or they change the name, or whatever they're doing, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I've
watching
heard
me, but I can't talk to them, you know.
Right. Until you like meet them in person at something, and then you know they start mentioning things that you know they saw it. You
only
know,
wrote online. Yeah,
right.
And that happens all the time nowadays with social media.
I'm like, what's
people
this guy talking about? I'm like,
yeah, people talk to me about something I wrote online. I'm like, I don't live online, bro. You know what I mean? I live in the real world.
It's true.
I think that's cool, you know, but I don't want that to be the definition, you know, of you knowing me, you know, with the shit I write online. Because sometimes I write something online and then I'm like, I just erase it. I'm just like, damn, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, man. I'm going out of my head right now, you know. Maybe you shouldn't write that, Roy. Chill out, you know.
Well, everyone's
can
offended
I censor
too.
myself? Yeah, can I censor myself right now? I think I'm going to censor myself by deleting this post.
It's true, man.
So yeah, Mausoleum. Being in Mausoleum sounds like brutal.
Yeah,
So
9 new songs
band
coming out. It's gonna be. It's gonna be
9 songs.
It'll be out. Well, I don't know when it's gonna be out. I know that
You're working.
The drums are done.
Now? Okay.
Drums are done and recorded, and then Rob and those guys record at Rob's studio in Pennsylvania. So they'll do all the guitars and bass and vocals, and then if they want me to do backing vocals again, I'll probably do them here or with Brian in Howell, but I'll probably do them here.
Shout out to Rob too. Say what up to Rob. I want to say what up to Rob because Rob is the man. Known him a long time too, real long time. I've seen Morpheus, much less Morpheus Descends. So I go back that far, you know.
Yeah, I remember getting the Morpheus CD at the Spiral Bar back in Houston Street back then.
Oh yeah, the Spiral. Yeah. That was a cool place.
Yeah, that's where all the shows were at first, and then they switched and they went to the bank across the street, right?
Right. Yeah. I was trying to. Yeah, there was another time recently where I was talking with my wife or somebody, and we were trying to talk about some of the old clubs that she went to shows with me or whatever, and like I forgot about the Spiral. That was definitely one, you know.
Spiral Bar was.
I was really into Coney Island High, you know. I like.
Oh yeah. That's right. I forgot about that.
I had a big period too where me and Oscar from Ceremonium we lived together, so we would go to CBGBs on the weekends, and we would go to a lot of CBGB shows, and we would go to see like it's like some of the more doom type ones and stuff, you know.
Oh yeah.
Like maybe Wino would be playing with like Shine, you know, and Shine only played one show, you know what I mean, and then they morphed into becoming spiritual Caravan.
Yeah.
But I mean, Wino's a classic.
Crazy.
Yeah, Seabeast was a classic. The bathroom
was disgusting.
That was awesome. Fucking stand up there to piss, you know. Doors all open, people could watch you freaking piss, you know.
Yeah, great. I actually Abazagorath played there a ton of time. I think we played. I either played with Suffocation there, or was it maybe Krypton? One of the two. I can't even remember, but.
All right, so this is our throwback edition of Death Metal Podcast. Pretty impromptu, but so this has been this is an interview. I'm going to show more of it. This is an interview with Chris Warhead, who played in Abazagorath, Mausoleum, Altar of Gore. He plays some drums in Disma currently on their recordings and Earth Endium. So and he was on multiple other releases too. So this was recorded, which I've shown us on Death Metal Podcast, but I don't know if I've ever shown the whole thing. This was recorded specifically for Death Metal Podcast in the basement in Kearny, New Jersey, by Evoken. So we're going to play this for a little while. Check it out. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. Happy New Year's. This is our throwback edition tonight. Evil. New Year's Evil. We'll be back on with Chris's interview too. I'll show more stuff because he has other stuff that I never showed this interview, obviously. So. All right. I can't get it to play.
It was a good show.
I'm trying to find a version I could play, though.
Was class.
What the fuck happened here? Oh, there it is. I was really a novice back then to Death Metal Podcast, so I was literally like just learning how to do StreamYard. Look at that fat motherfucker, too. Merry New Year! What's up, Tactical Bill? So let's see if we can get this to play. The file is huge. Live Evoken, recorded exclusively for DMP, basically. Spot right here. Right?
You're like a drum. Now you got drum too. Yeah. I owe Gregor a lot of money. Should have paid him when we played. All right. Should have Gregor paying sucks. My friend.
We're live at the Evoken Dungeon. We're live at the Evoken Dungeon. There's spirits flying by.
We're experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Oh no! Does it sound like Oh no! I should, right?
We'll be back at Pearl Studios or something.
like we said, this is a throwback edition. This was recorded a couple of years ago at the Evoken house in Kearny, New Jersey, and the drummer of Evoken actually was a good friend of mine. All these people are friends of mine, but that's Dave right there to the left. He was in Funebrarum. Now he plays in Evoken. And then, so yeah, we basically did a live. We did a death metal podcast recording of a.
Yeah,
Evoken.
boy.
There
What's
I
up,
am,
Chris.
all fat and shit.
What's going on, brother?
What's going on, man?
Chilling. You guys are killing it. I'm headbanging here.
Thank you. Thanks for having us on. Wait till
Brutal.
the real podcast.
This is the real shit. That's right.
There we go. Okay. Booyah, Shaka. Part 2.
Engraven image.
Right. So hold on a sec. Let's take this off screen for a sec. Hopefully it comes back on correctly. So this is unreleased Evoken stuff that Dave just brought his camera to the Evoken practice. And then you do see me pop on screen occasionally, and I look like 50 pounds heavier than I am now, you know, which is pretty funny. I'm not on screen too much on this video because it's the live thing, you know. But if you look at me with this guy,
Classic.
like holy
yeah,
shit,
there's a lot
man,
of
I
great
look fat
shows
as hell,
there.
right?
I remember hanging out in the.
So this Evoken stuff and the Blasphematory, Abazagorath, Disma interview with Chris there, Chris Warhead from Alter Gore also. That is a completely unreleased. I never showed it for some reason. If I did, I showed like a snippet of it, maybe like 2 or 3 years ago when I first started Death Metal Podcast. So some of this stuff like has been laying in the archive, laying in the cut. The Evoken stuff was super long, so it was kind of like, well, you know what I mean? Like I wanted to show it a lot of times on here, but at the same time, like, you know, because the songs are so long and everything, I was just like, it's difficult to play a bunch of long songs in a row, just basically, you know, on YouTube and keep an audience watching it, unless it was all Evoken fans or something, you know. And then due to our slipshod nature of just doing a live cast whenever the fuck we want, you know, we pushed it to some Evoken fans, I think. I don't even remember. It was so long ago. But they're cool guys and they're good friends, so I'm going to try to move the video and see if, because it's all keyboard guy, but then I'm going to get it to where the singer is singing. But it might buffer after this, that's the only ish. Evoken's one of your favorites? Cool, man. Yeah, so this is like sitting on the fucking couch at the Evoken fucking, at the Evoken practice, right? So after this wind up, right, I think I'm on screen, and then you're gonna see a better, probably the best camera angle of the whole thing, you know? Thank you for tuning in, everybody. This is just for fun for New Year's Eve, you know? If you're watching it, you're watching it. If you're not, don't care. Death Metal Podcast Live Throwback Edition for the years. What up, everybody, too? What's up, Tommy? What's up, Aaron? So, yeah, this is the Death Metal Podcast Throwback Edition. What's up, Tom? This is my man who played bass in Tripper. So we're doing a throwback of an old Evoken thing I never showed. Happy New Year, Zach. Thank you for everybody that is tuned in, man. This was really on the spot.
You do Phobophilic into Wheels as one song? That's pushing it, but yeah, sure. All right, let's do it. What's that? The intro. I don't think he's using anything, so if you can find it. Okay. I didn't know. Okay. Ready? The wheel. What? The distorted comes in after when you sing.
Actually, I did a line.
If you guys look too, right? Like, look at the Evoken practice place. You see that little space between the door? This is at Vince's house, though, so I guess that's where they practice, you know? So this was, yeah, totally unreleased Evoken. Not tracks, but just an unreleased rehearsal of them just doing the live thing. They set up the camera. This was like 3 years old, maybe now. So enjoy. Hope you guys like it. Obviously, this is our throwback edition for New Year's Eve. So happy New Year's, man. Get your beers and your drugs or whatever. Your hors d'oeuvres. So this is live. Well, not live. This was a live rehearsal recorded that we never showed on Death Metal Podcast. All right, while we pause this message, hold on a sec. I want to give a shout out to Mike from Ruin, and then check out his YouTube channel, Welcome to Hell. They got a new episode up. I see his hit counting got enough love on it. So the episode is about Seraphic Decay 7 inches. So it looks like volume 2. Let me just shut off that Evoken thing. It's a Welcome to Hell, and then if you type Seraphic Decay, then boom, then there's this whole episode about, like the hyper analytics of fucking death metal is right here, man. So Mike is real. Thank you, Mike, also for supporting Death Metal Podcast in so many ways. So like Ruin is fucking sick. The YouTube channel that Mike's doing is sick because it's cool to see analysis of the California demos scene in 1990 or 91 or 92 or 89 or whatever. And then Mike worked at Wild Rags, so support his show, man. It's Welcome to Hell. This is the Seraphic Decay edition, so he just talks about Seraphic Decay records. So let's go back to we'll switch it back to the Chris interview so I don't kill you guys with the Evoken, right?
Room was friggin' Exodus.
Nice.
We were just smoking our friggin' weed or whatever, and then I didn't, I guess I had no boundaries at that split moment, and I just happened to be sitting back there before that maybe, and then we were just smoking, and then like they shuffled in. It was like their dressing room, and it was like I was just, I don't know, I was just shooting the shit with the guitar player from Sleep, actually. What's his name? High on Fire. That dude. And then Exodus.
They didn't kick you out. They let you stay.
No, who the fuck's gonna kick me out, bro?
No.
Like first of all, you know what I mean. Like I'm friendly, so like if you want me to leave, then just say it nicely. Like hey, we're gonna whatever. I mean, that might have even happened in the long run. So they were really super cool, And if anyone, because I was sitting there first, so I don't know. I don't fucking, I don't play that rock star shit. You know what I mean?
No, me neither. I don't like.
But if
I
they
don't
said
like
this is our dressing room, this is our dressing room, and then if you don't mind, I'd be like, oh yeah, sure, get up and leave, But it was like, I wasn't. I guess I wasn't invading anything. Maybe somebody there amongst them was smoking out with me. So they, I might have been a welcome party. You know what I mean?
Right.
But then I just started shooting the shit. They're from California. I was like, you guys like autopsy?
Yeah.
just stuff like that. Me and Oscar had a little period of time too. I don't think I was with Oscar at that particular moment. I used to go there by myself even, because I don't even know, man. I was just so into going to shows, dude. You know,
Yeah,
it was
yeah,
cool.
it was.
So
Different times.
yeah, it was. So now you have a new recording under your belt, though, because I heard and saw the last couple weeks that you have been recording drums for Disma.
Yeah,
Can you
we were
talk about
doing.
that a little bit?
Yeah.
Talk to me about that, man.
So
Name
Bill,
the names of the Bill, like people need to know their real full names too, because like a lot of times you just glaze over, you know.
yeah.
Randy.
Honestly, I don't know Randy's last. Oh, actually, I do. I think his last name. I know his last name.
Yeah. What is Randy's last name?
I want to
That's
say. I
a
think
quiz.
it's Stokes.
Throw it aside. Oh, it's Stokes. That's right. I put out a 7-inch for them. I should know.
Oh yeah. But yeah, I mean, Bill hit me up one day, and he asked if I was interested in jamming. They wanted to record. Their drummer at the time was MIA, and it's been, I think, 10 years since they released their full length that people to this day they think is one of the best death metal albums out there. But he hit me up and asked.
It is one of the best death metal albums out there.
Yeah, and he hit me up and said, and you want to come out and jam. He sent me 3 songs. I went through a couple of them, and then went to jam out, and I just recorded. The drums are done right now for the EP. We were recorded with Jim Rowe. But yeah, it's and actually Kyle did a show Father's Day weekend, whenever that was, and then played a live set even with them.
Cool.
Wasn't expecting it, but yeah, we wound up playing the show, and then it was it's Disma. It's going to be heavy, and
yes, super heavy riffs via Venner.
I mean, my style is, I don't know. My style is, I would say it's more comparable to how Sean would play something, as opposed to how Craig, what's his name, Smolinski. Yeah, that's it. He's, I don't know. He's more, I don't know what you call it. More funky,
yeah, Craig's got a little more. He has a little groove to throw that little groove in the end of each little part,
Yeah, I'm not.
I remember that from Agoraphobia's days when he was in Agoraphobia as a drummer. So like way, like,
right.
When I first met him, he would play, but he would throw that little little fucking groove in there, just a little piece,
Yeah, and
which
I'm
made a lot for the song at the time,
Yeah. I mean, and some people love it. Some people get mad when you do stuff like that. But
yeah,
I'm about. I'm self-taught, so I mean, I don't really know music theory stuff like that. It's kind of funny. You say, "Oh, play that." I'm like, "Oh yeah, I could play that," But I'm more learning now. I think even with just doing the Blasphematory stuff, the simpler, the better. You don't have to layer it. You don't have to put out like you're like 26. Let me do 26 fills here. Like let's keep it. Let's keep it simple. Let's keep it keep it. Let's keep it. We'll dumb it down even. And honestly,
that's
people.
Good. Yeah,
people,
that's the way to go.
People are crazy. Like I'm like, man, people love this stuff. I'm like trying to do all crazy stuff, and I'm sure guitar players are always the same. But yeah, it's. I haven't heard anything after the drums are recorded, but I heard 2 songs but it's not mixed yet. But yeah, new EP
I heard
coming
like
out
a
soon.
one little 1 minute snippet on Facebook, and there's just there. You guys are in Jim's basement. Maybe I'm not sure if you're there. You might be. I think
Yeah,
you
yeah,
are.
that was the day we
There's like a
recorded the
little
drums.
snippet, and you could just hear this unmixed Disma in the background, and like it just goes from one riff, and then it goes to another part, and I'm like, oh my fucking god, dude, holy shit! Like especially the speed of it and everything is so. It's just like it's the death metal that I like the best. You know what I mean?
Well, and that's the thing with those
speed.
guys, and that's where it's like slow. You know, I'm like I'm playing this slow. You know, not slower. Right. You know, I'm like
yeah.
I feel like I'm playing this way too slow. Like no, slow it down. You know, but
right.
It's really harder to play slower than it is to play faster, which is if that makes any sense. But yeah, I think we worked that out, and we're all on the same page here now. But yeah, we'll get that. That's going to come out. I don't know what the release is on that. Maybe you're interested in releasing that or something too. Maybe
we've talked about it. Yeah, we've talked about it. I've talked to Disma about a release of what you guys just recorded. So we didn't hammer out everything, but we'll see. You know, I would love to because I love it already. I only heard fucking like you sent me some videos of you learning the songs, I believe, and so I kind of I got to hear the advance a little bit right there, and then I heard a couple more things, and I'm just like, oh god, this is so heavy, dude. There was even in that. Even that, I'm going to go back to the little snippet. It sounds funny, but like, there's even just that or the live when you guys played live. And it's just like the speed of the songs is so slow at times that it reminds me of Womb, that it's like that slow. You know what I mean? At times.
And honestly,
like, wow, this reminds me of Womb a little bit. And I really love the Womb, man.
And honestly, the live in general, you just have a tendency to play faster. So yeah, we played all 3 songs for that live gig, which they went over well. But even the live gig was played a little faster than how we recorded it. Not much. I don't know. Some people.
I don't think I saw the new songs live. I saw an older song, the Oceana.
Oh yeah. Chasm, right?
Chasm of Oceana. Is that how you say it?
I was learning the song. Yeah.
That's
bad
an
with
older song.
People's names.
That's an older song, right?
Right.
That's an older song. I recognize that older song.
But yeah, that was even they wanted it slowed down. So that was kind of
sure.
But it was it's slower, but live, it's just tendency to want to play fast, and
well, I just had this conversation with Immolation the other day too, 2 days ago. They're in a studio recording, and I was asking them about the speed of the recordings. You know what I mean? I was like, "Do you guys get nervous and play faster?" And they're like, Bob was, he's like, "We play to a click track now, so we never." You know what I mean? We never deviate. He goes, but there's so many technical parts that sometimes, I guess they got to reset the click track so many times. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not a musician in the studio, so I don't know. But I had asked them that. I was like, because I've noticed that others, not just maybe so you did it live, but I noticed there's been a lot of bands over time who recorded a demo or some record or something, or the first record, and they did another recording, and the next one was like faster, and it took away from them in a weird way because you didn't want them to go faster. You wanted them to be the same speed. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And a lot of people, I don't record with a click track. I mean, that would just screw me up. My timing's pretty good. But yeah, I don't know. I've never played to a click track, but people, some extreme bands, for some reason, they have to keep in time. But yeah, I'm old school, and like I said, I'm not musically inclined. I'm
Right.
But it worked. What I
Yeah,
do, it works
if it
for what I
works,
do.
if it works for you, bro, it works for you, man. That's all that matters, you know?
Right.
I mean, that's really what matters. So I'm psyched that Disma has new stuff coming out. It has been a while. They take their time writing their songs. That's good though, I think, because the songs are heavier and better, and they're thought out longer. So it's way cooler to have a song that's going to stay eternal in your fucking head compared to some fucking, I'm going to rush out a friggin' album every year. And then by the third, album, I'm the whole band is fucking garbage. You know what I mean? Like they're playing too fast. The recording sounds like they're doing it in their fucking mom's basement. You know what I mean? It just gets worse and worse and worse over time. It's just like you guys you chewed up all your riffs and your good songs in the first 2 releases, and now you got nothing. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, that's like a majority of the underground, in my opinion. But I mean, sometimes bands start to shine 3 albums in, 4 albums in, but not as many. It's usually the complete opposite. Start out really brutal. First album is like all the brutal and best songs they've had made the last 5 fucking years or 2 years. And then next album, it's like they use up the other songs. And then after that, it's just like, all right, here's your next ones. You got to write new songs, And then it's like, sometimes a lot of bands fall on their fucking face right there, man,
It's pressure. I'm
All right. That was speaking the truth right there, right? That's kind of crazy. So it's weird to look at myself talking about, like, stuff there because, like, I didn't, all I was supposed to do was just go on there and ask Chris questions. In my mind, that would have been chopped up and to put into, like, a video, like a Q&A fucking looking video. But then after I went live, I was done with the chopping the video up, basically. I was like, everything we do is going to just be live, because I don't have time to chop the videos up. I want people to watch this shit, So, I mean, everything's coherent, right? I'm flowing on here. I drank 1 coffee. It's New Year's Eve. I just wanted to bring some unreleased or stuff that just, like, got, like, it was so well done for Death Metal Podcast. Or just got lost because, like, say, I just didn't upload it or play it ever. Like, right here would be a small example. This is, like, really off the cuff from, the rest of the episode so far. But, like, say, like, this video of Dylan's band from Head Split Records, Hemorrhoid, who I put as one of my top 3 of the year for the Brazilian webzine. Here's them live, though. That was the unreleased Hemorrhoid live video that I took. That was the whole song anyway. So that was an exclusive that we just played just now. Like, I never played that before, as far as I remember. We did do an episode with some of the videos from that show, but I think I held ones back, like little Easter eggs. You know what I mean? So that was and I had some close-ups of River. All right, it was worth showing twice, right? So that was an unreleased clip that I took for at some show or whatever. And then let's go into the other little gems of death metal holocausts that I've witnessed in person. I don't think I played this ever either, because there was things I unfolded from shows that I was like, fuck, I didn't play that fucking video. Which... right, that was unreleased or throwback video for Witchvomit. I don't think I've ever played it. If I did, maybe I played it. Maybe not though. Let's see what else I peeled out. This was a very unique death metal podcast thing. Like years ago, they reached out to me, which my man Paul Gore from Embalmer was like, hey, we want to be on death metal podcast or whatever. So they came on and did like a whole rehearsal thing, and we used like literally like a center, like somebody came and put a center mic in the center or some shit, and then somebody just in the band, like girlfriend, went around the room and just like took like shots. And then we mixed it together and made it into a fucking the death metal podcast, because I just sat here and engineered the whole shit. So, I mean, it was probably one of the best. Like, I wish more bands would fuck with this, but, like, obviously I'm not in a band, so I don't make those decisions. But I thought this was really cool, and we should play a little piece of it as a throwback. Because this was one of the best death metal podcast episodes there ever was. And the only thing is, part of the audio got fucked, and it was, like, mad long. So, like, then the audio got fixed, and then we almost had to, like, restart shit. But the live was the live. That was it. The rehearsal live thing that was it. So this was like, I'm going to see which quality one this is, but this might be the only one I could play anyway. But I'm going to move into it a little bit, and you guys enjoy, man. What's up? Death Metal Podcast Live. How's it going, peeps? Can you guys hear me all right? Can I get a mic check in the chat?
All right, we're straight. We're straight. Got us, Roy.
Let me know, man. What do you guys think, bro? All killer, no filler, they say.
Okay, killer. Well, let's take it back a little bit, man. We'll do the title track from the Blood Everywhere 7-inch.
All right, brother.
After I get a quick fucking swig.
At the time, right? At the time, like, I barely knew how to use YouTube StreamYard at that stage. So, like, this was probably within the first, like, 2 months, you know what I mean? So, I basically just would switch between the cameras, too. And in a weird way, I made my own music video with and they're doing this song next, too. But it makes me laugh to see, like, I mean, obviously, I'm looking back at it, too, because this is a throwback for me, too. But it makes me laugh to see myself on the video because I'm like, damn, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, did I? You know, like I could just see like the weird look in my eyes about like confusion, I would call it. So this was live too. You know, this was recorded live. You know what I mean? But yeah, so check it out though. Whoops, hold on.
Embalmer from the rehearsal.
Are you hearing all that shit too?
Fraser said free show.
Is your phone on? Oh.
Muddying up the mix. Muddying up the mix.
Sounds like you're delayed. Is that phone trying to come through the Bluetooth? Is that what it is? It's definitely coming through the PA. Turn off. It's the audio from Roy Five's shit coming through the speakers into the microphone.
All right, fuck it. We're gonna jam. Blood everywhere. True form for the podcast. Potcast. Hashcast, too. Beercast, Buzzcast. All that shit applies.
Fucking retard cast. Got next. Steph. Or one Steph. Something else.
Burnt to a crisp.
Burn. Live exclusive at the podcast.
We're all going to get burnt to a crisp during this podcast, that's for sure.
We're at the Hashcast right now, and Embalmer's
Embalming. All right. Is my sound any better?
All right, next up.
That's what I'm going to say in the chat. Thank you, brother.
We don't have audio.
Fine, we're just going to keep playing. We'll catch up with Roy in a little bit.
Playing, bros.
Necrofiling Cabinet.
Necro, it is.
What's up, Death Metal Podcast exclusive? We're in the podcast exclusive in the Embalmer fucking live rehearsal.
Stiff.
All right, can you guys hear me now, bro? Because I hear that I'm not heard.
Quick swig. It's mandatory.
The mandatory swig time. Can you guys get? Because does Death
beer?
Metal Podcasts have
I
sound?
can hear you, bro.
Yeah.
You're both of us. Would you be a pal?
I can
Frazier,
tell.
my man, can you let me know in the chat? Can you hear me
Should
now?
I talk
'Cause
over
you were
here
saying
so
I
there's like a
sounded low.
third or
All right,
fourth
cool.
voice?
Cool, man. I'm working with new equipment. Cool, man. Thank you. For the new year, we got new equipment.
Swish there.
All right. Thank you, my brothers. I appreciate it. Podcast. That's rare, dude. That's also rare. I'm sure the rest of your dudes, and I'm sure the rest of the dudes in your band can also attest. That's kind of rare. 63 when Roy.
All right, we played but I'll play a little bit of that again. But that's a throwback from old episode of Death Metal Podcast where the band just basically went in the rehearsal studio, played their rehearsals, and then did an interview. And then one of their girlfriends just taped a phone camera video inside. I shut off the audio eventually and figured out which one was the better of the two. And then there was an overhead mic, and that was it. So that was the whole of the rehearsal, basically. Which, I mean, it came out brutal as fuck, dude. So it's cool to for me to look back at it and say, like, holy shit, like that was fucking pretty epic moment for me at least. So I would interview other like record label people too, because like there would, so I don't remember ever putting these out basically. So there's a record label from New York that puts out a lot of like brutal death metal record. They put out fucking shit tons of releases. They're called Severed Records. Severed Records. They put out like 400 or 500 releases. Mostly all in the brutal death metal way, you know, like all the Putrid Piles and a lot of really scuzzy underground brutal death metal stuff. So I interviewed the record label owner. His name is Barrett. And so I've known Barrett for quite a few years. We would vend at festivals together and talk and trade CDs and all that of the death metal scene, you know. So I did an interview with Barrett, and it was a little rough around the edges, but I was trying to extract information about Severed Records and some of the releases, and we were just talking like record label shop talk mixed. So it was pretty interesting to put this on here, basically, because this was Barrett's episode to be interviewed, so I'm sure I was grilling his ass. So I don't think I've ever played this. It says it's from August of 2021.
So what's good, Barrett?
I don't know. Same shit.
Yeah. What I'm trying to do is, I'm setting off the podcast.
Right.
So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get like some promo fucking shit going. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Just people saying, been in your mail order about the history.
Okay.
But and then I'm probably ask a little about you.
Ash? Is it Ash?
I don't know.
No, not Ash. God damn it. Yeah, I did like the Skinless and then Waste Form and
I don't know. But anyway.
M&E Records?
It were not them. It's a band called NME from Portland or Washington, and they.
I thought you meant the label.
Yeah, they did a record back in like '87 that sounded like Venom or whatever.
Oh, okay.
So there was an interview with the guy. Yeah, there's an interview with the guy, and like there was such a fucking long ass delay because the guy's internet sucked fucking balls that basically ruined the whole fucking interview. You know.
Right.
So I figure let me get online with everybody and just talk a few minutes of shit, and then just make sure that their fucking internet works in advance. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I did a podcast, I don't know, a month or so ago, and we did a 3-way like phone call thing, and the sound was crap.
See, this was me shit testing the fucking podcast at the time. So I was recording this stuff off live. This was not recorded live at all. So that's why there's no comments or no nothing. If most of these old ones like that, you know, I don't think the Evoken was recorded live either. So this is the fucking throwback edition for New Year's. It's 10:19 Eastern time. So, you know, at midnight, Mariah Carey comes out and sings the national anthem. So tonight, though, let's take a journey through Barrett's mind and Severed Records a little bit, because this is unreleased, and I felt that, you know, like historically these interviews should be shown at some point. So if anything, tonight is the night. I'm not going to show everything I have because I have a very extensive anal cunt video too. That'll be probably its own mini series, you know. But this is a throwback towards Barrett and Severed Records and the inner workings of like the old fucking Severed shit.
Yeah, well, what I did on StreamYard too is it allows you to take the audio and turn it into something. So basically, it'll give me if we had 10 people in here, which I'm not going to go 10 people right away, but like if I had 10 people in here, it would record each person's voice individually, and then I could EQ it better.
Oh, okay.
And that way, when I want to put it out there, I'd be able to have a little more control over it. You know what I mean?
That's awesome.
Upgrade, yo. Pay extra.
Yeah, I need to do that.
And that there's not too many people, right? If you think about it, there's not too many people playing in the death metal like music, like podcasts fucking zone. Because if you go to Spotify or you go to one of those things, there's no death metal fucking podcasts there. There's like some generic ass fucking one or two, and I mean there's Hell's Headbangers one, which is I think is and
I've never heard that one.
Hellcast.
Oh, okay. I've seen things for that.
Yeah,
okay,
that thing. That's Hell's Head. Well, it's the little brother of the Hell's Headbangers guy.
Right. Well, they're all related, aren't they?
I didn't catch they just did an interview with my boy, and I didn't catch the beginning, so I didn't get to hear. But I know it's Chase's little brother.
Okay.
And there might be either 3 to 6 of them. I'm not 100%.
I know at least 3 of them.
That's what I'm saying. I heard three, but I caught the tail end of some little conversation. You know.
Have you ever heard Grim Dystopian?
No. Who's that?
That's the one I've been on there 3 times. It's these people from here that do a great one every single Monday.
Okay. And what are they?
All, like every metal, all across the spectrum.
All right. Cool.
They play like new stuff and they do interviews with bands from all over, and it's really good, and it's every single week.
Yeah, cool. I'll check it out. I got to check out some other dude like Ground Zero Salem. He was from New York State and lives in Salem now. And I was on a panel podcast on Francisco's from Cemeterians thing.
Mm-hmm.
And he was on it. And then afterwards I went and looked at his shit, you know, because it was mainly like talking about releases. Like, these are the new releases, or these are records I bought.
Right.
You know how there's like a lot of those fucking podcasts?
Yeah.
Nothing against those. I think they're dope. But that's like after I talked to that guy, he was like, yeah, that's its own podcast space. I'm like, oh yeah, I can see that, you know? Yeah, right. I just got this record, you know? Like,
I thought about doing that actually.
Hey, Barrett, just got this cool record, you know? It's you know, fucking, you know, it comes with an OBI strip, you know?
Is that the Japan one? Is that the Japanese one?
They made it look like a Japanese one, but it ain't a Japanese one. I don't know who made that, but they make it look like a Japanese one.
Right. Yeah, I thought about doing that whenever I got in new stuff for the catalog, just throwing them up. But
yeah, I mean, it seems to work. I mean, it could work, you know, if you stay, you know, cracking with it, you know.
Right.
And I think it's good on Instagram, actually. If you are into Instagram, you know, you could just.
Oh yeah, I post it there, but just like a picture of all the new stuff that came in whatever day.
Yeah, I see that. Actually. Sometimes I have
this
to
isn't
like
live,
scope
dude. So this isn't live. This is a throwback interview I did with Barrett like years ago, and tonight is our throwback edition of all weird unreleased death metal podcast shit. So I did this on the spur of the moment as a New Year's Eve edition of Death Metal Podcast. Now will we take it into the fucking new year, you know? And then we'll see how much stuff is in the fucking vault, because I stopped a lot of these other videos here, like this one, this Evoken stuff. And then this Barrett stuff is long as fuck, dude. I mean, so we could play some of this, and there's a lot of interesting information that's never been spread before. So that's the purpose of the show, obviously. You guys know. But what's up, Steve? This is old. This is old, Steve.
I'm still a fan too. Like I can't. You know, a lot of the other label people, they ain't buying shit.
Oh, I know that. I buy shit all the time.
They're like there's a lot of people that run record labels that don't support anything but themselves, basically. And they might trade with you, but if you don't want to trade with them, they might not even want to fuck with you, basically. You know?
Yeah, there's actually a lot like that. Sad.
I mean, yeah, I know it's hard. And then there's the corporate labels, you know, the fake fucking, you know, send it over to this fucking fulfillment house fucking label, you know.
Yep.
And I want to say balls to the walls to them. Fucking not in a good way.
Right.
So what's been cracking, bro? I mean, you're still part of the CD revolution. You know what I mean? Because you care and you fuck with CDs. So
constantly.
Talk to me about that a little bit, bro.
We're still pressing them all the time. Trying to do like 2-3 CDs every month or so. It's weird because especially during COVID, everything picked up a lot because no one was going to shows and spending all their money on alcohol and merch there. So they're all stuck inside. So they ordered a ton more, which was awesome. But I don't know. It fluctuates a lot. CDs.
Yes. Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
You know what I mean?
Yeah. It fluctuates
sometimes
a lot.
It'll do great. Or not even just a specific release, just some months are awesome. I don't even know what the difference is between months. Like if I could figure that out, that'd be awesome. But I mean, it seems alive and kicking to me.
Yeah,
I mean,
me too.
Everyone says it's dead. Like you can't even buy a car now with a CD player in it. But
I know that's funny because I went to my car and I brought some CDs with me, and I went for a ride. You know,
right?
I was actually going to pick up some hash from my friend.
There you go.
So anyway, I brought a few CDs with me, and I was like, "Yeah, take a ride," you know. And I got in the car, and I was like going to put the CD in the CD player, and I was like, this new car doesn't have a CD player.
Where's the damn player?
I was because it looks almost like it's a lease. The last car I had was a lease, you know. Mm-hmm. So the new one, it looks almost the same in the way inside, you know.
Right.
So I thought that I forgot that, like, I didn't even realize it didn't have a CD player until like just like a month ago, and they had the car for 6 months.
That's awesome.
I mean, it just shows you I don't drive that much either, you know.
Right.
And also, I use Spotify with the phone in the car. You know what I mean?
I've never used Spotify, but everyone talks about it all the time.
It's dope, man. I mean, it's cool for the legacy releases. You know what I mean? Like, say, does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Or
yeah, I know what you mean.
Or the legacy releases that you listened to when you were fucking 7 years old. You know what I mean? Like if you like Michael Jackson or something.
I had that on vinyl when I was a kid.
They have it, you know? If you liked AC/DC, the whole everything, every album is on there. You know what I mean?
That was the first CD I ever got. Was Razor's Edge AC/DC. My dad brought it home for me with a CD player. I was like, "What is this?"
Which one was it?
Razor's Edge. You know, Thunderstruck.
Thunderstruck. Oh yeah.
That's the first song on that one.
Yeah, I know.
1990, I think.
That shows we have a gap in age difference, I see, because I remember being excited when Back in Black came out.
Yeah.
And then
Well,
I
that was
got
just the first one he brought me.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
because they were super expensive then, and I was, let's see, 1990. I was I don't know. Let's see, sorry, 14.
Yeah. They were expensive in 1990. CDs when they first came out.
Yeah.
So what do you think about, like, the CD buyers? Like, you see them as like CD buyers are fucking like die hard, right?
Oh, they're super diehard. Some of the guys, actually, a lot of the guys that order from me now are ordering multiple copies of a lot of things. Like, have you noticed that too? There's like a huge collector community now for death metal.
I noticed it with myself.
Right?
Because basically, I find that the second release that I buy is a trade piece. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's like, all right, I'm gonna save this thing, and then if I get a second one, I could keep it to try to trade for something.
Yeah, get something else.
And I'm even thinking like 5 years down the line. I'm not even thinking about now.
Right?
Because
a lot of guys.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's cool.
A lot of guys, they'll order like 5 of the same CD. I don't know what they do with them.
But that's weird.
I think they just keep them. Maybe for the same reason, to trade later or something. I don't know.
Or sell them at higher rates on Discogs.
Yeah, that could be too.
There's that.
Yeah, I got a lot of people that came to me. Like, I can't remember. It was Incarcerate, split with somebody that I've had in the distro for years. I had like, I don't know, 8 copies left, which was shocking to me because it's a really good album. But anyway, all of a sudden out of nowhere, I kept getting orders for it. And one of the guys I knew, I was like, why is everyone ordering this right now? He's like, because it's selling on Discogs for $80 and you got it for $10.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, God damn it.
Oh, man.
All right, so this is a throwback interview. So this interview is from 2021, and this was with Barrett from Severed Records. So since that time, I've gotten better on YouTube. So what's up, Cassie? What's up, Rick from Slough? It's cool that you showed up, bro. I know you were busting my chops when you were talking about sending prayers. So obviously, I mean, you wouldn't do that, So it was cool though, man. You're a good guy, bro. What's up, Cassie? So now this is me live though. This is live death metal podcast. The other thing I'm showing, this is our throwback edition. So basically, like, I'm showing these interviews and live shit from back in the day, like this old Evoken fucking rehearsal in Vinny's fucking basement. All right, so what you're seeing there is an old rehearsal that Dave from Evoken, he brought his phone to the rehearsal spot at Vinny Verkay's house in Kearny, and they recorded stuff in the basement there, and they were doing a practice. And then that graph behind him, there's one of their album covers kind of has that graph on it, so that it's right kind of behind me too, if you see it right there. But I don't know where the guitar came from. But yes, interesting. So that's my friend Vinny from my hometown. So and they're recorded it in my old hometown of Kearny, New Jersey, where all the old Necroharmonic shit used to come out of. Yeah, that's Vinny from, and you were right, he's in Funerus also. So with Nick from Evoken and Funeburn. So Kearny fucking in the house all day because I'm from Kearny too. Let's bring it back to Barrett.
Take that out the catalog.
I got to eat some more
No, I
chicken
left it there.
before I start
I'm
drinking.
not even on Discogs, but
Yeah. No,
I just thought it was
take
cool.
it off your own catalog. You're like, I'll put that on Discogs for $80.
yeah, right.
Yeah, put it on for $60 actually, and I'll sell it tomorrow.
Fuck, $20. Here you go.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? You're talking about the series issue and a series thing for me too, because I've seen a lot of the releases that I put out over the years. They have gained value and money.
Oh yeah, mine too. But I know what you mean.
The thing is, like for me, it's my own personal destiny to re-put out those CDs and make sure that people do not pay that fucking money, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I'm like, yo, fuck that, dude. You know what I mean? Like, how about paying a more normal price? You know, even if it was a little more than maybe what my retail thing would be.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
At least it's not the gouging. You know what I mean?
It's crazy. Some of the things are going for
$35 for one of my CDs. You know,
I saw someone sent me a picture of an eBay auction. I want to say it was Artery Eruption. I think went for over $100.
The split of Artery Eruption, that one.
I think it was the first album, the first full length. I can't remember exactly.
What was the name of that one?
Reduced to a Limbless Sex Slave.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember your Sex Slave release.
Yeah, it came out at the first Maryland Death Fest. Well, did a demo thing of it because it was still at the press. It didn't arrive in time.
Yeah, wasn't there some story about the CD with the your parents or something? With the...
Oh, they helped me. They funded it. They lent me $2,000.
What did they fund?
The press of that CD.
Which one? I'm trying to get you to say the whole thing.
Oh, Reduced to a Limbless Sex Slave.
Yeah. So let's start from the top again. So you could just say like the Artery Eruption, Reduced to a Limbless Sex Slave, da 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 da. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So hit me with it, bro.
It was Artery Eruption, Reduced to a Limbless Sex Slave. Debut album was supposed to come out at the first Maryland Death Fest, but it was held up at the press and it didn't arrive in time. So we made little CDR copies of a couple tracks, and my parents gave me $2,000 to fund the pressing of it, and I paid it with that. And then as soon as I got back from Maryland, I gave them the $2,000 back, and I didn't even got the CD yet.
That's so cool, man. You know, your parents, they got behind you too.
Full on.
Believed in your vision, which is awesome. You don't see
it took
that
some time, but
yeah. Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. It takes time even amongst my own family members.
Yeah.
My wife, my kids. Yeah. Like, hey, I'm doing this metal shit. They're like, what the fuck? You ain't making no money. You know what I mean?
Right.
But it's like, if you grind, this is the testimony too of a small independent record label. If you grind hard enough and you're really into your products and you're really into pushing bands and you're really passionate about promoting and just pushing your stuff out there.
Oh, for sure.
You will succeed, dude. Right?
I don't see how you wouldn't.
I don't either.
Keep pushing and pushing.
There's so many labels that you see. There's so many labels that you see that go under, right?
Oh, thousands.
But like, it's because they're not pushing hard enough. You know what I mean? It's like, what made you lose your drive? Were you not into the music enough? Did your girl tell you this shit sucks? You know, like what was the reason that certain record labels fucking just flop? They're just like, they're wimps. You know,
that would be an interesting show. Like, try and get in touch with some of the old labels and be like, why'd you stop?
I'll do that. I fucking would do that, bro, because I don't really have a filter. But I mean, that might be kind of rude, right? Like, what's up, bro? I know your label fucking, it was great, you know?
Why'd you fuck it up?
We stole all your content. We stole half of your content, and then I was wondering why did your label fail to begin with? Because I didn't steal it back then.
Right. No, it's funny though, because a lot of labels, they come out for like a year or two, amazing releases, then all of a sudden just gone.
I agree. Yeah, a really short-lived time, right?
Yeah.
It's like 2 years, literally, and then they're just gone, dude.
Yeah, they come on, everything seems great, everyone's loving their releases. It's like, why? What happened? Where'd you go? Like,
and even us as older record label owners, we're looking at them like, why do they have such a big buzz, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, and you're just like, what's going on there, And then there's just like this buzz around this thing, and then all of a sudden it's fucking gone, dude.
Yeah, there's a lot like that right now.
Weird. Yeah, it's like, wow, that was fucking weird. They're gone already.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah,
what
really
I think
bizarre.
the key is? You know what I think I know what the key is, man. And I'm
What's
gonna
that?
give this up like a Tony Robbins fucking secret right now. I'm
All
gonna
right.
go Gary V on this for real. You know who they are, right?
Yeah.
They don't go to the post office enough, right?
Yes.
If
I
you
hear
can't go to the post office, then you ain't running a fucking record label, right?
I hear that.
I mean, let's be fucking brutally honest right here, brother. You know that.
Oh, I'm there 2-3 times a week.
Shit. I mean, I don't know, man. Enough be said, man. That's all. That's the Bible in my mind to think of why so many people are failures. I don't want other small businesses to fail either. I like other small independent record labels.
Oh, me
Because
too.
I feel like they keep me in business too. And then if you are interchanging with them and trading and building relationships, then basically,
Yeah, I do that all the
good
time.
thing. Yeah, I see that. I see a lot of collaborations that you do with other like small indie labels. I don't want to call them indie labels, but let's call it new labels.
New labels,
with
yeah.
brutal music that you like and bands you like. So
Yeah, like Maggot Stomp's a perfect
talk to me
example.
about that. Yeah, talk to me a little bit about that. Like, talk to me about like something like Maggot Stomps would be a newer version of that though. But what would be like a little bit back when you first started doing that?
Oh, like way back?
Yeah, think about
let's
it,
see.
bro. The first things I saw you do was something with like Vicro Blast or something. Or am I wrong?
All from the Philippines?
Yes.
They no, I
Was
didn't
that
do their
you were
release.
collaborating? Yeah, but I thought you were collaborating with them at first. I'm not sure. Or
The
another
label I
Philippine
was.
or Singapore
I think
label.
the guy might have been doing that label. Vercoblast Production. VYKRO.
Right.
Like the guy who was in the band did that label. Yeah, I used to
Okay.
trade with him all the time. But I don't think we did any co-releases or anything.
So you remember what were like the early stage co-releases for you?
Let's see.
So at this part, I'm going to show this one more time because I just talked about this with Evan from Deathgasm.
This one.
He looks
I
at
have
the
a poster
ceiling.
up here.
Then he has a poster of his old releases. Like, he has a poster with like 400 releases on it or something. So he's looking up to reference his own record label stuff. And then, it becomes a little bit of a joke. But, I mean, I love Barrett, But he, like, he has so many fucking releases, dude. The guy's got, like, ungodly amount of fucking CD releases, basically. So, like, you'll see him stare at the ceiling and look for the CD releases that he put out if I ask a question about, like, certain ones or whatever. So tonight is all throwback. This is, like, unreleased death metal podcast when it was in its, like, fat-faced stage. So basically at this stage I was just learning how to use this StreamYard and shit, and then I would conduct interviews with friends through this same thing, and then we would record it, and then I would so there was barely would I air it, you know what I mean, because this was like my training ground for like the show when I did go live. And then eventually I aired the Dan Loker stuff. Even that, I didn't even put it out for years, because like a year, because I was just like, I don't know if this is good, But I mean, once people started to get involved, like they would come and join the multiple fucking square Hollywood Squares chat, you know, and it'd be like somebody from Australia and from Japan and all this shit. Then I realized, I was like, man, this show is, and this channel and this show can be more of an outlet than I had imagined, you know. And then as slowly as time went on, you know, we started to get into playing music too, because it was just like I wanted to hear the new music that was coming out, and then it became a listening party for myself and everyone else on here, you know what I mean? So tonight, though, we're doing this interview. This is a throwback to Severed Records interview. It's going to be a long night, man. This is
the first one was actually with
Eve,
Meet
dude.
5000 Records from France.
Okay.
And he just recently, in the last year or two, jumped way back in head first again. He was gone for, I don't know, 8 or so years, maybe more. And now he's back, and I don't know, probably 40 new releases in the last year or two.
First incarnation of him, and then I've been seeing his name again recently, which is cool.
Yeah, he's doing a ton of stuff. We just did, he licensed the 2 Sarcophagy albums that I did. He put them out in France, which were out of print. I hadn't had them in print for a while. So we started with that. Oh, actually, no, he did Meat Shits first. 2 of the Meat Shits albums I released. He licensed. I think that's kind of when he started getting back.
Meat 5000. Meat Shits.
Yeah, right. That first one was great. It was a compilation with Devourment was on there. Corporal Raid, Negligent Collateral Collapse, and
I like them a lot.
Oh, they're so good. It was the other one. Oh,
Was a 4-way split?
Yeah.
Oh, cool, man.
Oh, god damn it.
It's all good. You don't have to remember every fucking detail. I like that. I like Corporal Raid too. They're brutal. I remember them.
Oh yeah, especially that first album. I think Bizarre Lepros put that one out.
Yeah. That's why I remember their older stuff. Were they from Russia? I think maybe
Negligent?
Sordid Clot. No, Negligence. I know is from Czech. I saw them.
Did you really? Oh man, I would love to see them.
I saw.
They turned into Ear Delete.
Collateral Collapse at. I saw them at the Obscene Fest.
Oh man, I've never been there.
I
went to the one in Montreal.
You should really go to the Euro one, man. You would feel very at home.
That's what everyone tells me for the last 100 years.
Yeah, there's a lot of fans there that they're very like-minded to your probably your label and the style of music that you released, you know.
Right.
You'd be very surprised. I feel like there's more of those there for you than there was when I went there, because I released a little bit of different styled stuff.
Right.
But at the fest I was at, Dismember did headline as one of the nights. So I mean,
hell
it was, and then Gut was on it, and that's why I went.
What do you think of that new Gut?
I think it's brutal, bro. I think
it's
fucking
good.
brutal, man. Yeah. I just I've been talking to the guy. I talked to the guy from Gut about 2 days ago.
Nice.
And we were shooting the shit. He actually showed me a video of his fucking guitar stack at his house, and he was playing some very ulcerous fucking riffs, dude.
Nice.
We were talking some gear shit. You know what I mean?
You ever gonna re-release that?
I was like, listen. I was like, yo, you should come on and yes, I'm gonna release it.
Awesome.
I was like, yo, you should come on and do podcasts with me, He's like, no, I don't know about that. I don't know if I do that shit, And I'm like, well, why don't you come on to me and talk about your gear or whatever, you know what I mean? Because I saw some brutal shit over there. And he's like, no, I'm not giving away my secrets. I was like, oh shit, he's right,
Yeah,
I'm trying to interview Immolation today too. Okay?
Oh yeah,
and yeah, and they're in the studio recording.
Oh sweet.
So, but at the same time, I might only be able to get footage of them not playing. You understand? Because you can't
play the music
shit under wraps.
Yep.
which I
Ross
totally
lives
get
here
that.
now, right?
Yeah, definitely.
In my
I
city.
talked to Ross. Yeah. Oh, right in your city.
Yeah.
You got
Rochester.
Ross from Immolation that lives right in Rochester.
Yep.
He lives right down the block?
I think like 20 minutes from me.
All right. Cool. That's brutal.
Yeah, it's weird.
From
Dan
Yonkers
Looker's here.
to Rochester. Yeah, Dan Loker. I spoke with Dan Loker, and he's going to be on the podcast too.
Awesome.
He was heading out to Frankfurt, which is cool.
Oh, who's
and,
playing?
He said he would hit me when he was going to see some friends. He said.
Oh, just hanging out.
I guess, yeah. So he said when he gets back, try to hit him up.
Perfect.
But I don't know how long he was staying there, and this was like 2 weeks ago or so. So I figure, give him a couple weeks, and I'm building up a nice interview for him. You know what I mean? Because
he's got plenty to talk about.
He got a lot of history behind him, and he's a cool fucking dude.
Oh, hell yeah.
Me and Ross already talked about an interview. I feel like me and Ross had an interview on the phone, like fucking, just like a month or. And if you guys want to go back in fucking time, there is interviews with Ross from Immolation, and probably did the most extensive old school Immolation interview there is. So if you guys want to check it out, there is an episode if you type in Immolation Death Metal Podcast. Like I did that interview later, and it came out sick. It's probably one of our better works of art. So I mean, should we go back to the Disma drummer again?
Maybe a little bit of somewhat pressure, trying to overthink things. Overthinking things makes things way worse than, like I said, keeping it simple and not
said
overthinking.
It before, man. Dumbing it down. Sometimes you got to dumb it down.
Dumb it down, and until recently, like I said, I wasn't a big believer in that, but just people's reactions to certain songs, I'm like, damn, I'm like, real?
You're like, really? Because you're doing such a slow, good part that everyone is so feeling it. They're feeling those vibes. Even maybe you in the band, you start feeling those vibes. You're just like, God damn, this part is fucking heavy.
Right, it is. And coming from like a black metal style, like blast beats, even some of these slow beats that were simple, but I'm like, I don't know, but then I'm like, yeah, this is really heavy,
yeah,
and you feel it. It's like it's crazy, but yeah, it's gonna be good. It's good already what I have, but there's always there's always a history of haters with that band.
Yeah,
those
haters.
And honestly, it's really their band. I'm just, like I said, I'm a part of it now, but it's really their band, and however they want to move forward,
yeah,
that's how it is. But I don't write the lyrics for them. I'm a drummer.
Yeah, and also fuck those haters, because there's haters on everything too. It isn't just haters for them. They might have a big hate club, but basically there's haters for everything, dude. There's haters for if I make record label shit, you know what I mean? With my record label, you know what? Strangely enough, you fucking hate me. Good. Watch what I do next, basically. Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Because I've always had that fuck you attitude. No one's going to fucking tell me how to fucking do my thing, man. You know what I mean? No one's going to, I'm not going to conform to some 18-year-old kid's fucking vision of what death metal should be either. Because I got kids that are over 18, that I have my own kids that are over 18, So it's like, I'm not saying this weird about my own kids, but it's like, I'm not going to listen to like a child tell me what to like and not to like. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's the same with a lot of people on the internet and younger kids. But you do have people. I feel a paradigm shift a little bit of people that are like, they're starting to go the other way. They're just like, you know what, fucking, why the fuck are we acting like this? You know what I mean? We're, who gives a fuck? Like the who gives a fuck attitude is starting to come back in death metal. I think,
Yeah.
I don't know. I think
that.
it is a little bit.
I mean, that never left me, honestly.
It never left me either, but I'm just looking at it from an outsider's point of view. You know what I mean? I feel
true.
like people are starting to say, you know what? Fuck it. Who gives a fuck, dude? You know? Like,
Yeah,
okay,
I mean,
this band sings about some controversial shit. All of a sudden, like, I mean, just, I want to say something like negative publicity actually is good, good publicity.
right.
You know, like a
Any
lot of people
publicity.
start looking. Yeah, a lot of people start looking and listening. And if you have negative publicity, which is fucking totally whacked out, but that's the way life is nowadays. You know what I mean? I don't even mind negative shit. I mean, sometimes I might get annoyed, but I don't, you know, as long as they're not directly trying to get into my fucking family life or my business life, then I don't care what the fuck you have to say, man. You could freaking, you know.
No, and
you can come by and
here.
you can come by and mow my lawn, motherfucker. That's how I feel, you know. Like, who the fuck are you? You're on your phone, you know, like, you know what I mean? Well, like, you could talk to me facelessly and say some shit, but like, you weren't there. You didn't do nothing. You didn't been nowhere.
So yeah, that was my thoughts at the time, and I still share those thoughts. So yeah, thank you. I appreciate you guys. It's almost 3 hours into our live cast and 11 something p.m. Eastern time. So midnight, you know, I mean, people are down with fucking New Year's Eve. So this was a pop-up version of Death Metal Podcast where I even have this video that I want to play now, and I just got, you know, I talked to my friend to ask, can I play this? At some point, I have a friend that's a book writer, and he's the head editor of Evil Speak magazine, which is the members of, Billy from Razorback does a horror magazine. It's called Evil Speak, and they put out a lot of horror related stuff over Razorback stuff. It was Razorback years ago more, and now they're more moving towards a horror direction. So I'm friends with the editor-in-chief, or head editor, whatever you call it, Leon, Doc Holocausto. So we did an interview. So the thing is, let's take this in stride too, that what we're talking about, eventually, like, we might veer into, we're only talking about movie stuff. That's it. Like, I just want to make that clear, because like, some of the stuff we talk about might get a little graphic, and like, I have to almost kind of listen to this, because I remember playing it and I was like, whoa, like that part's like kind of like too hard for YouTube and shit. Or it could be misconstrued, which I don't want it to be, because he's talking about a whole genre of fucking films, like a nunsploitation or another genre that would probably be shunned. So we're going to talk, we're going to show this interview. This is with my friend Leon. This taking fucking Death Metal Podcast in a horror direction, which you guys know that I fuck with a lot of horror stuff, and we did horror episodes around Halloween normally. And so this is the horror fucking Death Metal Podcast. Was testing the waters. This was very early, and I was testing the waters, so like, it's, fuck them. I hear you, dude, but like on here, I gotta this was me testing the waters on
and I said, well, I'm done with this journey, let me try this out. At the same time, I was also we had just gotten kind of settled into our house, so I was selling a lot of stuff on eBay, like a lot of Transformers, a lot of other toys, a lot of records. Records were just starting to get hot again, So I had a little extra money in the pocket. I said, well, let me get some tattoos. And, you get one on one side, and then I'm all about symmetry. So, well, I got to get one on the other side. And then you just go back and forth like Pong. And before you know it, you're covered in tattoos.
That's why I never got any. That's why I never got one tattoo.
Yeah.
I was scared. I was like, I have an addictive thing going on with me, and if I figured if I got that, yeah, I was like,
I don't
was
drink.
just gonna go down a rabbit hole.
I don't smoke, but I have like as you can see behind me, I like a lot of stuff, you know.
Yeah.
So that's where it extends, you know.
We're in one of the vault rooms, right, of the charnel house.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had when we bought this house in 2009, it was a ranch, you know, and we brought in the different collections from my folks' house in Leonia. They had a storage, like a basement in the bottom of their office in Union City. And then where we were living at the time down in Delaware. So we like put everything together.
Let's talk about that for a second. So basically, Leon is a huge like horror collector too. So, and also like action figure, like, but he takes it to the next level. He has the most obscure and bugged out shit there is, dude. Also, Misfits records, another thing with him, man. This guy has phenomenal, old, weird, really fucking high-powered, expensive, original Misfits records. And he shows them on Facebook. He's Doc Holocausto, if you ever want to... I'm not on Facebook, on Instagram. So if you ever want to follow him, his Misfit shit is the shit. It's original, all, you know, like or he'll get like these obscure, it's just, you'd have to see. But between the toys and the horror and the good taste in music and in horror and even in toys, and I know people fuck with toys a lot now, this guy took multiple collections he had like in storages everywhere and was like made like almost like a what I would consider like a museum at his house of horror, you know? They painted the walls fucking super cool, you know, like burgundy or fucking purple or something, you know, so it looks like a fucking horror house inside, but it's really nice, you know? And then they put like nice fucking display cases. And he published a book too where he visited a lot of horror sites, the original horror sites. So he was the first person that ever did that. So like, you know how like people go and visit like horror movie filming sites? This was the first guy that ever did that. Like he did this shit like 10 years before everybody and wrote a book about it too. But so let's get back to his interview. I just want to preface some little pieces on this just so you guys get a feel for Leon Doc Holocausto.
And then eventually after we had a kid, you know, our oldest, who's 13 now, and then we had two more, we said, we need a little more space, you know? So we put a whole, like we just basically took another house and put it on top of the house. So it's a whole full second floor, you know, because I like to have a lot of stuff, but I want it to look nice. You know, I don't want it to look like a slop house, you know, like a bunch of toys stacked to the ceiling covered in, you know, dust and debris. And so.
Which is typical of a toy collector.
Definitely. I've seen it a few times.
So have I. I've seen that too.
They have gold, but it's like sitting there moldering, you know.
Yeah. I have to say, I'm bad at keeping my collections straight. It's like I'm spread out across rooms and rooms. Just right. It's weird. It's just like I knew, but moving into my spot, I knew that it was going to be like this. So okay. I was like, basically, I had outmoded New Jersey and our small little two floor apartment.
Okay.
So there's just so much stuff that I'm like, I outmoded this apartment. So I have to go somewhere where it's like, there's going to be a lot of room. And right. Even moving into it, even moving before I walked in the door here, everything was being assessed for screen printing. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I had not even screen printed one fucking shirt, Leon. Like literally, I only had gone to Rogers and saw him screen printing for me. And I just set my mind to say that I am doing this. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So part of the moving here part was like, I am going to screen print when I go into this newer house. It wasn't immediate, but it was already in the cards, you know?
No, it's smart that you had that foresight, you know, and you could plan ahead rather than settling in for 5 years and have to retrofit like one room or whatever, small room to do the job, and it's not going to work, and you got to just kind of deal with it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it was really farsighted, you know? And people were scared. I'm not going to talk about my house online, but people were scared of my house, you know? So
All
it's
right.
like, all right, yeah, take that one. You know?
Yeah, no. I give you a
So
lot
yeah,
of credit.
I'm gonna do like a little piece right here, and then this will, you know, maybe this will be end up worked in. Like even though we're going live now, this isn't gonna be your interview. Like I'm trying to cut little promos, and I'm gonna cut them together and make it like a longer interview.
I got you.
So even if we throw a little something out there now, maybe when we interview, you might have to say it again. You know?
That's whatever you need.
But I'm just going to throw a little intro piece on here. I'm new with this too, so I'm just fun with this, you know? So I'm going to, so you say your name, Leon Marcello.
Well, it's not, you know, like your friends way back, you've remained friendly. You help promote, you know? It's good to kind of walk down those old memory lanes, so to speak, relive those times, you know? And somebody helps somebody else, and it's all good.
Yeah.
It's a great thing.
I think it's fun. It's good promotion for all the bands.
Yeah, for sure.
You know? I'm not really, you know, the way I want to say it is like, I can talk a lot, man. I realize like lately, I'm like, damn, man, you really can fucking talk, dude. So it's like, I need to take this somewhere, man. I need to do this, you know?
No, you have
it seems so easy for me, man.
You have a good, I don't know how to put it. You have like a good flow of your conversation. You know what I mean? I remember even like way back, you know, you just have a good flow and a easygoing flow, you know? So very easy to talk to, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it probably comes from years of talking to people, you know, just like at shows and stuff.
Right.
Meeting.
Right.
I don't know. I said this on an interview once, but like I used to go to people, like every death metal show that I would go to, like I would just walk up to people and just start talking to them for some reason.
Yeah.
I noticed that, which it's like afterwards I was like, wow, like fucking here comes the weirdo, you know. But you know, just if they had, you know, there could be that dude just chilling at the bar in the back, and he's wearing some crazy ass Beherit shirt, and I'm like, you know, just inching up to him, being like, yo, what's up, bro?
No,
you know, because I figure he's on the same plane as me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Especially, I'm sure then,
met some
you know,
of my friends. Yeah, I don't ever think I would have met some of my friends if I didn't do shit like that. You know?
Yeah. No, I'm too introverted by nature. You know, like.
Yeah. I don't think you're completely introverted.
Not completely. I'm better than I was like when I was like, you know, like 20 years ago. You know, but you know.
Yeah, because you show what's going on in your life.
Yeah.
More than I do. So
yeah.
You're not
no, it's true. It's true.
Yeah. It's that's different. It's a different, you know, now that we have these medias to do that, which is cool too, you know?
Yeah.
It's bugged out.
Remember
when we used to go to all those horror conventions and shit? I know you probably might still be going to those.
You know, we haven't been, you know, because of the pandemic and everything, you know, needless to say, all that stuff's out. People like will still try to have a horror convention, but it's in the parking lot of like a convention center or a hotel under the hot sun on the blacktop. And I'm not looking to sweat bullets on top of like posters, you know. I'd rather just stay at home. But those really, you know, like the first Chiller Theater, I had gone to comic book shows like in Manhattan when I was in junior high, but Chiller Theater was the first horror convention I'd gone to. And I saw an ad in the back of, it was called Scream magazine for the Chiller Theater that was going to be in Hackensack. I think it was spring of 1994. And it was going to be in the gymnasium of Fairleigh Dickinson University. So I didn't know what it was going to be, you know, but I had just graduated high school the year before. And I'd already been into horror movies, but I was just getting more into it, You know what I mean? I was into like the Hong Kong action flicks. I was into Japanese horror movies. Like the my
Which
world
you
was
couldn't
opening.
get back then. Which you
Yeah.
couldn't get back then.
Right. And I didn't, like I lived in Leonia, like the video store had closed down, I had to drive all around, and I wasn't really hitting up the city, that much. So I went to Chiller Theater and I had like maybe, I think I'd cut some grass all around. So I had like maybe $50 in my pocket. I went and my mind exploded, because, here's this, John Better Tomorrow too. Okay, I'll have that, please. I'll have this, I'll have that, paperback books, art. I remember Something Weird Video was set up, a huge table. Behind the table was this crazy looking old guy with a top hat and crazy long fingers. And it was Coffin Joe. I didn't know who Coffin Joe was. He was just this old guy with these crazy eyes.
Right.
I didn't learn about him and appreciate his movies until he wasn't coming back anymore, But really those days of the horror conventions, and you had that one, you had Fangoria in the city, but like those early days of Chiller Theater were so huge.
After you hit the first Chiller Theater, did you go immediately to like Fangoria, like immediately, or was that like kind of like a little later?
Probably like whatever the next one would have been. I probably went there with Elisa, And I remember that first day of Chiller Theater, I went with a buddy, and then Elisa couldn't go with me because she was working. She was working at a dentist's office. And the next day I said, you have to come to this thing, and we both went again. And we'd been going for years since then. We missed a few when we were living in Delaware, just because life got busy or when our daughter was older.
Yeah.
And it's changed over the years, needless to say.
Oh, yeah.
But it's still.
Yo, this just brought up a suppressed memory for me. I used to go to the horror convention with my boy Chris Kincaid from Kearny, man. Me and him would always go to fucking Chiller Theater and buy our fucking sleazy fucking movies. So, rest in peace, Chris Kincaid.
Like to go. It's just a fun time. The kids love to go. Everybody gets a little something.
I remember I had gone, and I have almost a similar story. I went on Friday night, and then I was like, "Yo, this is awesome! I gotta go." You know what? I'm gonna go home. I gotta tell Liz about this.
Yeah.
So I go with Liz, and we bring Rebecca, and she's in a baby carriage.
Yeah.
It was Saturday at Chiller.
Yeah.
You know what Saturdays are like there.
It
was, dude, I was like, whoa. I was like, well, I should have never brought a baby carriage.
No,
but we were so intrigued by like the scene that it didn't even matter. It was like a Woodstock of horror, man.
That's a pretty good way to say it,
Yeah, it was so amazing, dude.
And even those early days, I remember when they had it in Secaucus at that, I don't even remember the hotel, but there was like you had your main rooms. Then you had this hallway going back to a smaller back room. And that hallway would be jam-packed with tables, with people with shirts up on the walls, posters up on the walls. And then I think the fire marshal must have gotten aware that things were a little like Wild West. And they cracked down. But I remember those, those early days being like, I don't want to say punk rock or whatever, but they were very, they had that kind of a live vibe,
grime, brother.
Yeah, it's true.
Grime. Grimy fucking shit.
And then those days at the Rutherford near the Meadowlands, those Saturday night parties were, they've never been the same as those. You know what I mean? What a weird collection of people. Yeah.
Did you find your tastes evolving over time? Because I did. Because I remember when I started, it was VHS, and then I was looking at magazines and stuff. I never collected toys. I still don't. Right. But like in the beginning, I was looking for posters and VHS. But then over time, I just like things just like evolved, and I started getting seriously into like the hardcover books, and I was seriously into like the soundtrack releases, like if they had a record of a soundtrack or a CD of even if it was a bootleg one.
Right.
And,
I would definitely say, not even if
evolution.
Right. Even if it wasn't the evolution of like the like say, I probably at early on was into like you said the tapes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Probably later on went more into the books and art, but even just an evolution in the flavor of what it all was. Like example with Coffin Joe, like I didn't know who Coffin Joe was, Later they would have like, do you remember Luminous Films and Video Works?
Oh, you don't have to talk to me.
So,
I love Luminous, man.
They were the place.
That was the spot. I stalked them, man. I was a stalker there.
And they would bring these Euro horror directors over. So they would have Jess Franco. And I had heard of Jess Franco, but I wasn't like into Jess Franco. Like now I would love to meet him. Like he's one of my favorites. Or Lena Romay, she was there with him. I would have loved to have met her, get everything signed. But at the time, probably like I was into like, your somewhat standards like Fulci, Argento, I wasn't into the deeper cuts.
Guy? Yeah, were you a signature guy from the?
All right, so like just so you guys know, we're retrospecting old Necroharmonic unreleased videos. So tonight, that's what I'm doing for Death Metal Podcast for YouTube and Facebook Live too. So I figured, you know what? I woke up at like, I don't even know, like 4 p.m. to drop off some mail, and then I went back to sleep till 7 p.m. And then after that, I was like, I think tonight I will drink on Death Metal Podcast. I'll drink the New Year's in, but then I realized I was like, you have to eat, drink a coffee and like eat food and shit first before you do that shit. So I did some of that shit, not enough, and then I figured, you know what, I could go through the old archive of unreleased Necroharmonic, Death Metal Podcast videos I took over the years that I took, or I could go through the earliest unreleased interviews like this one with Doc Holocausto, who is the head editor of Evil Speak magazine. This guy, he really knows his shit, man, and he really collected dope shit too. And I never got a solid full interview with him because I kind of just did this as like a tester, and he was like really early on. I did them all a lot of these I did all on the same day. Like the Chris one, I don't know who I did in the same day, but like some of these you could see I have the same fucking incantation hat on every single fucking episode. So that means I did like all of them right there. So this was when I didn't know how to talk as much on the mic, but I did. And I even addressed that early on, which is kind of weird to watch me talk about myself and saying that I know how to talk. Basically, that was interesting to look at, So, but tonight I figured, like you guys always watch Death Metal Podcast and fuck with this. So anyone who's not commenting or still watching it, appreciate that you are watching. I'll try to show I'm trying to mix it up. Like I want to take it long because New Year's is a lot longer than 12 p.m. on Eastern time. So like we have to, I got to drag this the fuck out, dude, So thank you. The Adidas, yeah, I was rocking the Adidas cap back in the day. Now you know what? When I rocked one with no logo, then Extremely Rotten sent me a hat, and they said, he made a joke about it when we did an interview. He said, "I'm so underground, I didn't put the logo on my hat, like I didn't promote anything because I said I wasn't promoting anything on there." And then he sent me a fucking hat, which I rocked like 1,000 times, which is so fucking funny. So let's get back to Leon's interview. He's a super interesting guy. Did a lot of cool shit. I barely broke the ice with this guy too.
Yeah.
Did that come on later?
I would say I was, and it would change. Okay. That would change too. Like at first I would want to get like whatever, a book or a tape signed or DVD signed. Then I would go to like the picture. I'd want to get the picture signed and not something else. Because back in those days, if you got one thing, like say you bought a picture, they would sign something else for you too, for free. Maybe they would sign two things. But now everything's like itemized. They nickel and dime you, and that's just the nature. And I don't fault anybody for making money.
Okay.
But it's just the nature of the beast, you know.
Okay.
So you have to choose, you know. Otherwise,
yeah. Oh yeah, I gotcha. Yeah,
like,
yeah. Did they limit you? Did they limit?
Oh yeah, you know, like
okay.
Like maybe a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, I met Alan Ormsby. I was going crazy meeting Alan Ormsby. I'd never met him before. You know, big fan of his writing, his directing. You know, but you go up to the table. In your head before you go, you're like, oh, I'm going to get a picture signed by him. He's going to sign this book. He's going to sign this poster. And then you go up to the table, you see the little piece of paper with the prices. And in your head, you're like, start doing the math. And you're like, oh, this isn't going to happen. You know, like I'm not going to drop like $200 just on autographs.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
You know?
Yeah. That'd be a lot. That's a lot
and
of
some
money.
people do, you know.
Yeah, I guess
some people do. And hey, if that's a thing, more power to them. You know.
I was a lurker. I'll admit. I just lurked the tables, the people giving the autographs, and I was like, "Oh shit, yeah, I know that. I know that. know that. You know, actor, or I know, or there's Tom Savini, you know." And then I tried to talk to him, and he was kind of rough, man.
Tom Savini?
Yeah.
He's got like a rep, you know, he's like one of these guys who's like at every convention. And you kind of, you know, like he's a legend, you know.
Jaded.
He's jaded.
He seemed jaded. Yeah.
I think that's a perfect way. So some days like he's a nice dude. Other days he's like doesn't even want to look at you, you know?
Yeah.
Here, this is a funny story. At Chiller Theater in the one in Parsippany. There's like they called it the pit where they would do autographs, and kind of right by the pool there's a workout area, and we were lined up. I think it was to meet John Aston, who plays Gomez, you know. And we're right by the gym, and I look in the gym through the windows, and there's Tom Savini, no shirt on, doing like bench press. It's like 11 in the morning. I'm like, Tom Savini, come on. You know, you could have worked out last night when no one was here. Like, I know you're in good shape for an older dude, but he looked like he had oiled up, you know? He looked like Macho Man. You know, he's all oiled up. He's like jacked, you know, but maybe he was having a good day that day.
Yeah. Maybe he had a visitor's room that night. He's feeling good. He had all his oats, you know?
Yeah. But conventions were the place.
Let's talk about something else.
Yeah.
Me and you also met through the death metal scene.
Yes.
Do you remember when? Because I was trying to pin that down, but I remember you more, you know, introduction.
Right.
At Chiller, if I'm not mistaken.
So, I think this had to have been like 1998, 1999. I'd gone to like on Route 17, like, I don't even know why I went. It was like a music store, like Sam Ash, you know. I don't play an instrument. I don't know why I was there. Maybe I was looking for magazines and pinned to a board was a flyer for a show, Hartley show probably. And I couldn't even read the logo, but it was a Funebrarum show, you know. And from there, I became friendly with Daryl Kahan from Funebrarum. And at this time I was going to school at Montclair State, you know.
Right.
I had gone to Clifton, you know, 44 Ward to hang out with him. I met Dave Wagner, and he had given me a Funebrarum shirt. And I was wearing the shirt when, this is probably maybe 2000, at CultCon in Tarrytown. And I was sitting with my wife waiting to meet some friends, and you came around the corner, and I think I must have been writing you about something previous.
Okay.
And you came up, like you said before, you came up to me and you saw my shirt and you started talking to me. And I said like, oh, you know, I guess you recognize my name or recognize, you know, something about the conversation. And that's where we hit it off from there, you know?
Yeah. That was a great one too.
I mean, That's a legendary show, you know. Not too many people went. That night, like Demonia played, you know, Claudio Simonetti blasted out all the Goblin hits to like a small room of people, you know.
That's a really small room for them, I'm sure.
Yeah, you know. And then the next day,
Sergio Stilvati was there, and I watched the symposium with him, and that was amazing, dude. Because I love Sergio Stilvati and all the effects he did in the Fulci movies. And at the moment, I believe they were pushing the Wax Mask.
Probably that's around that time, you know.
So it was cool, man, and he was cool, and that was amazing. That was the best con I've been to, just to be honest.
It was a really like concentrated show. You know what I mean? Like you had to really be a fan of this stuff in order to be there. You know, like it wasn't like, oh, I want to go meet, you know, Kane Hodder, you know, and you're sort of dabbling in the horror thing, you know, like
it wasn't really about the vending at that show.
No, they had posters there, you know, but
it was about the Ruggero Diodato. You know, where you could ask questions and stuff.
Yeah. I remember Jim Van Beber was there. Yeah. He showed it was his finished cut at the time, you know, of Charlie's Family, I think at the time it was called, you know, and he was like, you know, he was out of his mind, either on drinks or pills or both.
Yeah,
or, you know,
I heard about that. I didn't get to see that, but I heard about that.
Yeah.
And then Killjoy was there.
Yes. At that time, I was already very friendly with Killjoy, and that was another draw. You know, he had been there as a guest, you know, and I remember right before Jim Van Beber went up to like introduce his movie, Killjoy was standing there, you know, and I was there talking to him, and Jim Van Beber was, you know, chain smoking. He took a cigarette and threw it into Killjoy's coffee and then went up to the stage, and Killjoy was pissed, you know, legit pissed.
Yeah,
I'd be
I
pissed
would be too.
You know,
I would be too.
And then he, you know, talked about his movie, and he's like, you know, in mode, you know, so it's a memorable experience to say the least.
Oh yeah,
you know?
that sounds completely bugged out, dude.
Yeah.
What about you and Killjoy? Like, how far do you guys go back?
So like, we used to go. I hadn't heard of Necrophagia before, you know, and we used to go to a record show in Wayne at like the PAL in Wayne off of like Route 15. And some guy used to be like a heavy metal merchant, you know, and he had tapes, and it was the Season of the Dead CD. Yeah, he used to have CDs and records and stuff. And I got that, and I loved it, you know. And then I must have seen on the internet, you know, that they were coming out with a new album, the Holocausto de la Morte, you know, and that I really loved. You know, that one I loved even more, you know. And so at that time, I had written some articles, you know, for either Chiller Theaters magazine, or I'd done a couple things for Fangoria. So I wrote to Killjoy, and I sent him some like photocopies of the articles, and I sent him like a couple short stories. And lo and behold, you know, a couple weeks later, he sent me a letter back with I think he might have sent me like a couple shirts, you know, maybe a CD. And he said, you know, I love this story. It was called Say You Will Love Satan, YULE. It was like a Christmas time story of all things. He says, oh, I love this so much. I want to use it for my directorial debut, you know, and this is like 1999, just to give us some time, you know, time frame. And then we just wrote back and forth, you know, and whenever my wife and I would travel to places like horror locations, we would get like a dirt sample, you know, like from Edgar Allan Poe's grave, H.P. Lovecraft's grave, like the Dawn of the Dead locations, you know, and I would put them in little bottles, and I would just send them out. And it was kind of like a little, like either the buddies, you know, like the 44 Ward guys, or whoever. You know, I probably sent some to Killjoy, you know.
Yeah, that's cool.
And we would just write back and forth. And
He was your kid. He was like a kindred spirit, basically. You
Yeah.
met another kindred spirit, and you're like, you felt like these connections that are just. It's weird because you meet these kindred spirits through the years. You might not know them for very long, and it's like the kindred spirit comes out so fast that it's like,
true.
whoa! It's so cool, man. You know,
it's really true. You know,
it's an
because
amazing part of life.
we had like probably from that point, like say 1999 through 2004, right when they were like doing these small national tours, we would talk like every other week, every month. You know, I would call him. First, he used to work at a hospital in like the shipping department. I would call the hospital and we would talk like during his night shift, you know. We talked for like an hour or two, just about like he would tell me about what he was doing, like some ideas he had, you know.
Oh,
and
I thought
was
you meant at the hospital. He was shipping out like pieces of
right.
bodies.
Yeah, you know, and
well, he was talking about his ideas, though.
Yeah.
His band ideas. His band ideas. Let's get this straight.
Yeah, no, that's for a while there, like probably by 1994. Just to go down a list, okay? The one thing that actually like happened, I would say, you know, and there was like one or two, you know, things, was he wanted me to write a screenplay for him that was going to be his directorial debut, and that came to be Harvest Ritual. Then he had somehow gotten the rights to Last House on Dead End Street. He was going to...
Let's save that one now. We're going to save that
one.
Okay.
All right.
So yeah, that's its own fucking.
I was so far-sighted at the time that I wanted to save the stories about the Last House on the Dead End Street for the podcast. Like I knew then that I basically told him like not to tell the story. Basically, he was going to tell me something, and I told him let's save that, because I wanted to hear it live from his mouth. And him talk about, because I hung around with Last House on the Dead End Street guy and Killjoy at the fucking horror convention. So, I mean, I would hang out with these motherfuckers. And he came to a show at fucking Clifton, like a black death metal show where Dimensionon played. And they had like a Last House on the Dead End Street fucking a sample in their song or something. And this guy, who's the director, like shows up. And he's the star of the film, man. He's the fucking maniac in the film, dude. So, and his name was Roger Watkins, and he would fucking chill out, man. Like, then, you know, I went to a convention, and he was there, and they did these interviews, and they were on DVDs, and all this crazy shit, and then I got Killjoy all fucking stoned, and then he could barely do the fucking interview and shit. So if you ever check that out, it's probably on the extras on the Last House on the Dead End Street or one of those ones. Fucking, it's really brutal, dude. Like, the guy was cool as fuck. He died after that too, which is kind of weird. And then, yeah, he was, and the movie's sick, you know. So let's get back to our heart.
Yeah.
So let's save that one.
All right. Yeah.
But yeah, you gave me some shit here, though.
All right.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
I want to just throw in a couple more like death metal type shit.
Yeah.
So if you know
whatever, go over to New York City, you know, and it was like we'd go to the different Kim's videos, hunting, searching for goodies.
The upstairs Kim's, the just the one little stairway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and
that place was so alluring.
It was awesome. You know, they had books, they had records, they had CDs, Generation Records.
Yeah, they had sections for just certain directors.
Mm-hmm.
That was cool. Like at the time.
Yeah. No, it was.
That was really bugged out.
Yeah.
I'm like Andy Mulligan. I'm like, I don't know that. You know.
Yeah.
But just really seeing that in the store was so cool, and I was like,
their stuff.
I need to go see who Andy Mulligan is now. You know what I mean? Because he's got his own section. In the store.
And then there was like that place, Lethal Wares.
Right.
That was around for like a couple minutes, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You'd have these cool places that would be up. You'd be like, oh, this is cool stuff. And then next time they'd be gone,
Do you want to hear a weird one?
Yeah, sure. I'd love to.
Me and my wife were shopping, and at some point we were on a kick to go to we would try to go to stores like the Magical Child,
Okay.
So I don't know where we were, man. I want to say like 14th Street, 13th Street. We're just walking down the street. All of a sudden, we were like, oh, look at this occult store, We go in there. There's like a black curtain in the background. Some really creepy people working there. They got really bugged out jewelry and bugged out really a little bbit deeper, darker occult shit than normal, So we go there and we're like, wow, that was cool. I don't even know if we bought anything. We were just like, whoa, We walk out, whatever. So a couple weeks pass, whatever. We go back there. We go back to look for it. It's not there, dude. It was like, did that happen? You know what I mean? It was like, was that a mirage? You know what I mean? Because it was so
someone put something in my drink, or
especially considering the content of the store.
Yeah.
And just the moods that we were in at the time. It was just so cool, man. It was. I left after and thought to myself, was that a mirage? And to me, like that game, it still sweeps a weird feeling across me.
Right.
But think about it. It's cool, man.
Kind of like the convention thing. Like that was such a different time, like all these little stores. You'd go up this little stairwell and there would be like down near NYU, there'd be you'd go up the stairwell and up in the store up there would be they'd sell all these, death rock shirts they had done themselves, all these weird bands,
Yeah.
And that was really the place, I would buy records there. We'd buy shirts, CDs, we'd just hang around.
I'm going to go back really far with you. Years ago, I would come from Harrison. We would walk from Kearny to Harrison, where they had a path station. We would path over. I guess I was in high school at the time, maybe 10th grade, I believe. So I had to be 16.
Okay.
What do you call it? We would go and path over to 9th Street. Get out. Just one block over where you had the hot dog spot. And only right on that street there, it was only X amount of feet away. There was a record store. It was the upstairs one. Real open air. I don't remember the name of it. And I remember I was really, really starting to collect the Misfits at that time.
Okay.
And it was I had the couple releases. I had maybe Legacy of Brutality. I had Walk Among Us, and not too much more, just a couple releases, because there was not really mass distribution in a weird way at that time.
Yeah.
And then this place, they had a bunch of live tapes of the Misfits. And I remember looking at them and looking at the song titles, and I'm like, yo, what is this song?
Right.
Return of the Fly?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was completely intrigued, dude. I was like, I don't know what this is, And then it was I'm buying this right now. And whatever money I had, I would literally go there with $20. And it was $1 to get there and $1 to get back, So if I could squeeze 3 tapes out of it or 2 tapes, I was good, So I'd put my 2 Misfits tapes in my pocket. I wouldn't buy anything the entire rest of the trip. Maybe I'd get a hot dog and leave.
Yeah.
And then, but the thing is, I have addictive personality a little bit when it collected music, like you.
Yeah.
So I would next weekend I would go and get the next couple 2 tapes, and I just kept going back and back and back. And then one time, a new tape would pop up. I'm like, oh my god,
Yeah.
And and there was a lot of the live Misfit recordings that I had gotten back then. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the live in Michigan or the live in Passaic. You know what I mean? Or certain tapes that were the demos.
Right.
They were the Static Age demos. And I mean, the quality was really bad too.
Right.
Really bad.
Yeah.
It was that. I was really big on the Misfits, and I was really big on Black Flag. So those,
Okay.
and so were my friends, you know. So we would go deep, but I was really going deep with the cassettes because a week would pass, literally. I think not even a week sometimes, and I would go back there, and I would have to have the next thing, man.
There was a place on Route 4 in Paramus, right? But like right near the Toys R Us. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but the Toys R Us used to be Toys R Us.
Talk Jersey with me.
Okay. So it was called Music Man. And
I know.
I probably passed by there a ton of times when I was younger, but I'd never really gone in. And the guy was like selling like your traditional heavy metal stuff, a little bit of hair metal stuff, but also he would have like Misfit stuff. I think this guy, I don't even remember his name. Maybe his name was Louis, of course, Louis. And he must have been a Lodi guy or somehow knew some guys because I remember he had like Jerry Only's bass guitar in the window, from the time.
Cool.
And he would have, my thing at the time was live tapes, So I would see like, what is this? Like, where did these tapes come from? Like live in Boston. Yeah. Or the Why Be Something You're Not, live show from Michigan.
The videos.
Similarly, I would buy them. And like, he was probably, these are probably like third or fourth generation copies. So they would be like rough, These
were videos, the videos, right?
Yes,
those
videos.
Ones? Yeah.
And I would go back. And this guy, at least in my experiences, was a little bit of a pain in the ass. He was not an easygoing dude. And he was kind of like just a plain up dick, A
little rough around the edges.
Right. And it was like, you'd think he was the dude on the video,
Right.
But you had to deal with this guy, but because he had the source of the goodies, So you had to kind of like, okay, Louis, I'll just sit here while you're a dick, but I want to buy that tape,
Yeah.
And this was probably before I started tape trading with other collectors. Or buying stuff through the mail.
Because you had to buy stuff. You had to buy stuff before you really started to trade in a weird way.
It's the truth.
You didn't have any kind of collection.
Nope.
You couldn't just tape trade.
No, you had
There's an illusion out there amongst younger people. Nothing against them.
Right.
But there was an illusion that like tape trading was like easy. But it wasn't easy at all. It was a lot of work.
You had to.
You
it
had to
took
have
time
stuff.
to like organize your collection. You had to organize your list. You had to know how long things were. Because people would want to fill that tape to the brim. Like if it said 200 minutes, 2 hours, you knew that VHS tape could hold like 2 hours and 5 minutes. So I would try to I would squeeze in that extra like 5 minutes. And I'd say, if it runs long, just let it, because I had faith, I said, just let it run long. I know it'll fit, but no, it wasn't easy, and unless it was someone you had dealt with before, it was like a shot in the dark, sending this guy like 5 tapes of whatever he wants,
I got another, I got another subject for us to get on, because I noticed that you've been on this a lot. Maybe I'm going to lead in a little bit. So like, do is splice like a little trailer together.
Yeah.
And then I'll pull out bits, and then we'll do,
Okay.
Not, I don't even want to just say horror toys, but I mean, talk to me about what you're collecting, my man.
So like, without a joke, the first word I ever.
We're getting some good shit here.
Okay.
It's like what I'm going to try to do is splice.
What I'm going to do is splice myself into this video. So basically, this was recorded 2.5 years ago. And then, we were just chopping it up about underground horror stuff. And all of the information on here is completely still, like, relevant in a way. Which is kind of sick. Leon, again, is the fucking one of the horror fucking maestros, He's a fucking Coffin Joe at this stage. So, like, at this stage in the horror scene, these guys have like made their own fucking marks with their own magazines and all their fucking, you know, like their own fucking version of a gore shriek, you know. So like that's fucking cult as fuck. And you know, so it was definitely cool to rewatch this because I haven't watched this and I did it on spot. And then it's interesting to talk about the death metal stuff, the Misfits, because I'm a big Misfits fan. And then also to talk to Leon about like his experience stepping into like the horror convention scene, which I also went into because like death metal got like stale at some stage. So like a bunch of us death metalers like flocked over towards like death fucking videos, basically, you know what I mean? Like, and the more like that's what I got into, you know, like horror movies, like, and that, you know, like that, you know, that filled the gap of like the weak and very little amount of death metal out there. And also black metal was not really my thing at the time, so there was even a weak amount of that. And there was a few bands here and there, like the Black or somebody good that popped out, but like, you know, Gehenna, you know, Inferno, you know what I mean? Like there'd be like one or a couple releases a year, you know, and then fucking after that, like horror became a big fucking thing for me, man. So like I really got into that scene. So it's cool to chop it up with somebody that was just like as into it as me, you know. And I know you're into it too, man. Killer Clown on Christmas. Got the talking wives, like two pranks. That's sick, man. I know you have the collectibles too. So, I mean, people collect like horror collectibles nowadays. So, I mean, I think that's a cool fucking, you know, that's a cool thing beyond music to display in your house or all that stuff, you know? Like, I think it's dope. I mean, and the cool thing about that stuff too is like, that shit performs better than your fucking 401k, man. I'll tell you that right now. Like, I can be a testament to that, I think. Judged on, like, you know? Judged on what I think interest rates are and my collection over X amount of years. Like, I'm like, that thing performs better than a 401k, dude. It has more fucking double values than it has, like, you know, 6.4. So, I mean, you know, in a weird way, like, you know, you're renting out that collectible if you want to sell it down the line, or it, you know, it sticks around and you get to look at it till whenever, you know. So, I mean, it's just like the whole act of buying it is cool, you know what I mean? And especially if it's a rare thing, and if you had to get it in the mail, it's really dope. Because if it's a rare thing, you know. Or you bought it somewhere exotic, like a foreign country or some crazy shit. Anyone here about the vocalist of Lucifer's Hammer? Not really. Isn't that Todd?
Whole trailer together.
Yeah.
And then I'll pull out bits, you know, and then we'll do, you know.
I don't know.
Okay.
Not that
I don't
some
know
of this
who's
might
in
not go to
Lucifer's
waste
Hammer.
either.
I'm just
No,
gonna
I
put
hear
that
you.
straight, but
So
I remember
it's just
them.
good to capture
Yeah,
what
yeah.
we're talking about, you know. What do you call it? So yeah, Leon, I mean, it seems like you really have been collecting like really bugged out horror, and I don't even want to just say horror toys, but I mean, yo, talk to me about what you're collecting, my man.
So, like, without a joke, you know, the first word I ever learned how to spell other than my name was toy, you know, toys, you know. I've always been an action figure guy, you know. First started off with Star Wars, G.I. Joe, and Masters of the Universe, maybe in like third grade, you know. So fast forward, I'm 46 years old, you know, on my own, you know. I'm collecting Star Wars, Masters of the Universe, and G.I. Joe, you know. And as a collector, you got to have rules, because unless you're like collecting everything, and there's some guys I see, they're collecting everything.
Okay.
And more power to them, you know. But I love monsters, you know, love the horror movie thing. So guys I collect are like the monsters or the bad guys, the villains, you know.
Okay, you collect it. You like the villains.
Yeah.
So that's what you.
So like
that's
the
what you
Masters of the Universe thing, I'm getting all like the Skeletor and his goons. You know, with the Star Wars, I'm getting Darth Vader, the Stormtroopers, that kind of thing. And with G.I. Joe, it's Cobra. I'd always been a fan of wrestling since I was a kid. I started listening to this podcast about collectors. These guys collecting. I love seeing what people have in their collections, no matter what it is. You know, you have a baseball card collection. I don't care about baseball. But
I'm big into other people's hobbies too.
Right. I want to see how you're putting your stuff together, how you're displaying your stuff. I guess it's the passion of the hunt, the collecting.
Yeah.
Because
you see it in other people that collect.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so I started getting into wrestling figures again, and like a year later, probably because of the pandemic, when the pandemic happened, I had some like stock on the side to sell on eBay. Like not this past March, the March before when things started to shut down. I said, well, now I have some time. Let me sell some stuff on eBay. Maybe people will be buying, maybe they won't. As it turned out, people were buying and eBay was hot again. Collecting was hot again. So I had made some money and I started getting these figures that I had wanted, like these wrestling figures, filling up some holes in the other collection too,
Right.
But it's also
the wrestling figures, those big ones that were like the WWF ones, like the big rubber ones.
Some of those are like the LJN ones, like they're like the dude stuck in a pose,
Funny enough, I used to hang out with this kid when I was younger, and his grandfather worked for one of those companies.
Nice.
And he had wrestling figures of some of those things that I had never seen before in my life, dude. I don't even think they were out at the moment. They had come out right afterwards, though. But I was like, whoa. Like we went to the dude's house, the grandfather, and he had these figures, and I'm like, whoa. Like, what are those ones?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Which was cool.
Some of them are super collectible.
Yeah, there are other sets of, down the line, they got more complex with the wrestling figures, right?
Like probably in the early 90s, Hasbro had some, and they had like some movements, like you twist a guy at the waist and he would do a move. And that's probably when WWE was at its height, and then other companies would buy the license, and now they're done by Mattel. And, they're really, you can pose them, like in a crazy way. But like, again, I want the guys like The Undertaker, I want the Road Warriors. These guys who either look like they walked out of like horror movie or a post-apocalyptic movie. Some of them are kind of like cult leaders, like they have this weird cult of wrestlers. So it's wherever I turn, I love this like freakish, weird horror vibe,
Everything you collect that I see, it has an edge to it. And not everything, like
not too crazy,
the Universal monsters. They don't seem too edgy. But you know what? When they came out, they were probably super edgy.
I'm sure. Yeah,
like
I'd
Creature
love to go
from the
back.
Black Lagoon. I remember
people
watching
probably
that
freaking out.
When I was little, like when I watched it at the PBC on like a projector or whatever, and that left an impact on me. Which is cool.
For sure. And I think as time has gone on, like probably when I first was like collecting those early days, like Chiller Theater, I was probably like, I like Dracula, fine. But, I was into crazier stuff. Probably as the years have gone by, I appreciate that stuff more and more. And probably like my interest
on the ABC News Magazine. 2020 with Hugh Downs and Barbara Walters. Are your kids renting a movie this weekend? Horror films like these are the most popular choice. Graphic orgies of blood and violence.
And they watch 15 murders in an hour and a half.
Children mesmerized.
I like the gore.
But are they harmless?
is always a female victim and is generally in a sexual context.
With reports that life may now be imitating art, Bob Brown shows you what the kids are watching. VCR horrors. Also,
horror movies.
First, you were frightened by the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
I love the feeling of being scared, you know?
All right, so happy New Year's to Death Metal Podcast. Appreciate you, man. Like, I don't expect to spend fucking New Year's on here, but this is our throwback edition, and then there's multiple New Year's, actually. So we'll bring it in with our fucking unreleased shit, like I said I was gonna play.
Out there, you don't have to. You there, Roy?
I'm here. What's going on?
Not much.
I haven't been this close to Vinny since we used to jam down my grandmother's basement.
Oh, shit. Wow.
I said I haven't been this close to you since we jammed down my grandmother's basement.
You said to me he hasn't been that close to you since he jammed in your grandmother's basement.
Oh, his grandmother.
Yeah.
This fucking down there.
So how did the audio sound on that?
Everything's all right.
Right, that was a super sick outro, right? So that was pretty much all the Evoken, probably. You know, with the except, you know. Hold on a second. Let me make sure this phone is shut off. I was just hearing an echo for some reason. Okay, I had the chat window open. So basically, let me turn my phone down for a second. I got a lot of my boys and my peoples. Shout out to fucking Skip, and shout out to Cassie, and shout out to a lot of other people that are sending me New Year's. Shout out to my family, because that's who I hit up. You know, that's who I hit up to say Happy New Year's. So Happy New Year's, Bob. So a fucking death metal podcast. I'm trying to go and put this retrospective thing so we could chill out and fucking watch fucking old death metal fucking video shit. Stuff that I didn't play before, you know, like I'm trying to dig into the depths and this, you know, like into some of the early, and there's a lot of info here. I mean, when you go through these interviews, like they're deep.
Because we had like a fucking 3-hour conversation when he was in the car driving down to New York City, you know. So
is that where they recorded?
No, he was just going to his mom's, you know.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know where they're recording. They're recording at a studio called Millbrook, and I have no idea where that is.
I don't either.
Maybe I'll find out tonight.
Sweet.
I've been up in fucking Evoken's practice today, but not getting them. And then I talked to Disma today, and they filmed the footage for me.
Are they doing new stuff too?
They're recording stuff at Jim Rowe's house that I'm going to put out.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Awesome. Do you still have that double disc?
Brutal, dude. Super brutal.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get Bill to, you know, approve the repress of it, you know?
Right.
I don't know if he's behind CDs. Like I mentioned, like, yo, I'd like to repress this. He's like, well, we got some new shit that's gonna come out. I'm like, all right, I'll fuck with that, you know? So I mean, he mentioned me doing it, and then Craig mentioned me doing it. So hopefully I'm doing it, you know?
That'd be badass, man. Congrats.
Yeah, they're just, you know, there's some logistics, artwork. Craig talked to me a little bit about the artwork shit today. And then I really got to solidify it with Venner, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it's, you know, maybe people are scared of that release, actually, right?
Because all the info?
You think? I'm not scared of it, though.
Hey, I put out meat shits.
I'm not scared of fucking anything, dude. Like, I do what I want. You know what I mean? Like, you don't like the bands I put out, don't buy the shit.
Right.
You know? If you talk shit,
I never
go
cared.
fuck yourself. The way I look at it is, if you don't care about my stuff, don't look, you know? And then if you're talking shit, go fuck yourself, basically. Because why are you talking shit? I ain't talking shit about you. You want me to go and talk shit about your mom?
Yeah, it's real simple. If you don't like it, just don't listen to it.
Yeah, what if I start commenting on your pictures and be like, yo, your sister's a whore? You know? Like, you know what I mean? Like, in my mind, it says, like, you know, it's like, get out of my business, get out of my kitchen, get out of my fucking life, you know? If you don't want to fuck with whatever I'm doing, I don't need your stance. Like, I don't care. You know what I mean? And you might be surprised. I might have the same fucking stance as you, too. You know what I mean? But, like, you're so fucking, like, brainwashed that you're fucking stupid, bro. So
everybody's like that now.
There's no arguing with you if you're stupid, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So I don't argue with stupid fucking people. I just push them aside and get the fuck out of here, bro.
I just ignore it.
Yeah, I mean, I ignore it now. I used to address it more, and now I don't address it because I'm just like, what am I addressing? Yeah. It just seems like somebody just is there to fuck with you, man, if you address it. You know what I'm saying? So I've been through the scenarios already. I put out Disma, bro. So
right.
You know what I mean? I mean, I already put out Disma multiple times, actually. So I don't know, man. Some of the shits has politics between, I guess, Profound Lore wanting Craig to not be in the band. Not so much the band. You know what I mean?
Just, yep.
And I basically feel that they basically are like, well, fuck you guys, basically. You know what I mean? Like, fuck
Yeah.
your fucking label. You know what I mean? I
Are
don't
they
know.
able to play festivals or anything yet?
I mean,
I
I
mean, not
guess that becomes
COVID
secondary.
thing, but with all that issues.
In some respects, that starts to become secondary to them. You know what I mean? Because they want to make good music. So, I mean, I think they'll still be able to do what they want, just to be honest. But
Right.
obviously, there's always going to be those fuck boys that are going to try to tell them you can't do that here and all this bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
That happened a lot before COVID.
Well, if I was in their band, I would be careful and understand in advance. Like if I go out and try to do a tour in Europe, especially, that there's a good chance that half of it's going to get fucked up.
Mhm.
But you know what? Like if they still want to do it, I mean, they're still going to go to Europe. They're still going to go to the countries. They're still going to play some shows. They're still going to find a way to play. There's nobody going to stop anybody from playing. I don't care what band you're fucking in. You could be in fucking a Kiss cover band. And if you want, and you could find a way to play, bro, even if it's down your grandmother's basement. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Right?
I hear you.
For a couple friends, you know? So any band can go out there and do whatever the fuck they want, you know?
I just typically don't give a shit. If I like the music, that's pretty much what I care about.
I mean, it's the same for me. Even when I was younger, like, fucking, I didn't know at the time, like, somebody was listening to, like, Screwdriver, you know?
Yeah.
And they're known as some fucking, whatever, white power band or whatever. And, I didn't know.
That was actually the only things I stayed away from because where I was growing up in Virginia, we had a big skinhead problem where they would try and beat up all the punks and metalheads, which was really odd.
No, that was a New York thing too.
Was
I
it?
mean, in New York City? Yeah. I mean, I used to go to Lemoore, so I mean, it was like it was more there. It was more long hairs versus skinheads. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know with the punks. Maybe the punks could slip in with the skinheads a little. You know.
Kinda, yeah, here and there.
But I went to shows. With Brutal Pits, and you know, you had like the Cro-Mags. You had like your. I went to like the whole beginning stage of the Biohazard demo era.
Nice.
So you really had a lot of people that at that time were doing the whole fucking, fucking starting the fucking beat down slam kind of hardcore-ish, you know? I don't know.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's just one step beyond the whole like agnostic front judge. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There was another scene too. There was another scene, and I remember this scene, and this is another scene that got fucked up. I don't know if I'm sure you know this, but there was a whole like emerging hardcore scene with like 25 to Life. And they were doing all these shows, and they were setting up all kinds of shit. And
yeah, that shit got fucked up for a long time.
That shit got caved in on itself because I think a lot of jealousy, and then you know, just band jealousy against. Rick to Life.
Yeah, they played in Richmond. I can't remember the year, probably 98, I think. He had a massive distro with him, which was awesome. But he got his ass beat outside. I can't remember why. So he's in there selling all his records and shit with like huge wads of toilet paper shoved up his nose, bleeding all over the place.
Damn. I mean, the guy, for something to happen like that, you think he would just quit, you know?
Yeah, right.
I mean, eventually he kind of seems like he did quit, you know? But I mean,
it kind of just disappeared, did he?
I don't know what the story is. I'm friends with him on Facebook. So a couple years ago, he would post up a lot of like Trump, you know? And then over time, he scaled back on that a little because I guess he got evicted from Facebook so many times. And then he basically he likes old school death metal basically, and you know, like say he likes old Obituary, he likes Pestilence. You know what I mean?
Nice. Yep.
He likes Celtic Frost a lot. I know he's a big Celtic Frost fan, Morbid Tales type shit.
Right on.
So sometimes I would see him up in there. I think he got a raw deal, but I don't know the full story. I do know one little part of it from Kev from Bulldoze, but I'm not going to repeat that part. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no problem.
You know, but like, you know, just in general with that, I thought the scene that they had was a cool thing that they had going. You know what I mean? They had
that was unique for sure.
That was hot, right? It was kind of a
Yeah.
hot scene.
Yeah,
I mean, cool.
There must have the entire club was packed every time.
Yeah. you have a really cool scene going on. You got all these bands involved. You got distros there. You know what I mean? You have a dude who is like, kind of looks like a freak too.
Yo, you guys I mentioned earlier, you guys mentioned earlier about your grandmothers or whatever. Did you text your grandmother, man? Like, and then you wanted music for your grandmother? We had some music for your grandmother. This is Grandma's guest chamber. All right, so check out for the rest of that Grandma album though, because it has a green logo though, so I don't know why it has a red one on mine, but maybe it has a red logo too. But check out the rest of the record. So just somebody maybe remind me. So yeah, like you got to text your family members on holidays. Mine are dead too, man. So I can't text my grandmother. But I mean, I could tell someone else to do it, and then they'll do it, you know. So I think that's a wise decision as a person who, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to text the other living people in your life to, you know, just like say what's up, you know. At least around Christmas and fucking New Year's, man. Fuck, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, we don't, you know, like, life is short, man, and life is short. So for real. What do you call it? So let's go back to tonight is the retrospective fucking death metal podcast. At 4:20 is how long I've been on for. So what do you call it? Yeah, sorry to hear that, man. Same, I mean, not for me, but all the ones I cared about are. So what do you call it? Except my immediate family, none of them are. What do you call it? You create a family as a fucking older person, you know, like a adult. So like that becomes your family too, you know. So like my family's alive pretty much. Yeah, man, you gotta shout out to the fucking grandma. I mean, who the fuck buys you fucking some socks or some brutal fucking? My grandmother bought me my first leather jacket, so. Shout out to my
weird
grandma.
way with the big dreadlocks and all.
Yeah,
that
the dreads
shit,
and
you know?
everything. Yep.
And then, like, you know, I felt he was propping up the scene like a lot of years before that through my lenses. You know what I mean?
Well, I
remember him from the Agnostic Front shows that I went to back when I was a little kid and seeing him.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought he was younger for some reason. I don't know why.
He was at those type of shows, though. You know what I mean? Less tattoos at the time.
Right.
Just had just one little chest piece. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because
his distro was killer. I bought a ton of shit off of him.
You can sell like live tapes for like $2, right?
Yeah, he had a wide range of everything too. It wasn't just hardcore. I mean, I found some obscure punk that I was looking for forever. He had them for like $2, $3, 7 inches.
Oh, that's cool.
He even found death metal in there randomly.
Yeah, I only looked at his distro once, so I don't remember. But I remember it being unique, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he had a really good range of pretty much everything on extreme, I guess, at that time.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna do like cut a little couple like promo-y type fucking things, you know.
Sure.
So what you could do is, for me, is just be like, I'm Barrett from, my label, and whatever, check us out at whatever, you know what I mean?
Something I never later did, which I never cut promos for fucking death metal podcasts, because I was like, you know what, fuck that. Like, it's dope to say fucking, I'm Barrett from fucking blah 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 death metal podcast, but I'm like, who the fuck cares, man? You know what I mean? Like, do we really fucking? I rethought that, and I'm like, fuck that, man. I mean, people did cut promos for me in the beginning, like Lilker and Immolation and Barrett or whatever, or Leon or. I don't know, maybe even Chris. But the thing is, like, I was like, you know what? I'm not putting that fucking in the fucking show, man. Fuck that. Wanted to keep it brutal and stay that death metal, and like, obviously, even though you guys know I like horror movie stuff and gory collecting and other outlets of a death metal fan. You know what I mean? So you could see way before I even really went on the air as Death Metal Podcast, I was interviewing Leon, Doc Holocausto, I should say. And he's the pinnacle of the death metal, not a horror death metal collector kind of guy. You know what I mean? He like was involved with the scene. You know what I mean? He was fucking had the Funeral demo shit on, when the shit first came out, and like we would talk about like Lena Romay and fucking like Mario Bava and shit. So like, who the fuck do you talk to about like Umberto Lenzi? You know what I mean? Who do you talk to about the horror stars and fan out with, except other people that are really into it? You know what I mean? So he was one of those guys that was into it. So we should flop back to his interview, man.
Is more in that kind of vibe or era than elsewhere, because it's fun, like, it's not too complicated. It's got a great aesthetic, it's enjoyable.
Also, I noticed you're a big art collector, and then you collect a lot of very original art. Like, it's not like you just have posters of other people's stuff that they're selling prints. It's like you have artists' stuff that it looks like was almost made right for you.
So
you could talk to me about that a little bit?
So a lot of, like, I would see like a cover artist, like a Matt Putrid, or Jeff Zornow, or a guy from Canada, Rob Macabre Smits, who did the Demigod cover. And I would write to them and I would ask them, like, do you do commissions? Do you have original art? And some of these guys, even though they're working for smaller releases or smaller publications, their art is still, especially like in the case of like a Matt Putrid, his art is unbelievably detailed. It's like, it's got like a masterful touch, and
yeah, definitely.
I would love to, and so I really got into the mode of collecting, pieces, getting original pieces, and it would be fun to tell the guy, like I had Putrid do like a piece that was inspired by almost like Nazi horror movies, so he's got like Ilsa, She-Wolf of the SS, he's in there, he's got Zombie Lake, Shockwaves, all that kind of stuff.
Beast
and
of whatever, right?
Yeah.
Those
and
crazy ones, or just yeah, there was some bug
yeah.
So that's a public announcement. Like, I don't, like, whatever we're talking about has to do with the genre of film only. Like, just so you know. So, and shout out to fucking Matt Putrid, who's a fucking maniac. Happy New Year, everybody. Thank you for tuning in, Death Grinder 666. We're taking this into a fucking throwback of fucking death metal podcast, which is like unreleased old fucking interviews with people that, like, are really informative and shit, and like I never put them out, you know. So and then I wanted to also highlight a couple things like the Embalmer stuff, and I just keep finding them too, because there's things that I just didn't show, and then I downloaded later, and you know what I mean. I just was like, fuck, I should have showed this on the fucking Death Metal podcast, basically, and so tonight's the night. I mean, I'm gonna try to stay and just rock and roll, and I barely ate my food now, and now it's time to join some more festivities. And you know, you're done texting your family, but basically, you know, like appreciate the people that stick around and watch this. So hopefully, good entertainment for you guys.
And it was fun, you know, so it's for good and bad, you know, so I didn't necessarily want them getting into the nitty gritty of things, you know.
Oh, I gotcha.
You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
For the best
right,
to have some separation.
Listen, I think we got some shit.
Good.
All right, so that was the end of that interview. So appreciate you guys watching too, man. Yeah, definitely, dude. This is the shit we would talk about, you know, and this is the videos we would trade around to each other, and like we would buy like the horror posters. So I would collect the Thai ones, and they were really fucking brutal, dude. They made a nice book of those. And they would sell them for like $30 or something. They were on like this parchment fucking paper. I have all like old Fulci ones, and like they're really fucking horrific. And Dr. Butcher MD and shit, and they're pretty gory. Some of them turned into flags, actually. Yeah, thank you, man. Roy, for keeping the channel going. I hope to see more in 2025. You're gonna see more interviews. Respect to you too. Thank you. What do you call it? Umberto Lenzi rules. You're gonna see more interviews and more original content in the upcoming year, because of the end of last year. Like as usual, like I don't want to be everybody's fucking like DJ. You be your own fucking playlist. You know what I mean? But I'll come on here and I'll talk to bands, and then if we play music and it gets whatever, it gets whatever. But the thing is, like, I'm not coming on here every week to fucking, you know, I don't get paid enough to fucking do that, you know? So, you know what I'm saying? Fucking, I got an interview with Francisco. Yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate it. So if you got the Thai one, like, you know, like I have that as a poster. So, like, we probably fucking whatever, you know? Those are good posters, man. So let me take it back to Barrett now. So appreciate you guys watching. I see a lot of people still watching this, so. And when I was going to go on here, I was like, yo, is anyone going to give a fuck about this? And I'm like, you know what? I don't give a fuck. I give a fuck about this. Why don't I show some old fucking videos? You motherfuckers like death metal. So do I.
And then you could do stop again and say it again, and then just like say
look
like
how
our new
motherfucking fat I am on
releases,
this
or
shit.
look out for this or that, you know, and check out our back catalog, whatever. Or music. I had thought like the singing. I was like, what the fuck is that? You know, like that's the singing. That's the singing. And then the third part was more like I was laughing because I was like, yo, it sounds like a fucking tribe of fucking pygmies, dude. and then after that, the best part is I brought it to my friend's house, and I'm like, yo, you have to listen to this record, dude. You know what I mean?
That's how it spread.
And then I put it on, you know what I mean? It was my friend Eric Zukiel who passed away. I go to his house, I bring the record over, I put it on, dude. He's like, his fucking mind is just blown, dude. We were both just sitting there and his mind is blown, right?
Yeah.
We're chilling out, turn the record off, whatever, right? Me and him, we used to listen to Cryptic Slaughter on some comp, you know, that song, Convicted and shit.
Yeah.
Just hanging out in this room listening to Slayer or some metal comps, right? And he goes, yo, put that record on again. I'm like, yeah, I want to listen to it again too, bro. He puts it on.
Can't get enough of that shit.
Yo, he puts it on. We're like cracking up. We're laughing. You know, we're having a good time. And then like later on, he had a guitar in his room, and I still have his amp from back in the day, like this little practice amp. And there was like a little part in the record. There was like a little part in the guitar playing shit, and I seen him over in the corner, fucking being like he was trying to.
He figured it out.
He was trying to learn. Yeah, he was like learning the riff. He's like you could just see the guy's eyes light up. You know, he's just like,
I can do this.
He's like, holy shit, dude. He's like, the riffs in this. He's like, I hear the guitar back there. You know,
right?
Which is cool, man. I remember being at his house. I remember I was like, I left the record there, and then we were listening to it some more, and I went over to him and I was like, yo, there's this one song I really like on this record. He's like, which one, bro? I'm like, it's Pseudo Youth.
He's like,
no. We put it on, and then he started to try to play it, you know. And then I was like, well, let me try to play it too, bro. And then he gave me his guitar, and I was like trying to fucking play it, dude. You know, we had the same experience too with Leprosy.
Nice.
Where he knew a couple of the riffs to the Leprosy, and then I was like, yo, teach me how to play teach me how to play some fucking Leprosy shit.
Did you guys start a band?
I didn't start a band with him. But I did start a band with some dudes from my high school, and the drummer of that band is the drummer of Evoken.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, and then the guy who played guitar, I don't know, no, the guy who sang in the band played with Bill from Disma, and they had a band. They did a 1-song rehearsal. They called the band Body of Christ, and that had come out before Disma.
Okay.
That didn't even come out. It didn't even come out. They had a dope logo, and they had a 1 song. And I'm trying to think who else was in that band. I don't remember. But the guy, Vinny, who plays in Evoken, we had a band. We were called Embalmed Corpse. And we would play down my basement at my grandmother's house, and I built up a small little rehearsal fucking thing. And then there was a couple dudes, local dudes, and we would try to play Carcass, Ruptured, and Purulence.
Nice.
But then we would try to play Noise too, because I was starting to get into fucking a little bit of Noise. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
This was probably like,
you got anything recorded?
90. Yeah. But I never put it out there because it was stupid at the time. You know, it was just.
Right.
I've done that. I've done that as a thing, and I did record it. Yeah, I record everything, bro. You know what I mean?
Right.
If there's a room full of people and we're playing instruments, I got my fucking shit out, bro. I'm recording that shit. You know?
Weren't you telling me, like the last time we really talked, that you had all kinds of these old tape recordings or something you were thinking about releasing?
Yeah, like I went to all these shows. I would go to a lot of shows, and I had this little handheld tape recorder, and it had come with this little recorder mic. You know what I mean?
I remember those. Yeah.
It was a pretty high quality fucking mic for such a small little mic. You know, It was omnidirectional. It was really small though, and so I would come armed. Yeah, I would go to a show. I would have a bunch of blank tapes with me. And I would have that mic and that little recorder. And sometimes I might even have a set of batteries with me, too.
Nice.
Obviously, you can't fuck around, right?
Yeah.
And what do you call it? I would basically would be like, you know, it was a difficult journey sometimes because there was bands that I wanted to watch or be participating in the show, but I wanted to record it, too. You know what I mean? Like I had
I used to do kind of something like that.
Yeah, I had a lot of issues with that with me and Gorephobia because I wanted to record the Gorephobia, but I wanted to headbang and be into that too, you know?
Of course, yeah.
But I started taking the tape recorder around, and I took it on tour with me to record the Incantation Anal Cunt Phlegm tour. I took it on with me when we would go to Ohio. I took it on with me if I went to Rhode Island to see AC. I took it with me to G. Willikers when Necrophile played in 1991.
Yeah.
I got Brutal Truth from back then, Exit 13, Disrupt.
You saw Disrupt?
Gorephobia, yeah.
Oh, man, I would have killed to see
Disrupt.
Disrupt.
Crazy Disrupt cassette tape that I recorded at G. Willikers with the handheld. and it is fucking insane, dude. You know,
I'd love to hear that.
Yeah, it's really brutal, dude. You know, so it's cool. You know, obviously when you're dealing with the handheld, you get bumped up a little bit, but you got people trying to talk to you sometimes. So sometimes you get a little bit of surface noise in there. You know,
Right? Of course.
not too much, not too much though. You know.
That's cool as hell. You got that shit though.
Yeah. Did you ever do that when you were younger? Did you ever go to the Metallica concert and bring the fucking recorder?
No, my buddy, he had more money and he actually had a handheld VHS, so he'd bring that so I could be up front and do whatever, and then we'd go back and run it through and record the live thing onto a cassette tape through like the old players, you know, because you could plug it in there if you did through the right channel.
Yeah, was your friend's camcorder? Did it have like a whole toaster on the side? Was it that?
Pretty much. It was huge.
Those were cool, man.
I have a whole compilation of videos that he made. Actually, we compressed it down onto one VHS. I think it was like 12 shows, all from the same club. All these huge bands that we put on one VHS. I don't know how it even fit, but you know, what you recorded at certain speeds, you could go longer.
Yeah.
What I was talking about with Disrupt is that I went to see Disrupt and I recorded them. Like, I recorded an old Disrupt show and it sounds like a fucking... It is so brutal, man. And then it's a really good pocket recording, I would call it, you know? But the thing is, like, because the band is a little more like crustcore or whatever the fuck, instead of metalcore, it translated to the cassette better, you know what I mean? So it's like it's one of the, but it's live. It's super fucking sick, dude. I mean, I never let anyone even hear it, I guess, and that's kind of crazy, but you know, like I have these like little, I would call them gems, you know? They just hang out. I think it was 91 actually. 91 or 92. Because it was with Brutal Truth and Exit 13 and Disrupt and some other bands. And I recorded like every band, I believe. So yeah, and I took photos too. I remember that was when I was like, realized I was like, you should take photos of this shit. You know what I mean? Like, why don't you start bringing your fucking 110 camera or whatever the fuck it was, 35 millimeter, and I was like, I should take photos while I'm at these shows. Like, I need to fucking, you know what I mean? Like, there's more going on here than just the sound. There's like, and then I trailed off on that quick because alcohol was introduced to my life, but then I didn't even want to be in a fucking photo. And even today, I mean, there's no interviews really out there with Necroharmonic or all that, because this is what it turned into, you know. This is the interview, but it's good. This is good knowledge that we're spewing with Barrett, because this is all super fucking brutal death metal fucking shit. We didn't finish the interview with my other man here either, and I have more too. Like, I have more, man. I have to move the shit, you know, and have to think about it and care, you know. So, you know, I want this to be a cool and weird episode. You know, I'm a little eclectic anyway, so like, you know, I'm just trying to relive a bunch of interviews and throwbacks that we didn't even release, basically. And then I told you online the other day, like, and I was talking about like copyright strikes and all this stuff. Like, I don't want to think about that stuff. I just want to think about, like, me coming on here and, like, free form putting on some kind of, like, show with, like, original content, I guess. As much as I can, you know. I mean, you know, beyond me playing Grandma, I haven't played too much other shit, you know. Like, I don't, I want to try to, you know, like, I want to try to play, like, just stuff that I recorded or interviews I never released.
But I don't have a VHS player anymore. I can't watch any of it.
You want to know something, my brother? It's Saturday, right? I bought a VHS player today.
Did you really?
For $10 at, yeah, because it said it was a forehead one. and normally VHS players are 2-head.
Right.
So I have a thrift store by my house, and I go in there and I look to see if people are basically have donated their old gear. And then they test it, and then they put it out on the floor.
Oh, they actually test them?
They test it, yeah. Well, I did ask on the VCR because it was a weird one. It was like it said 4-head VCR, which is weird.
Yeah, what does that even mean?
It means most VCRs are 2-head. So 4-head, it's better quality.
Oh, okay.
Much
So
better
the
quality.
spinner, yeah.
I guess I have no idea, but it's supposed to be much better quality. Unless I'm retarded and it's the 6-head one. You know, there could be a possibility I'm retarded.
I have one in my living room, but every time you put the tape in, it just ejects it out immediately.
Yeah. So I picked up probably I got at least 5 of them here because the 1 or 2 I did have, I was starting to get ejection issues like you have. And then I started to buy 1 or 2 more because I noticed some of my videotapes, some important ones too, have mold inside of them.
Oh crap! I bet all mine do.
I'm gonna run this through the machine, and then I'm gonna throw the machine out when I'm done. You know what I mean? Because if you leave and you keep playing the same VCR tapes in one machine and it has mold in one, it'll just take the mold and put it onto the next tape.
But do you remember those cleaners?
Yeah, I remember those things.
I think I still have one of those.
That's no protection against mold, I think. Like in my mind. And then if I can, especially if I could get them for like a lot of the VCRs they sell by my house are like $2 and shit.
No shit.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, a couple of the real important
VCR. Yo, Barrett, I mailed you a VCR, bro.
Yeah, a couple of the real important VHS tapes I had, like my old bands playing live or whatever. My buddy converted them onto DVD for like $25.
Cool. So wait, I'm gonna cut another promo here with you.
Sure, I think they're ready, but they didn't have the money to release it. And I was like, I have the money. I can release that. So I was like, well, I'm doing the zine. Why not do a label? So I was like, all right, Severed Pages, Severed Records.
Friends too, right? They were your friends.
Oh yeah, great friends.
One of your best friends, right?
Yeah, still to this day.
Yeah,
the drummer.
That's cool, man. And what's cool is Necroharmonic has almost the same story as you in a weird way without the zine.
Oh no shit.
Where I released one of my best friend's bands as my first release, you know?
Right on. Which
was Ceremonium.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. I'm still friends with them, and they're still my best friends.
I don't see him as much. He's down in Virginia, and I moved here. But I mean, we lived together for like 8 years, and like he's in, Iron Reagan.
Oh yeah, I've heard of them. Yeah,
yeah, it's got Tony from the Waste. Yeah, he's a drummer for them.
Sick.
He's in Mammoth Grinder.
Dave Whitty was the drummer for them.
No, Dave Whitty's in Municipal Waste.
I knew that. I just didn't know if he was an Iron Reagan too.
No, Ryan is my buddy.
Okay, cool, man. Cool. They play shows together, right? Them and Municipal Waste, or they just promoted together.
They're just promoted together because they share members.
Oh, okay, that's what it is.
But
okay.
they separate the tours. Like the Waste tour is like 9 months a year. I think Iron Reagan does a month or two. But Suppression?
I know of. Yeah. Oh, the old one? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're still around, and he's the drummer for that.
Okay. Weren't they
and
from
Mammoth
Indiana?
Grinder from Virginia.
Suppression. Oh, Suppression. Yeah. From Virginia. Okay.
Yeah, the Noise.
Yeah. Yes, I remember them.
Yeah, they're still making music.
All right, sick. One more promo now. I got another idea.
Why she's sucking off a dead dog on the cover.
Going to the printer with that, bro, was some next level shit, dude.
Right.
Because it was in person. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it was some next level moments, man. I wish I had a video recorder. I could have recorded myself from a third person party, you know? Like me, the guy who printed it, the lady at the desk when I was
the lady
for it, like everybody, like that was actually the icing on a cake, you know?
Right.
You know what I mean?
That was the funny part. One of the people that used to do all the print work and stuff, they were women, and half my releases aren't that woman friendly. They press them and never said a word. They send it right through. I'm like, oh, those poor women. Like,
it's strange because in a lot of gore grind, like it does look like, it's just like there's a lot of like women victimish shit, but it's like, a lot of people take it wrong, because it's like you have to think of it like in a serial killer perspective a little bit sometimes, or you just
everyone
have to
takes it
think of
wrong
as a gross out perspective. I mean, I think sometimes attitudes are changing. Like a little bit of attitudes are changing towards serial killer stuff because they show it on Netflix nowadays. You know
it's everywhere now.
Yeah. So, all right. So yeah, I got a couple promos out of you, right?
All right, fuckers. So that let's see what else we have in my shit here. Like this, that was a pretty exclusive and long interview with Barrett that I spread out on here to you guys to check out. And I think this is where Chris is talking about the Disma stuff. So we haven't played this since the beginning of the podcast.
You haven't your mom still fucking pays your bills.
That's how it always should be,
Yeah, I mean, hardcore kind of had that too, but at the same time, those guys go to a show and they want to beat each other up,
Yeah.
So like in death metal, it's like it's there, but we don't go to shows and try to beat each other up. You know what I mean? Like we just sometimes.
Sometimes,
just sometimes,
not all the time.
Not all the time. Not even those hardcore dudes might have beaten each other up. They might just beat up the outsider fuckers. But I mean, usually if someone gets beat up somewhere, they usually deserve it anyway. So that's the way I really look at every beating at every show I've been to, which is every show has a beating at the end usually. So
yeah,
it just has to do with the music. The music is hard, and then people get psyched up, and then they want to beat people.
It's true.
Which is good. Hey, whatever, I remember every show I threw all those shows at Hartley's. Every show we did, except one, maybe. I would say I did about 25 shows. There was only one show without a fight. So, yeah, fucking
only
violent
one?
music. Only one without a fight. Yeah, one without a fight. I said.
That's crazy.
So out of 20 others, there was a fight. And some of the fights were big. They were like throw bar stools over the fucking bar thing,
Yeah.
It was crazy. Yeah, some crazy shit, man. I mean, and also in New Jersey, we don't fucking play around, obviously. We're fucking maniacs,
No. Yeah, at any place I ever go, that's like, even a couple guys I was talking to, like Marine guys, are like, oh, you're from Jersey? Everyone we ever met from Jersey, and these are Marine guys. We're like, you fuckers are crazy. I'm like, all right, we're a little bit crazy, but we're also truthful, This is how it is, and we're not going to take shit or get taken advantage of. It's like we're going to say
it's
something.
the level of truthfulness that's so brutal that basically people are fucking scared of it. I noticed that too,
It's totally. It's so true.
Yeah,
but
it's gotten me in trouble many times, and I don't give a fuck. And I'm not from Jersey anymore, but obviously I still carry Jersey with me because I lived in Jersey for 30 years.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's still my state, my home state. You know what I mean? In a weird way.
That's it. Welcome to New Jersey. Now go home.
Welcome to New Jersey. Yeah. So let's think about this here. All right, so I'm gonna wind out a little bit. Not everything I'm gonna do is going full live. You know what I mean? Like I'm going best black, like a fucking black ass fucking shows, black death metal. One of the best black death metal shows I went to was Mysticum at Wetlands. It was so fucking sick, dude.
Yeah, that was a good show.
Yeah, and I had just barely heard their album, but I had the two best shows I thought I saw at Wetlands for like a more black side of things was Mysticum, and then I saw a show with Enslaved there. And they were
I
really
didn't see
killer,
that show.
Yeah, they were killer, dude.
Yeah, I wish I saw them live.
Yeah, they were killer, man. They just murdered the place, dude, you know? All right, we got a couple little pieces. Yeah, I could just chop that out right there. That's why I restarted what I was saying. So all you like now, just maybe you could just give me a plug, like a station ID kind of plug bullshit. Just be like, yo, I'm Chris from whatever bands you want to say, and check out Death Metal Podcast.
You see how uncomfortable that was? Just to explain
That's about it. And anything else you want to add, you know?
So that's why I didn't
go crazy.
That's why I didn't do that eventually. After that, I was like, you know what? I'm not asking anyone for plugs. I bought my best friend to when you had gruesome stuff relish and the day everything became nothing. Was throwing bar stools and tables and people were still sitting in them. Yo, that was a fucking sick show, man. I have flyers of that. I'll upload the flyer if you guys want to see it. Like the thing is, I did document, you know, like, and say like, you know, with Necroharmonic, the label. You know, like, I mean, if I threw the show, I probably have the flyer, you know what I mean? Like, I had to make the flyer, you know? And back then, the computer wasn't, like, an option. It was like, you had to tape the fucking shit or use a glue stick or something. Like, it was barely an option. It wasn't an option for me. Let me see, though. I'm going to upload that show in particular. Because we did that was a sick fucking show, man. Here, this is probably like the best version I have of it. But this is in black and white. So yeah, this show was part of my like post and, you know, pre and post Maryland death metal shows. So say like I looked at Maryland Death Fest's like lineup and I said, well, who are the fucking goriest bands on here? And then let me see if I talk to the guys from Maryland Death Fest and I talk to the bands themselves, if they want to come play a fucking show for Necroharmonic and play a show at Hartley's, some dive bar that I used to set death metal shows up at. So we set up this show on one of those Maryland fucking excursions. It was with Gutter Christ too. So he's still out there too. He's doing a New Year's show fucking tonight. His shit was New Year's an hour ago, like us. So it was Gutter Christ and Necroharmonic, and then Fuck I'm Dead from Australia, The Day Everything Became Nothing from Australia, Gruesome Stuff Relish from Spain, Unanimate Hostility from the USA, and Waken the Cadaver from they were signed to Necroharmonic because this was 2008 at Hartley's. So this is a long fucking time ago, man. So Frank remembers the show, so that's pretty fucking sick. Hey, Susanna, how's it going? Happy New Year to you, too. Thank you. Yeah, man. This is a lot of throwbacks here. Yeah, they were epic. I mean, I would book a lot of cool stuff. And so let's go back. Let's put a little more music back into this because, yeah. Let's throw some more of this.
Yeah,
so your band.
Take a little break here.
All right. So yeah, we have Embalmer.
One way or another, you know.
Sure. Stab it from the back.
Yes.
You guys got a good sound. Everybody was commenting on the sound. So whatever. All right. So this is the part where I'm talking to the bands. I think in between two little sets or something. So I'm talking to Paul. He's the singer from Embalmer. They're now broken up, which sucks. But this is a sick fucking video. I think it's deserves to be in the Death Metal Hall of Fame, Death Metal Podcast Hall of Fame. So,
all right, cool, man. Fun. Yeah, shout out also to our boy Noah Buchanan over at Mercenary Studios. He lent us some fucking studio mics so we could run some shit through an interface instead of using a shitty ass, telephone or laptop microphone to get this. Even though that'd be super underground, we could put a rehearsal demo out, after the podcast and shit if we did that. But You know, we're trying to be a little more advanced than that and
yeah,
be some modern guys.
I'll put out the rehearsal demo. I got to record it.
We need Sakula here with his audio booter, man. We'd be in good shape.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Sakula.
Yep. He's at home working on new Vadiat. So if you haven't checked that out, check it out. Vadiat, Vadiat, new shit.
Yeah. We're going to get together and talk with the boys?
Yeah, I mean, you know, jam a couple more tunes and then do an interview. Right. I mean, if everybody wants to hear a couple more songs, we'll play a few more songs, man.
I want to hear some more music, man.
All right, cool. Then that's what we'll do.
Hey, man, Carl from Oz saying your place looks like a death metal lounge.
Oh yeah, we got the upper lounge up here. See, like you got the business area down here, and you got the party area up here. So like, you know, we got our jam room set up like a mullet. We're business in the fucking front. And we're partying in the fucking back here, dude. So just trying to keep it ultra sick. You know how it is.
It's brutal. I know. Yeah, whoever's got out echoing, I know. It's just it's coming through their end.
So, all right. So we'll get off this one here on my phone, Roy, on the audio, and then we'll click back over to the interface audio, and then we'll jam a few more tunes and then get down on some talk, bro.
Francisco wants to know if that's a casting couch.
You know, previously it is. This couch actually has been around since like 98 or 97, something like that. It was my parents' couch. It's been at multiple places I've lived. Me and Brian lived together. It was there. So now it's here. So yeah.
Many people have lived on that couch.
Many people have lived on this couch. I mean, it has to be leather, so it's wipeable, you know.
Right. Kind of shit. In case you cut up anything.
Yeah. Cut up something, stab something one way or another, you know.
Sure. Stab it from the back.
Yes. All right, cool, man. Well, I'm going to get off the audio here on the phone with my fat ass head, dude, and we'll fucking start jamming some more.
All right, brother.
All right.
Sounds
Signing
good.
off from my end, bro.
All right. There you have it. So when they turn on their sound, we're good to go. And Death Metal Podcast coming at you live with Embalmer, basically. So yeah, man. Good shit, bro. Make sure there's no splooge marks on there. You guys have to turn on your sound. Yeah, and get Paul in the shot. They got cheap beer. You're in the studio with the brown couch, the casting couch. All right, there he goes. Now we got the sound in the room again.
We're good,
man. Yeah, you're good. I'm out of here. Death Metal Podcast exclusive. All right, so Happy New Year to you other fuckers for the next fucking time zone, motherfuckers. So happy fucking New Year. 1 a.m. is 12 somewhere else, an hour further. So Happy New Year, fuckfaces. You guys are sick. I appreciate all the supporters from Illinois and etc. Like people from Texas, I believe, are an hour difference than us. Other parts of the country. So like we all are at different time zones, you know. So fucking, I'm just trying to play tonight. Is just all throwback shit. It's just like unreleased, fat-faced necroharmonic. I mean, Death Metal Podcast interviews and shit. So I interlace some of the music with this too. Now we're gonna get a little bit busier with the music again, a little bit, just to fucking party things up a little bit. It's 11 p.m. there, so we have another hour for Susanna for the West Coast to hit. That's why I'm staying on, motherfucker. Like, I want this to be a fucking, this is our gift to you. And hopefully you fucking jam with this shit, man. Cheers to you. Jam with January this, 8th, 2022. Shout out to Paul John too from Embalmer. I feel like I'm not Kid at the show who can't talk over the bands, but shout out to Paul and shout out to Brian Baxter.
And shout out to Roy, the drummer, because me and him have the same name. And all the guys from Embalmer. I knew Toby. I've been out to Ohio multiple times. Shout out to Steve Eggs. Shout out to Brian that they were referencing. And Vadiant. And all those guys out there. Chris Dora. Dude, you did us a super solid the other day. And Steve Eggs, you did me a super solid too by letting us crash there. Shout out to fucking Parma. So here is Embalmer, though, again, man. This was an old episode. This was I think one of our better episodes. And this was early on, so, like, I don't know why anyone didn't try to duplicate this yet. You guys like what we're playing tonight, man? This is our fucking death metal throwback edition. Like, I wanted to try to encapsulate unreleased interviews and jams, which was a lot of the Evoken stuff we played earlier in the episode where it's unreleased. There was a few I had played, the older songs. And then there was other stuff I had not played. And there's still stuff I didn't play because I didn't play everything with the keyboard guy. So, yeah. Fucking, if you're a fan of Evoken, you might want to check that the fuck out, dude, because they are playing some bugged out stuff, and it's heavy, dude. I mean, so we're going to go back to the Embalmer. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. I hope your New Year's is good. I hope you're getting drunk or whatever, you know? You got weed or fucking shots, Jello shots, you know, or you're with your family or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, all the good shit, man. All the fun shit, all the good shit. Let's do it all the time, man. Tonight, I made a conscientious decision when I woke up after I was just lazing the fuck out like I would on a what feels like a Sunday. So this feels like a Sunday to me. That's why I'm doing this. So this feels like Sunday, and I'm like, you know what, man? This is a good time to fucking... I think I'm almost going to do that next. Like, that's the next stage of this. We're going to make this a total fucking blowout fucking show. And I'm going to... But the thing is, I have to stay focused to play unreleased shit. And I have other shit. You know what I mean? So, like, I have videos of Dismember I don't think I put out. I have other stuff that I didn't play or that we could just jam the fuck on. But I would prefer this to try to set off a new precedent for my YouTube experience here of making videos. So, like, I don't want to have copyright strikes. I want the videos to be, like, kind of like my own-ish. Now, sometimes there are going to be melodies that are detected on these, so they will be copyright struck in any way. But they won't be, like, kicked off the air struck. If they are, they are. I mean, I still record all these and the vocals, so, I mean, it's like, I could still do some shit, you know? But basically tonight we're gonna just, you know, try to you know, like, I figured there's other fucking freaks out there that would fuck with this, and I, you know, I'm one of them, obviously.
This fucking microphone. Yeah. Sir, I keep forgetting you're there.
They can smell our bud.
I can't smell it, so you can smell it.
You didn't bring none, motherfucker. The guy that don't bring no weeds bitching about weed the most.
But you guys all have.
He ain't had weed in a year, but, you know.
Under the bucket.
Hey, man, who's packing up a bowl? Someone else do it, because I can't pack it, but, you know. One of you motherfuckers get your shit. Hey, man, as long as you bring the riffs, it's fine.
Oh, we bring them.
Usually you do. Where's Steve to smoke? You're smoking that. You'll be okay.
Much better.
Just keep going, man.
No shit, much better.
Alright, so we'll do, they can smell our bud.
They can smell our bud, yeah.
Smell it now.
Ooh, I can smell your butt.
Lena had to come over and talk to me on my phone. Battery! Getting a low phone. Battery! But it's okay. We got other phones in here. If that one gets fucked up, we'll just plug someone else's shit. All right, let's go. Time is of the essence. Let's fucking rip. There's no more room in hell. Good. We'll walk the earth.
Yeah, what happened last time we didn't practice?
Death Metal Podcast coming at you.
Let's do the interview.
This. Let's see if we can. All right, so the rest of this, it turns into like an interview thing. So like we've showed that on the. If you guys want to watch, there's a whole fucking episode where you could relive that whole shit. I just thought that in the spirit and essence of Death Metal Podcast tonight, of all nights, you know, for throwbacks of with the best of, in between mixed in with the unreleased, that fucking Embalmer shit and that set right there in the practice room, that was some fucking pure fucking Death Metal Podcast history, in my opinion. Yeah, I thought of something else while I was moving across the room too, of some other things that should be played here that are part of the Death Metal Podcast fucking history, basically. So I'm gonna dig some of those out. Let me play this. This is something I never played ever, dude. So let's see where it's at though. This is like it has like a stories about like Ceremonium, you know. So it was with the singer from Ceremonium, Oscar. So myself and him, we were working together to put together Ceremonium stuff. I was the releaser of the first Ceremonium 7-inch, the Nightfall in Heaven, and you know, was really involved with the earliest days of their stuff, and then later again involved, and then so at some point I was like, yo, why don't you do it? I was talking to Oscar like a lot at that stage. I was like, all right, well, we're doing an interview with you too, bro. We'll talk about fucking Putrefact and Ceremonium and all kinds of shit. So I've been just holding off these crazy videos too. We'll see what the quality's like. I don't remember, so bear with me if it's weird as fuck. Happy New Year, man. Thank you, Richard. I appreciate that you've been on here to show cool shit. This is going to be an interview with Oscar Matter from Ceremonium. And then these were all pretty impromptu videos, so Rotter Records, exactly. So, you know what I mean? I'm trying to I could still show more from the Embalmer interview too, which I would like to, because that was really a good fucking thing too. So Death Metal Podcast used to start off pretty primitive back then. Longer waits and record times, and no, I'm not doing requests. This is the archival, like unreleased and throwbacks. So I'm putting videos on here that have never been released, or you know, a few I've played a song or two, never released the whole thing, or that Embalmer I just considered that a fucking party fucking gig song, man. Like that was on an episode, you know. So yeah, man. So here's the place to talk, Frankie. I mean, these are the similar fans and shit. So we're just waiting now. I'm not trying to fuck with the speeds here, because last time when I did that, it meant something. Let me see if I can move it a little though. Move the dial. And we'll see what's up, man. We'll see if this interview is grindcore as fuck. So we did an interview. We had Barrett on here with Severed Records. We did one with, we had some live rare Evoken stuff recorded in Kearny, New Jersey. And then Doc Holocausto, the editor of Evil Speak magazine, which is a horror fucking thing that Billy from Razorback is involved with too and puts out. And then what else did we show? We show Chris from Blasphematory, Disma, he's in Mausoleum, Altar of Gore, and also a couple other bands. He was in Warhead back in the day, and Abazagorath. They have multiple albums. They toured in Europe. So I was, you know, pushing out tour stories from him and shit. Trying to, you know, fucking, you know what I mean? Like, I was trying to push the stories out of people, basically, and that's the bottom line. So I try to,
we're having some technical difficulties here.
Try to push stories out of people about old death metal shit, you know? So, it looks like it's playing, so I don't want to fuck with it, but I'm going to move it again, the dial.
All right.
What's up?
Some of these people are super
Premature
hard to
denial. You need 12
interview.
Out again.
It was this old Ceremonium logo, of course. We're gonna make that as the shirts.
Oh my god, bro, that was
Hoodies,
like
hats.
I didn't even know somebody sent you that, man.
You seen that before?
No, I never saw that before. That looked like a.
It looked like a techno club's
It
fucking
looked like
logo.
Buck Rogers or something, man.
I just saw
you
it the
know?
other day because
That was crazy, man.
I just saw it the other day, actually like 3 days ago, because so the guy who's writing some Seraphic Decay book is some French guy. So there's a German publisher, and then there's a French guy. And this French, I believe he's a French guy. His name is Disma. He put like a call to action on Instagram, and he's like, "Does anyone have any other varieties of this incantation, Entrapment of Evil 7-inch on Seraphic?"
Right.
So I hit him up, and I was like, "Yo, I might, I'll take." No, I just said I would take a look at mine, So then the more we had talked, I was like, "Yo, man, I just have a question for you, bro." He's like, "What's up, man?" I'm like, are you guys putting in the Morbid Angel Slaughterlord split 7-inch in the book? Because that's a Seraphic Decay release too. And he's like, "What?"
They're gonna put it out?
And he says, and then I was like, "And what about the SOB fucking 7-inch?" And he's like, "What? What are you He's like, "What?" And then he went on Metal Archives, I guess, and then he found one. He goes, "Yo, which one is it?" And I was like, "It's the one with the red cover there, that's the Morbid Angel one." And what do you call it? Fucking, he didn't do these. The guys, they're cool. I mean, but they're putting out a book on something they don't even know. And and the funny thing is, I told him, I was like, "Oh, yo, I got some letters from Steve O'Bannon." He's like, "Whoa, what?" I was like,
let me make this clear, Frankie Bleakley. This is previously recorded stuff, so there's no Oscar here. You know what I mean? This is stuff I recorded like years and years and years ago. You know what I mean? This was some fucking Doc Holocausto. No, he didn't. He works on Evil Speak Mag, which is a horror-related mag that does cool long form and short form articles about Paul Nashi and fucking like, you know what I mean, like really good splatter flicks and like stuff like that, and old school ones too as well. So, and then Leon's writing too is like he'll take it into like a movie genre of that hasn't been talked about, like Headless Women hypothetically, or this or that, or Two Vampire Girls, and then he will delve down into the rabbit hole, so he's a cool dude. And I am a horror fanatic. I don't even own any Evil Speak. I think I have like issue 1 as usual. I'll get like the first issue and then I never follow up on the rest. But yeah, this ain't live, man. This is just me replaying. This is me live right now, this is me live doing the New Year's fucking show. It's 1:27 a.m. for us, but it's not 12 midnight in Cali, It's not 12 midnight in Oregon. It's not 12 midnight in Washington. So I'm trying to, do a long form original thing just to see how it popped. And I figured, let me show the old interviews because there's a lot of info here. And then if anyone wants to watch it, fuck with it. If you don't fucking change the channel, basically. I'm sure, the thing is, like, most of the people that fuck with this videos, I mean, I did promote it very sloppily because I really wasn't even going to fucking do this, but I was like, I thought about it. I said, I have unreleased content and I have other stuff too. And I'm like, I should put this out and I should make this a long thing and I should make this for the people. And let people pop in and out if they feel like it. It's New Year's. Who the fuck knows what the fuck you're doing, man, Like, if you fucked with this a long period of time, 2 minutes, whatever, man, I'm sure you'll fucking heard some cool shit, So let's see if we could bring.
I know he didn't write any.
People like call me, Roy, and like interview me, like about books.
It's
because I have another lamp right here.
I also talked to Steve Eggs. I didn't talk. I just talked to Bill in the text. Goes out.
At the Agoraphobia, obviously, and Mortician, Incantation, obviously. I had them, Roy. I had all them 7 inches, bro. Did I tell you what happened to them?
Sean Conroy came over.
No, bro. This wasn't even well, that's another story, bro. Nah, bro.
Sorry about that.
Art Johnson from Putrefact, ex-guitarist from Putrefact.
Yeah. You left
I
him
used
at
to
his house, and his mom threw him unknown adorer.
Yo,
I had both
was
of
a
them actually.
really
And the other one
deep
was
joke,
what was
dude.
it? The
Shout out
horrors.
to
What
Sean
was it?
Conroy.
Blasphemies of the Flesh.
This is a real
Blasphemies
Kearny
of the
episode, man.
Nick Orlando at my house.
Okay, hold on. Let's go back. So this is Nick.
Unknown adorer.
I had both of them.
We're
You
talking
stuck
7
and
inches.
you recorded it to cassette. Usually,
To cassette,
like
okay,
almost
so-
as soon as you got it.
So Art wanted to borrow some 7 inches because I used to get a lot of 7. I used to have a lot of 7 inches, and I remember, man, to this day, man, he was like, "Can I borrow your 7 inches? I can record them on cassette." I'm like, "Yeah, that's fine, man." So we went over there. I give him the 7 inch. I had the Shubnigaroth 7 inch. The
Unknown adorer.
I had both of them actually, and the other one was the what was it? The horrors. What was it? I
Blasphemies
forget,
of the Flesh. Blasphemies of the Flesh or some shit.
what was the demo with the demon on the demo on the middle?
Horror Creatures demo.
Horror Creatures, bro. And they came out with a 7 inch, man. It had a guy with a knife, man. It might have been I've known I'm horror.
Yeah, it was.
But I
That
had
was the
that,
one.
bro. So I had that. I had the Agoraphobia. I had the Incantation, bro.
I
had the
taped that
Mortician, bro.
Unknown adorer off Nick Orlando at my house. I remember
Yeah.
he had it. And I was like, yo, I need that, bro. And he's like, all right, cool, man. We would have little
Damn,
tape
bro.
trading parties at my house, you know?
Yeah. I was
Remember when
actually
we would
thinking-
have those little tape trading parties and we
Bro.
would get together and we would bring our
remember-
shit. It sounds like
I remember-
you went to Art's house. You had a tape trading party, but you didn't leave. You didn't leave with your shit.
No, bro. It wasn't. I wish it was like that because that was the last time I saw Art, bro. Like I let him the 7 inches, and I don't know what happened. Bro. Time just went woof. By the time I knew it, it was like 2 years passed, and I was like, damn. And then I never heard from Art again, bro. You know. But that's what happened
Yeah.
to my 7
He
inches.
probably
bro. I
still
called
has
up-
them.
I know he still has them, bro. I know he still has them, but I'm not gonna ask him for them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And the
yeah.
other-
I'm
and
gonna
the other
get.
thing
I
that
think I
happened to me
might try
was-
to get Art up on here, though. Why not?
You got to get
He's
Art.
part
And
of
the
our
other thing
team.
that happened was, remember when we used to go to shows in Connections back in the day?
Sure.
I went to a Connection show, bro, and there was a guy, a European guy that was into, he was into the scene, and I had just Crematory Denial EP had just come out on CD, bro, and I just got it, bro. I just received it. I don't even know where I got it from, bro, but I had the original one, with Mango Beyond Mango Beyond Recognition?
Yeah,
record?
yeah. That's right.
Bro, I had it. I had that one, and I had a couple of the 7 inch CDs, bro. And then this guy, he was like, "Yo, let me borrow your CDs, bro." The guy went to Europe, bro. He never came back. And then obviously, you know what happened with with the rest of my
yeah.
when we were
later in
roommates.
life. Yeah, later in life.
That was it, yeah, bro.
Some fuck
That was
shit
crazy,
happened.
man.
That was some
Yeah,
fuck
bro.
shit. Yeah, yeah.
But what are you gonna do?
Hey.
After that, Roy, I still bought CDs and everything, but when I came to Miami, man, somebody broke into my freaking truck, bro, and they stole all my CDs, bro. Like in 2010.
Oh, I think I remember that. Yeah, you
And that was
mentioned
it. I was like, you know what? I'm not buying nothing, bro. And
I
I'll
got
tell you
another
what.
lead in. I got another lead in too. Go ahead.
And
Bring me.
the first time, and then this year, I was like, you know what? Let me start buying again, man. And that's when I actually hit you up, and I got some stuff from you.
Yeah.
That's when I started buying records again. So right now, I've been buying some records, bro. I got I got some pretty sick records there, bro. I got the Disembowelment, bro.
Nice.
White vinyl.
I got a little treat right behind me. Look at this piece.
What do you got?
I was putting a few
I know you got
shits on
tons
the
of
shelves.
treats. Wow, you got to bring it up a little bit. Electric Wizard, man.
Super Coven record. Super rare, bro.
I only had one Electric Wizard, bro.
Look, Gangstar right next to it, though, right?
Gangstar, bro. I remember some Gangstar, actually, bro. Back in the day, we used to listen to some little bit of Gangstar.
Yeah,
I saw.
to Gangstar.
Didn't we see Electric Wizard in
Staten
was
Island?
it Brooklyn or the Bronx?
Yeah, or
In a
it
boat.
was one of those.
Weren't they in a boat? Wasn't there like a boat?
I didn't go to the boat show. I went to the show where Evoken played and Ceremonial, I think, and then Electric Wizard played. And I remember them getting into an argument outside, and they're like, "Yo, mates, we're about to break up."
Nah.
I'm like, "Oh shit."
Morse. I think it was us.
Maybe it was Lemore's East or something, because I don't know about that. Or Lemore's West.
I think.
You know what, man? I don't know if I could play this because I could hear Sabbath playing in the background. So this YouTube is super touchy, man. So hopefully, like, that didn't fuck things up for me, but it's all good. This is not monetized anyway, so. But I just hear like Black Sabbath playing deep in the background, and I'm like, you know what? I actually can't play this because this has Black Sabbath on it. Let's play this unreleased clip and speed things up a little bit. I never played this, or if I did, it was like once fleetingly. I doubt it though. So this is from the same show that Disgustor was on. And then I'm going to go into the vault after that and look for, like, some other apocalyptic fucking things that we recorded. Nice. Because when they were Chris Dora in the house, I guess Chris, what's up, Chris? Won't let you in.
7 or 8, at least three.
Yeah, they won't let you into the country even if you have a minor record, right?
He passed out on a red light.
It's the same with United States, because that's why Blasphemy never plays the United States, because the guy has a criminal record or whatever. One of the guys.
Yeah, just because of me, we can't play. Paul, fuck all you fucking pieces of fucking shit. Fuck you.
I mean, I've never passed out at a fucking...
Well, I know, but who has a felony in the band, you or me?
Wait, here's a good...
about everybody's criminal record in the band and why they can't play Canada. Like,
here's
a fucking dick.
Here's a good question. Do you know how many copies the original There Was Blood Everywhere 7-inch were pressed? Do you know how many copies were pressed?
Original copies? With the CD, it was 20,000.
Yeah, probably like 90,000, I think, right?
No, 20,000.
20,000?
Yep.
There you go. Is it past Embalmer Roy's bedtime? Where'd he go?
He went to get fried chicken.
He lives pretty far from the jam spot. He's like an hour south from here as opposed to the rest of us.
Oh, okay.
20,
Yeah,
30
gotcha.
minutes, so he had a roll, you know.
Yeah, the guy talking about the blood is everywhere. He's talking about the 7-inch. I guess he wants to know what the limitation of the 7-inch.
He wants to know what?
I guess he's looking to find out what the limitation of the 7-inch was or something.
I don't know what the 7-inch limitation was.
I know with the CD thing was 20,000. With the CD, that was everything.
Gotcha. Damn, that's a lot. I never put out a release. I hand number my releases, so I know how many I put out. All my shit's hand numbered. All my records were hand numbered. I didn't hand number the CDs. That's impossible almost, but yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna hand number the next set of records I put out though. I'm kind of sick of fucking hand numbering shit.
Vinyl is one thing, man. CDs and
You know what? I hand numbered vinyl too, though, man, and it's just like, god damn, dude. Unless you do the whole fucking batch.
Disciples of Mockery from you.
Yeah, I hand numbered all my vinyls actually. Hand numbered Ceremonium, Gut, Disciples, Crematory. I didn't.
What he meant to tell you is he got a Disciples of Mockery LP from me that I got from you, but that's okay.
Cool, man. Yeah, we're gonna probably put that back out again too. I got like 700 fucking covers here.
You gotta put all the Disciples.
Where's the weed? Where's the fucking weed at? You guys, I haven't seen anyone smoking any weed in like 15 minutes. Yeah, where's the weed at? I don't see bongs. I don't see vapor fucking chambers.
Where's the weed at? We're hooking up
now. What are you doing with that? That's empty.
There we go.
Where's your bag? Where's your bag? Pack it up.
That's the chalice.
I am producing a absolutely ram-packed, smokable, hittable,
I'm going all the way outside.
hittable fucking bowl, dude. So I don't want to hear anybody's bullshit. I got a problem when they can't fucking hit it.
Here we go. Love the posters on the wall. Can spot Incantation, Abhorror, Deicide, Unleashed, Evolution. Is this the jam room? Yes, this is the jam room, bro. Did you read the story? Maybe you're on Facebook.
A portion of the jam room.
This is a portion. This is where the casting couch is. Somebody wants to know. Somebody wants to know. Hold on. Talking about 7 inches, we'll love to see Embalmer do a split 7-inch with a Singapore band.
Hey man, hit us up if somebody wants to put it out. We'll fucking do it. You know what I mean?
There you go, Putra. It's time for you to start a label, Putra bin Hosni.
I pushed it down. It was like, I'm like, it was full when I brought it.
Check it out. It's pretty good dope, dude.
Hold on.
It smells good.
It smells all right.
What are you guys checking out? A new strain?
We're
some more dope, dude.
It's that devil weed.
100%.
I mean, they took like what Ohio Death Focus is doing. They took the torch and they made the torch fucking burn even fucking hotter. I mean, they're doing great, dude. I support them. I think some of the bands that they put on their shows are fucking great.
Fuck yeah, they get a lot of rare performances.
You might as well fucking go to that show, have fucking fun, dude. It's great, dude. I think they're doing a great fucking job.
Even if you just go there to meet people. Even if you just go there to hang out with people, you know, I mean, you have a good time.
Yeah, dude, there's so many good bands that they get.
Well, yeah.
You're going to see multiple bands that are really good that you're going to fucking love.
Let's be honest, man. Like, who's doing it better in the U.S.? Like, there's more underground stuff you might be preferred to, like in Texas or whatever. But, like, dude, you look at what those guys do and the investment they put in and the bands they get. Like, if you compare the U.S. in general versus Europe, like, look at everything you're going to get on an Obscene Extreme or a Party San or a fucking, you know, you're at least, or a Hellfest. You're going to get tons and tons and tons of bands on a scale that you couldn't even fathom in the U.S. Like maybe Psycho Las Vegas or maybe like Maryland or fucking California Death Fest are like the biggest example of a main Milwaukee Metal Fest / Michigan Death Fest / Ohio Death Fest. Like, name me a substitute. So if you don't like Maryland Death Fest and you don't like fucking California and all other shit they do, name me a comparable substitute. Yes,
all right, John Grave wants to speak on the Demolith shirt. John Grave says that Demolith shirt is sick, but the quality sucks.
Sucks. Everybody knows it.
Shirt with dates on the back.
Yeah, I didn't catch a Demolith shirt when they played. We helped them get on a bus, though. I remember that. They came to CBGB's when I threw
that was Roy, you did that one in 2006 before they played the Maryland Death Fest the first time. I was at that too, man. I went to that.
Yeah, I had
Funebrarum?
I booked Pungent Stench and Splatterhouse and Machitazo at CBGB's.
Right, I remember that.
And then then the guys from Demolish like showed up at CBGB's because I was like where we told them to meet us, you know. And then Dave from Funebrarum rented out a van, dude, on the spot, bro, and stuck Pungent Stench and Demolish in the van, dude, to help him get to Maryland, which was cool, man.
That was super cool.
Or
And
was on Maryland Death Fest in 05. That was my first show with Embalmer.
That was actually Maryland, Embalmer's reunion major festival, dude. Like, you know, like Don played that show at the time, and
that was my first show with Embalmer.
You know, cool. And that was I remember watching Pungent Stench from the side of the stage with Bridget and a couple other people that we're friends with, Roy. You know what I mean? But like I was watching Pungent Stench right on the side of the fucking stage, and Dismember played that year, dude. Pungent, you know, tons of cool fucking shit. So All
right, here's a question coming from India. What would your ideal list of bands to do a world tour with?
Can we tour Deranged?
For us to do a world tour with? I mean,
yeah, the ideal bands to do a world tour with.
I want the Flesh to be somewhere in there. The Flesh to just be kind of like around.
Pretty vague question, but yeah, I guess that's cool.
We're all going to have a different answer, but I mean, we'll just might as well go around. Go ahead, Don.
All right, Hail Satan. So I found one or two things I want to play on here because I think these things are historically important to death metal podcast and the essence of the underground. Some of the stuff that we made for this, you know. So I didn't really want to come on here and talk, just to be honest. I was just going to try to play back-to-back videos, but you know, like if I don't preface it, then you might not understand why I'm doing it. So years ago, I don't have the major logo on this one, but I had hit up my man Mike from Warflurch. So he had started up a band called Plasmodulated, and I was like, "Yo, man, can you you have any like rehearsals or anything? You want to do something for the podcast, you know?" So he did a straight up 3-song rehearsal of Plasmodulated exclusive for Death Metal Podcast. So we're gonna play that. The encoded visual is a little fucked. So just want to preface this though. So this is Mike from Warflurch and his band Plasmodulated. They did a exclusive death metal podcast. So happy New Year to you, Mike. I know you live in Florida, so you already had New Year, but you're a good dude, man. Appreciate you, brother. right, DMP. So that was the plasmodulated special edition fucking song demo that they recorded just for Death Metal Podcast, which was sick, man. I mean, they had some definite fucking kills. They were hitting the kill switches everywhere there. I mean, Werflurch hit some, and plasmodulated obviously too. I mean, you could tell that stuff was live, man. So I mean, and played back to back, it sounded like almost. So definitely at least you know what I mean, like show and prove, man. I mean, I that was the takeaway for me about the plasmodulated situation for Mike and myself. I hit up a band and said, do you want to play something exclusive for Death Metal Podcast? Do you have a track or something you want to send me, you know? Because you're my friend, so let me, you know, like, let me play one of your tracks on my show or whatever. You got this new band. And then he literally goes and records a fucking small demo and then with his band. And then gives it to me within like 2 days. Or maybe they had recorded it beforehand and that was just what he had. And then he's like, here you go, man. Here's our fucking plasmodulated fucking, you know? So that was underground as fuck, dude, you know? I love that the underground spirit could do something like that, you know? Like, he went and played and, yeah, it's crazy, man. You want to give it another listen? Yeah, I mean, maybe I have another band that did that, okay? There's another band now that I would like to play. Now, I hit up the same exact day that I hit up Mike from Plasmodulated. I hit up another band, too. I hit up a band from Texas that I know. So I've known this girl, Barb, for a long time. She's a drummer now. She wasn't a drummer when I first, you know, she was a Necroharmonic customer or something. So Barb had a band now. It's an Infestation of Evil. They're from Texas. I think outside of El Paso. So Infestation of Evil, I had hit up the same day as the Plasmodulated and asked the same question basically. To say like, yo, do you want to put on some? Would you like to put on? Like, do you have a rehearsal track or something we could put on Death Metal Podcast? And they gave us an exclusive Infestation of Evil track, too, as well. Maybe like a week later. So we're going to play that right now, too. Because this is Death Metal Podcast fucking history, man. Yeah, named after Carnage, exactly. And Barb learned how to play drums, like, just out of necessity. So that's kind of cool, you know? Like, you know, like her band, like she wanted to have a band, or her man had a band, or something. Something was going. Her bands were in her fucking sphere, no matter what, dude. And then it's like she almost learned how to play drums out of fucking necessity. And they're black as fuck. I mean, as far as their black death metal, and like their logo is fucking phenomenal. So let's play one of their tracks, because going out into the new fucking year, hopefully it's that long. This is Infestation of Evil, fucking Bastard Child, exclusive. Happy Napalm Year. I like that. So I like that a lot, dude. Thank you, Zach. Appreciate you guys tuning in to fucking Death Metal Podcast tonight. This is a long episode, right? We're playing a lot of exclusives and weird interviews, though. So, like, that's why I try to keep it fucking gully. So tonight, you know, like Death Metal Podcast, I try to put rare shit on here. Like, that's going to be the goal for the next year, too. Like, to put more rare death metal on here. Including our interviews, everything, man. So, like, I hope you guys have liked last year's end of the month interviews we had with Zeke and Erica, you know? I thought they were both pretty fucking intriguing, and there was a lot to learn from both bands and both scenes, dude. So I really appreciate that they support a Death Metal Podcast, and I appreciate everyone that is in the chat supporting this shit. Hopefully you guys will enjoy this rare Rotravor song that I saved for all you guys and has no one ever plays. Alright, maybe not. So let's see what else I can pull out of the chamber here. How about some Jamaican black metal?
This one's a good one. Lost in the maze, trapped in a spell. Need a wishing well to free me from this hell. Lost in the maze, trapped in a spell. Need a wishing well to free me from this hell. Insanity. Insanity. Lost in rage, forever in the days, fingers and hairs, twisted in my gaze. Lost in rage, forever in the days, fingers and hairs, twisted in my gaze. Insanity.
Alright, Orisha Shakpana for Jamaican fucking black metal. They had a 7-inch on a French label. So, yeah, it's real. So, that's the super fucking sick guitar sound, exactly. The guitar sound is crazy, but Jaman. He's like, are you serious? So, I'm serious, man. So, they have a demo, I believe, and a 7-inch, or maybe the demo tracks are on the 7-inch. Let me see what I got here, too. Okay, this is going to be upcoming with Necroharmonic, too. I haven't played this much, but I wanted to give a shout-out because this is coming through soon, man. And I mean, and these are the underground legends. Like, members of these bands played in Putrefact and played in other cool bands. All right, be on the lookout for that release, actually, on Necroharmonic, Decay. It's a 3-song rare demo. So let's see if we played through the entire Abazagorath, Disma, Mausoleum interview.
Crazy. You put me on the spot. I'm going crazy.
Almost to the point of dick, you know? But backed in the fucking head for what the Gore.
Maybe this was just me talking shit.
And then he's playing drums nowadays for Disma. And he got another band too, Blasphematory, who are super sick. Gonna have him on here. Just waiting for him to jump in. So everyone should check out Death Metal Podcast here on YouTube. It's just type in Death Metal Podcast in the search and you should get it. And then everyone out there that watches this, I appreciate the support. I'm going to throw some appreciation towards Francisco from Jamming Out All Badass podcast, because he's thrown a lot of support my way. He's a good dude. He interviews a bunch of bands. He's a sicko. Me and him have the same taste. We listen to Fear of God together, probably, if I live near him. But yeah, he's a totally cool dude, man. And I want to say what's up to him. I really appreciate he started to I wanted to do some podcasting, and then this guy started to, he put me on, and I'm popping a little bit here, put me on, and started getting my chops up a little, so which is cool, man. I really enjoy this spreading the word of death metal. And here we go, we're bringing in our guests right now. The man, this guy I know for many years, super sick death metaler. What's up, brother?
What's going on, man?
How's it
Long
going?
time it's going. Long
In
time
the
no
flesh
see.
in a while. I haven't seen you in the flesh in a long ass time, right?
Not a long time.
Yeah. How's it going, bro?
Same old shit, different pile, you know.
Yeah,
But
I did a little rambling intro, and I didn't even mention Mausoleum. You played on the Mausoleum stuff too.
oh yeah, Mausoleum. We just recorded 9 brand new songs. Drums are done. Hopefully that's out probably early 2022. That's what they're expecting, at least.
Cool. So yeah, basically, normally I would preamble about how we're gonna do all these fucking promos, but I think I'm just gonna save those for the end because every time I end up getting online with somebody, it turns into a fucking interview for real almost. I'm probably not doing this live, but you know, whatever. In the future, I might, and this might not be the only interview I do with you, so we'll see. We will see. But basically, I'm trying to cut promos for death metal podcasts on YouTube, and then but let's talk about your bands and the projects. So also, I was talking about Blasphematory.
Close.
Blasphematory. Okay, I knew I was gonna fuck that one up.
Everyone fucks it. Everyone calls it Blasphematory.
Talk to me about that. Talk to me about that band. Like, is that just you?
No, it's so it started. Blasphematory was me and Joe, who actually he's been playing bass in Abazagorath since Dave moved. But him and I started that as really just fun, you know, messing around. He lives real close to me. He's kind of got a rehearsal spot right down the road, so we were looking to do something different than straight up, you know, black metal that we've been doing with the Baz, and then we put together a demo. Really, he also runs NVNM with his partner Tom. It's like a underground Jersey label, but they do the right thing. You know, everyone on that band, everyone on that roster is, you know, one of those guys or one of their bands. They're in multiple projects, but they released it on tape, and then Nuclear Winter heard it and released it on vinyl and on CD. But it's kind of grown a lot. Like I said, it was more something fun, something different. But it seems to be getting bigger than thought, with minimal promotion. But it's raw, you know. It's old school
good
sounding. Yeah,
Yo, if it's good, it's gonna take legs of its own, right?
Right. I mean, I've recorded 7 new songs. That also is going to get released by New Winter. I know certain things he's backed up on with everything. Everything's back ordered, but yeah, he's going to be releasing that early 2022. We've added a guitar player. Prior to pandemic, we were starting to play with a second guitar player because it's basically Joe and myself. Joe's doing all the vocals. I'm doing some of the keyboard intros on the recordings. But we needed to teach somebody, you know, something in case we got live, because we were going to do the first show was with Under Gang in Pissgrave in New York City. So it was going to be a first good show, and then we were supposed to play actually in Seattle. So the dude's from Ian from Cerebral Rot. He likes the band a lot.
All right, I played the whole preamble, so if you want to see the rest of this, if you go back to the beginning of Death Metal Podcast tomorrow or something, then all the rest of Chris's, or a good part of Chris's interviews in the beginning of the Death Metal Podcast. So I figure, you know what, there's a little piece on here I could still play without the shout-outs fucking bullshit. So let's see here. I pulled a few little exclusive-y type videos from... You know, the thing is, what I thought too in the past year of 2024, a takeaway for me was go to some shows and film some shit, you know? So if you go to shows and you film a few videos, you could show them on Death Metal Podcast, because they're definitely death metal related. I only go to really death metal shows anyway, so I mean, there was a show tonight for New Year's Eve. Shout out to Dripping. Shout out to Seb, who sent me a text. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everyone that's tuned in. This is an impromptu 6 hours plus now, though, because this is New Year's Eve, so I wanted to entertain everybody with some unreleased and bizarre, necroharmonic, what do you call it? Death Metal Podcast, like old videos of stuff that I recorded that I didn't even put on. I didn't put it on YouTube at all because I didn't know where to put it, So we could put it on here. That's I think the biggest takeaway. But shout out to Dripping. So this was an old Dripping video. Oh, unsupported. Okay, maybe not. Let's see what I got something in its place though. This was in the summer. All right, my bad. Yo, had to get a few Natty Light ices. So 5.9, man. These are I took these all in after New Year's, though. So like, you know, way after New Year's Eve. But cheers to the Death Metal Podcast watchers. Hope you guys are liking the exclusive interviews and exclusive videos that I took at shows, or I'm trying to play stuff that's been like not really fucked with, you know what I mean? Like maybe I played it on here once or never even played it. So yeah, that was Dismember earlier with the backstage footage. I had taken that at the Undergang Dismember show in New York. Natty Ice, exactly. Got to join the club, man. Cheap with bigger alcohol. That's all I knew. I haven't really drank in a long time, so like just picking out alcohol is like a bizarre fucking ritual. So up next, this is will be a Necroharmonic release, actually. Not the one band, but the other. Gummies. Thank you for everybody that's been supporting. Let me pause this for a second. Thank you for everybody that's been supporting the fucking show tonight too, man. I hope you guys are enjoying your fucking New Year's. So crack one out, you know, eat your gummies or whatever the fuck, and then you know, enjoy your fucking year, man. This is gonna be our fucking year this year, right? Thank you, man. Dude, thank you for supporting me for so long, homie. Appreciate you, bro. So check this band out, man. They're amazing, dude. I gotta go through it. You guys don't mind hearing another track, right? So thank you for tuning in, man. Fucking death metal podcast, Under the Influence. I didn't take the other substances I have over here, but I'll still consider it. I mean, the episode ain't over yet, and another half hour till California hits New Year's Eve. If we got any Californians in the chat, gotta love the drum machine, extreme metal. Fuck the haters. I like that comment. This is a good release, so I mean, it always seems like it needed a little extra love, you know? So if I can help give it that love, then I would like to. Thank you, man. So I hope everybody's liking the weird exclusive content, and if it'll be there afterwards, hopefully, if, this seems like a less risque thing than I would normally do for death metal podcasts, because, like, when I go on here, like, when I'm done, I get an email that says I have like 29 copyright strikes or whatever. They're not copyright strikes. They're like some kind of like warning signal that says like you've played music from Orchard Music, or you played music from Sony, or you played something that's on CD Baby. But these are bands that are, they're collecting royalties off their streams, and they're getting numbers on their streams and all that cool stuff. So like, I don't have a problem playing them on here, you know what I mean? And I don't have a problem even getting banned for playing them on here. But at this, like, I want to make original content, as original as I can. So, like, it starts to make me rethink, like, how I'm going to do this show, especially for the next couple, like, years. Because, like, I'm thinking in the macro, you know? We did 175 plus fucking episodes, so, like, I keep staying in the macro because, like, I feel you're like, I'm probably will keep fucking with this if you guys want to see it, you know what I mean? Like, if no one's watching it, then, I mean, I'll still fucking fuck with it, but the thing is, like, I figure if you guys are gonna watch it live, then I'll fuck with it even harder, man, because I'm gonna go hard for the chat and hard for the people that watch the shit live. Like, tonight, do I expect people to be watching it live? Hell no. It's fucking New Year's Eve. This is the fucking night where you go out and party and smash up your neighbor's fucking porch and shit and fucking kick over their fucking pink flamingos, you know? But at the same time, I figured there would be, a bunch of fucking freaks that would be online too, and they'd be fucked up in the middle of the night, and they would fuck with this, or they would want to listen to some music or see something fucking different than fucking Mariah Carey fucking up fucking her fucking shit songs in Times Square. So I figured we'd do this instead, you know? just gonna let you know right now. What do you call it? Let me put myself on full screen. I'm not gonna erase my content, dude. Like, if I do have to erase my content, it'll just be the videos where I played music and shit, you know, not my interviews. So, I mean, the only people, YouTube itself could erase my content if I get too risque, you know? That's the bottom line. You know, like, I'm trying to keep it within the parameters, you know? So, I'm not going to erase my content. The thing is, people work regular-ass fucking jobs and shit, so they care about their fucking content and their fucking videos and their face on YouTube. But my job is fucking death metal, son, so, like... I don't know, like, I don't have a fucking problem. I mean, I don't really like looking at myself on videos and shit, but I feel like that no one is speaking for the fans, you know? Like, even though I have a record label, I'm not trying to do the podcast to be a fucking vested interest in my record label, or a show, or any kind of fucking Wheel of Fortune, or super chats, or fucking money. I'm doing this for fucking just a stand-up fucking metal, man, you know? Stand-up underground bands. And maybe just the same thing I would do when I would tape trade and tape a friend a fucking mixtape and be like, yo, man, check out these 6 fucking bands, you know? So this YouTube channel is really like nothing different than that in a weird way. And then on top of that, though, I've got a layer of people in the chat who fucking fuck with this. So you guys help feed some of the show. And then I feed it with pictures and topics. And then in the end, we have fucking death metal fucking podcast, basically. So we gotta love it, man. DMP. So like a day in the life for me is like taking like flyers and like stick them in people's packages and making shirts and doing death metal stuff. So, you know, like I would like to stay on YouTube, trust me, even though you guys heard me threatening to be like, yo, fucking kill me, you know, like throw me off YouTube, fuck you. You know, like, oh, I'm not brutal enough if I don't get fucking banned. But the thing is, like, I lived through, you know, a record label printing shirts for other bands. I don't live through the podcast, I'll tell you that. I do this for fun, like, and I think that a lot of people enjoy it, you know? I mean, you guys tune in constantly, so like obviously, you know, it's therapy for some of us. You know what I mean? I only do it once a week, obviously, but I mean, I just hang around and listen to fucking Catasexual Urge motivation demos and, you know, like old Mayhem and shit, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just like a regular metalhead, you know? Like, and I try to keep that shit going like 24 fucking hours a day, basically, dude, you know? We are still on, man, because this is our throwback. We got to take it through all the fucking New Year's. Are we good in California? I mean, it's still like, it looks like it's 13 minutes till it turns 12 midnight in California from what I'm looking at. So you're missing some music, and we played most of our interviews. I mean, I have other shit, but you know, to a certain point, I'm just like, I don't know what I want to play here. You know what I'm saying? So let's see what else though. I have this was a short clip. Let me see if I can put this on while I queue up something bigger. Hold on, I didn't realize how short that was. I found the Ultimo video, though, to play here. Let me see if I can just play it right from the direction. This was a band-ass video from Death Metal Podcast, and then it was long, it was super informative. It was one of our best interviews, but it was so long. And then something happened during the video that I couldn't show on YouTube, basically. Like, YouTube was like, no. So, I played it before, and I tried to play it all night one time, even. Just to see if I could, like, catch it before I woke up in the morning. And just shut it off before, like, the objectionable part played. I just literally went to death with... I went to bed with Death Metal Podcast live and just left it on. And I left this interview on. And it had a lot of really deep information in it. You know what I mean? Like, it was a very informative video for, like, its scene, you know? So we'll see if I can pull it up, and I would like to play a piece of it, like the more, you know, I'm not going to say it's humane at all, but the thing is, like, you know, like at some point we got a little inhumane, you know? So let's see if we could do it to it. I just got to pull. Let me see if I got another video. It's like I could play like a snippet of something that I'm gonna put out in the future. I want to talk to my friend, and then we'll see if this even plays. And I'm just gonna put it into just a random ass spot too.
Yeah, it's like, it wouldn't even be like we don't care. It would be I don't know what's happening. It would be over his head. It would not be in this bubble of thought.
There was a lot of after so many records, it seemed like in a weird way, like they didn't even need to make any more records, right? And because it just seemed like a constant just touring and shows, and
yeah,
you know what I mean? Because I ended up seeing Nate's face multiple times,
Yeah,
Josh's face.
especially-
I think I seen Kozik.
Yeah, Kozik came back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I seen that too.
And then, I mean, I think after Seth had, I talked to him, especially after we had our 20th anniversary reunion in 2008, and I became reconnected with Seth and the whole thing. And it was nice. And it was especially nice when we did the 20th anniversary when it was Seth, Mike, and I. I mean, we were just laughing our asses off every night because we were just doing the old 88 stuff. And it was just, we toured out west, we toured down in Texas. We did a bunch of big shows as that lineup, and we were just having fun. And I think that was a real refresher for Seth, especially after what he'd been through, coming out of the coma and coming back.
Yeah.
And
I went to a show with Seth and an AC show in Albany.
Yeah.
It was like when I first moved up here.
Yeah.
And Seth was, out of the coma, obviously. They continued to, I was like, oh, they're canceled, I'm sure. And it was like, no, they're playing. I'm like, really? And I go there.
Yeah,
and, Seth was having trouble walking. So basically, I went in the back room with those guys. And Seth's like, he told Kozik was there and Nate, I believe.
Yeah.
And or there might have been some jock-looking drummer guy. But
no, it was probably Nate. Because Josh,
so Seth takes me, which I don't know these other guys that good. And he takes me. He goes, Roy. He goes, if you give us $5,000, we will record a record for you. And I'm like, yeah. He's like, yeah. I'm like, I think I would do that. I would do that, And then literally Kozik and Nate got up and they were like, yo, because they didn't know me. So they didn't know me, and Seth went back, I guess.
Yeah.
And they're like, Seth, we need to talk to you, bro.
Well, it could have been. Well, John was always very close with Seth, and especially during his time during Seth's recovery from the coma, John and Seth were very close, and he rejoined the band. He was there during Seth's recovery and for the first couple of moments when Seth started playing again with AC, and John was the guitar player. But it got frustrating for John, and I understand this too, because Seth was, when he first got back at it, he was sober, he was clean, and as time wore on, he just went back into his old things. But it wasn't, his body and his brain were not functioning the same way.
He wasn't moving right. I mean,
No.
I had to carry him to the stage.
Oh yeah, he was at that point. I think probably when he played Albany, he had started drinking again.
I met his mom and his aunt at that show, actually.
Oh yeah, Barbara. Yeah, I think his aunt lives up there around that area. So
yeah,
I don't know,
cool.
but
that was cool.
Yeah, they're. I talked to his. I still talk to his mom.
Yeah, it was just cool for me. He's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
This is
Oh,
my
yeah.
mom and my aunt.
This is my mom. Oh shit, that's mom.
That's cool.
I think for a lot of people, I think the real Seth, to actually see Seth in his in the real world was always so surprising to people. Like, wow, you
that quiet guy over there is a maniac.
You watch TV. I'm like, yeah, he does normal things.
That guy over there eating a slice of pizza is not, a G.G. Allen type where he's just going to attack me,
No. But he wasn't always like that. I mean,
his reputation like preceded him. You know what I mean?
Oh, it always.
Then people seen him like in regular before I go on before I go on stage mode, or when I first show up to the show mode.
Oh,
and
yeah.
You're just like, wow, dude, this guy's pretty calm and cool and
Oh, yeah.
funny. Very funny.
And I've said this before. I mean, that's the Seth I miss. I could care less about the band. I miss the quiet guy that I'd like sit and watch TV with and make up stupid bands with, and go in the attic and like he could rip out a riff and we just jam on it and like write the dumbest song in 10 seconds and it didn't matter, and it was, and then we put some like elementary school stupidity to it where it's like the song's like, oh you pooped on the floor, it's,
right.
And it was just this was fun. It was just fun, and it, and it always brought it really did it, especially when AC got. I mean, I honestly was never a fan of the name. I mean, I never wanted to. All I ever wanted to do since I grew up was be in a band and play music and all of that. My idea was, I want to play extreme music. Yeah, that's what I like to do. But it's like I never wanted to be in a band with a fucking
craziest name of all.
Yeah,
craziest fucking band name of all time. Probably. I don't think it could get much worse.
No.
Quote the fucking song album title, but
it's
like the band name is like one of the craziest ones. I feel like you guys set a pattern for other bands to make stupid and crazy names.
Oh please! I mean, like I think it pretty much, in many ways, as much as these kids these days won't admit it because they don't like it. Suck it up, kid. 9 times out of 10, that half that stuff you're doing is all because of what I did.
Right. I see. It's like less than 2 minutes to fucking midnight, basically. This is our death metal podcast. What do you call it? New Year's edition. So I try to show a lot of obscure, weird interviews and this and that. So if I trail off at some point, you guys know like the shit is over, dude. So I'm basically try to try to bring some content, if you call it content, interviews, stuff that I played, I never played. Because it was like my training grounds for death metal podcast. So I hope you guys like what you saw. I mean, there was a lot of information inside a lot of that stuff. I hope that in the future that the death metal podcast stuff that I do make, like more interviews and information, would be like kind of like how it's gonna go. I think that's really kind of the direction I should go anyway. I think you guys, anyone that watches it pretty much knows that that's probably what, where it's got to go, and then, you know what I mean? I have a good time talking to the bands. Everyone's super fucking cool and things are easy, and, like I ain't making no dime off this. So, I mean, I like to promote the scene. It's fun for me, and it's fun for me to talk, to try to put a directive between like the bands, the fans, everything, man. Just, like it seems like it works for the underground, I would call it, It's like, and then as I had mentioned in Erica's interview, like, like I have a record label, but like I see the underground and death metal as like an outsider, you know what I mean? Because I'm like kind of like a fanboy, So like, like I try to look at it on the outside in, and then I figure that in the long run, I come on here and talk to you guys in the chat and talk some shit on the fucking stupid camera, and then it turns into something that's valuable for the rest of us. You know what I mean? So even by showing some of these little clipettes of Tim's shit, I mean, his fucking interview as a whole is kind of fucking crazy, dude, you know? Like, it definitely is some next level fucking anal cunt stuff, you know? So, like, I want to show it as a whole, but I don't know how to really handle it sometimes. That's the problem. Like, sometimes, like, some of the content and the names and a lot of that shit gets in the way of death metal. I hate to say it, you know. So let me see. I'm trying to play this. I found the video. Let me see here. That is weird, dude. Let me see if I can just try to play it directly from the spot. I'm gonna play exclusive stuff that almost never gets fucking never gets death metal podcast coverage. That's basically what was my aim tonight. To say, like, you know what? Try to put on a bunch of weird fucking shit that, like, you recorded but no one ever saw. So I met most of my aim. There is way much more, but I can't put my grips around it, you know? We'll play a little bit more of this Tim stuff while I try to move what I want to move.
Shit, you know, and they try to, like, I don't know, freaking cancel culture bullshit.
I don't know, man.
Sick of that shit. I mean, I think that's gonna go.
You needed every song to sound different, or like add this or that to the other thing.
Right.
And
just one mix, basically.
yeah, exactly, one mix straight through. So what we would do is we would record it onto a cassette player, then go onto a cassette, and then go down and play it in the car, and do the car test to make sure it sounded good there.
Right.
And in some reason,
the real way. That's the real way.
So some reason it sounded fine, and somewhere in between that and the pressing, some weird tweaking happened in the beginning of the guitar. I don't know what it was, but it.
Which one was that on the 88 song?
88 song one. But out of those records, the 7 inches with Mike, the one we did record on the yellow one that's called Another EP, which is on a boombox and Seth's mother's attic, where we just did our entire set. I think, like, it's the worst, like, sounding, but the best performance, because we had, like, that was our set, and we were just relaxed. We didn't have fucking shit in our way. We just did it.
Right. The studio where you do things different for some weird reason.
It's
like people get nervous at the studios, right?
Well, yeah.
Cheers. This is an old ass unreleased interview I did with Tim. So this is a fucking death metal podcast. This was before,
especially when you're a drummer. It's like
interview.
Like that picture you told me.
7 hours of interview
here
with Tim, and I didn't even hit the first album.
We're going to put this here, and we got this there, and this over here. We do a sound check. It's like, well, you know, and then you do a sound check, and they're like, okay, well, make sure you don't hit that side, you know, and you have to think about what you're doing all the time. And it's like,
all of a sudden, things that you never thought about when you drummed.
Yeah.
Or they're like, tune up for this.
Yeah.
That happens a lot. I noticed. They're like, what is this?
Oh yeah.
Can you guys tune it up a step? You know,
I one of the last.
This is not. Any band that goes out and says, like, in the studio, the engineer's like, tune up for this. They're like, they should just walk out the door, basically.
Well,
no thanks.
The last time I went into a studio with a band, I remember the producer, and he was the producer and engineer, of course, was like, "Oh, we have to retune this." I'm like, "Don't," you know, I begrudgingly go along with it. I'm like, "Don't fucking tune my drums," because you're gonna. And the reason I don't like that is because you're gonna get the sound that you want to get you're going to get the sound of what the producer wants. And what the producer wants is usually not what I want. And it's going to make it sound all the same. You know, he wants to get the sound that is audibly tasteful for the palate. And I don't want that sound. I lost you.
Oh, okay. I didn't want to get in the middle of it. I was gonna mention it while you were talking at some point, but it was like it kind of just shot out of my head. Yes, I want to talk about that 1,000%.
Oh yeah.
Happy New Year's, fucking Callie. So happy fucking New Year's, bitch. So that's brutal, man. Fucking. This is our throwback edition of Death Metal Podcast. So what I did is I played all old and unreleased interviews. So I went through like a catalog of like some bizarre early interviews that we took for Death Metal Podcast. Kind of what would almost be my training ground for the long term of the show. Which I think in a weird way kind of turned out well. You know, because I think that I see the skills that I lacked and I see the skills that I learned and I see my stupid fucking death metal talk straight up. You know what I mean? Like, it's weird to look at as an outsider in. To see death metal podcasts like that old and etc. I think that I was extracting information from the bands, you know what I mean? Because I was asking questions that maybe no one really asked these bands or people. So, I mean, I think that happens a lot with the show. That's what I try to make the show all about. So, you guys help make the show too, because when it's request time or people are talking about shit. I mean, Carl Codger has been fucking with the show for 1,000,000 years. Bob Kelly fucking watches our old shows at work. Frank Bleakley, I knew from fucking 2000 or 1998 maybe, when he was in Dripping. So, I mean, I appreciate you, Magacraft. Everyone that fucks with Death Metal Podcast is the fucking shit, man. And anyone new that fucks with it too, please subscribe. Mr. Neffelheim, appreciate you. Richard Santos. Like, you guys are part of, like, if you're fucking with this, even if you listen to it or don't hear it or whatever, the bottom line is, like, you guys are fucking with the content. So that's kind of cool to me, man. Like, that makes me feel good, that I want to know that I put out something that people fucking listen to and fuck with, Who's playing for ST nowadays? I don't really know too much. I haven't known much about them for a minute. If you're talking about blanky blanks tendencies. Let me see here. So let's see what else I could play here that has never been breached on Death Metal Podcast. Sometimes, like a few things I stick in the rehearsal video thing, like they don't play, and I'm like, So, hope you like the show, though. Gotta keep the underground talking. right, that was Cattle Press. That was a little short for me because I was still trying to fucking roll through shit. That rules, yeah. It's So yeah, it's Cattle Press. I'm trying to move some files around, man. This video I want to play on here so bad is like so big, dude. So it's like fucking my life. Let me see if I can just play it right from the locale. That would make life very easy. It's hard to navigate this one a little bit. All right, here it is. Let me see if it'll play, man. This is a huge video, and I'm going to play a portion of it, and it was one of the best podcast videos ever. This was dedicated towards only Rhode Island death metal, and it had some of the best fucking information ever, dude. And, like, we played around with it at the end, and, like, Annie Jones made a joke, and then, like, you know, it just fucked up the episode, but it's all good because it stays underground, just like the Rhode Island death metal, basically. So, I want to play a piece of this because I feel like this is one of the best death metal podcast moments I've ever also. Shout out to my friends in Rhode Island, dude. They were the best dudes.
They were kind of death metal-y, phlegm. I thought they were, you know. I mean, they had grind parts, but yeah, your vital remains.
The earlier phlegm, like the real '88 shit, like when it was like
Satan's Rectum and Cosigner Abortion.
Yeah, those were
noisy. It wasn't like real structured like death metal. It was more noise and just like goofy.
And then Vital, when did Vital come out? 89?
89 or so.
Yeah.
89. I mean, their first demo, Reduced to Ashes, you could tell they were starting, like, they were in a death metal vein. But they, you know, they had some older songs that kind of thrashy, and like Excruciating Pain come out. That was when like Tony had really taken over the writing, and it was like, you know, it was a death metal band at that point.
Yeah, and they had really nice demos. I remember because my friend Bill, he was playing an Incantation at the time, and there was a show at the Church House Inn or something. It was with like Mortician and Incantation and Vital and stuff,
like the pre-Fleet Fest type things,
right? And then I copped the Vital Remains tape there, and I was like, wow, man, this thing is friggin' pro. Because you know how
guys, even back then, and this is Andy can remember, because me and Andy were like their roadies for a little bit, you know, like we were like little kids,
roadies,
like,
puppy dogs, however you want to even want to say.
Yeah, like we Vital. We're like, these guys look professional, and back then, dude, they had a vision, and they had their shit together, and they wanted it to look good, and
hold on, I got another person that looks good. He's gonna come in here. I got two good-looking dudes. I don't say that normally, but here we go.
Yeah, so this was an interview with Rhode Island death metalers. Andy from Phlegm, who's the drummer from Phlegm, and then also with Skinny Ray, who's in Churchburn, and he's been a drummer of multiple sick bands. And then let's see who else we added to the mix. Derek, who now plays with Crucimentium. He's in Ancient Death. He was the bass player from Head Rot. He's been on Death Metal Podcast quite a lot, and he's taped stuff for us. So he's been our fucking correspondent, you know, out there and on the scene, dude, which we always needed, and we had when we had people like Derek. So that's sick as fuck, you know. So you know, like, we get each other's back, and then it's sick, you know? Like, he's a good dude, and I've known him for so many years, and sicker fuckers, so. I think this interview just, like, deserves, like, love, and I can't show it, and then I have to edit it, and it's a good interview.
From Churchburn, and we got Tom from Phlegm. He was in Phlegm.
Tom also was from Phlegm. Yeah, he was in the original Phlegm lineup. So, like, he's a fucking, you know, he's known just for Phlegm, you know? So, like, he's funny as fuck. And, So like, you know, we did a lot. I did a lot of stuff with these guys, the Rhode Island death metal scene. So like, I know them well, you know.
A burn.
Yo, you were just talking about these motherfuckers, right? These fucking
Whoa.
gems.
Derek, what's the date on Reduce to Ashes?
I believe it's 89. I'm gonna cross-reference that shit right now.
Yeah, it's like
90. 90.
There's no date on it. I believe it's 90, but there's no date on it. I do believe it was 1990, but I'm not sure.
I got the excruciating pain demo in 1990, so maybe it was 89.
Let me look at the date on that. Maybe there's a 1990.
89.
Excruciating pain, 1990.
Yeah, we want to know when the first demo was, though. That's when we're trying to figure out. So I'm going to pose this question to you, Derek, and I'm going to pose it to you, Tom. Derek, you go first, though. Who do you think the first death metal band from Rhode Island was?
I'd say Vital Remains.
Vital Remains?
I mean, just like the way I see it is that Phlegm was like crazy grind. I don't even say it was like really grindcore yet. They were just fucking nuts. And the rehearsal tape was what landed to me. Like my favorite shit was the rehearsal tape to precursor Consumed by the Dead stuff. Because that was like down-tuned, fucking sludgy with the fast breaks. And that just blew me away. Like when I heard that fucking guitar and just Andy's drumming and just like Fleet's vocals were like, whoa. And I think that was like the slow killer grind and death. But Vital, as far as like pure death metal, I think they were the first.
Cool. All right, let's go to the echo chamber. Blow me. What do you call it? Your thing is echoing a lot. Who do you think? I know you might feel a little impartial, but who do you think the first death metal band was from Rhode Island, Tom?
Death metal? Yeah, because Derek kind of hit it on the head. We were more a noise band for 2 years, starting back in like 87, and then I joined in 88, and then like Close Hanger came out in 89, something like that. But yeah, that Close Hanger started to go like to metalish, but before that we were total noise. And Vital didn't get together until somewhere around 89, because he actually Tony tried doing a band with Jeff called Testicle Death before that.
Yeah, he was a thrash too.
I got a question. Does Testicle Death have a demo?
No, they just wanted to play the Monsters of Shit Festival, so they made up a band just to play that day. If there were no songs. Yes.
Hey, you remember Tony was also in that thrash band Equinox too, right?
Yeah. With Doug Azevedo and
Derek Thomas.
But that was thrash. But actually, I would say that one of the first, even before them, was Bert's band Mechanical with that kid Graham Batting. But they were more like a Voivod kind of, so they were also thrash, but heading towards the death sound. So I'd say they might have been the first heavy band in Rhode Island, that is. And then, but they always kind of stayed to the thrash, and not commercial in any way, but didn't want to go super scary, spooky, or anything like that. They wanted to make money. So, and not in a bad way. They just were trying to get that good, good sound and, like a Voivod type band or Creator.
And they made so much money that Bert never played a show ever, right? Besides that show. Monsters of Shit.
That dude was an amazing illustrator too, like Burt Cabana. That dude would draw the fucking goriest, most killer shit. What I remember at the time.
With your tattoo. It is somewhere around
Yeah, he was like one of the earlier guys that drew everyone's shit, before Keith. This kid Keith Owen, when he started drawing a lot of people's covers, but Burt was like the OG,
Let's see that Burt tattoo, Tom.
What's that?
Sorry, guys. So this is a phlegm, church burn, ancient death, crucimentium. Who else is in this?
Tattoo.
Here's one.
Hold on a sec.
So what about like a rock?
Skinny Ray is in church burn, and then Derek is in crucimentium right now, and ancient death, and then probably maybe I think another band too. But basically, I try to this is like, you know, like this was a testament to like the Rhode Island death black metal scene, and that's why I was asking like who's the first death metal band from like Rhode Island, you know? Because I think this is important information, you know, from a fan perspective, because those guys were fans of those bands like Vital Remains, so it's cool shit
and all that stuff. What were you into like when you were younger, little lad?
I like Billy Joel, shit like that. I mean,
that's some Long Island shit.
It was a lot of Kiss, you know, back then. Because again, Kiss was like, you know, that was the band for young kids, and like my brother was older than me, or you know, he was into a lot of Blue Oyster Cult too and shit like that.
Killer.
So I like Billy.
Hey Tom, your mic, everything we're talking, like I have to shut your mic off because I can hear us talking through like your speakers or whatever. So just turn down your volume on your speakers a little bit or something, or put headphones on.
It's a big room.
Oh yeah. Just turn it down a little bit, maybe. You'll still be able to hear us, right?
Yep.
All right, cool. So Andy Fuckface Jones, what was the progression of Mr. Face?
Mr. Face. I grew up in a house that had a lot of music around, but it was Neil Diamond, it was Waylon Jennings, it was Frankie and Teicher, Billy Joel. You know, it wasn't anything heavy. I had an older brother who was into Bryan Adams and, you know, like the popular shit. But I did Catholic school for 9 years, and I think it was about 7th or 8th grade. My buddy Ashley Jamie let me borrow Kiss Destroyer. So I brought it home, and I remember listening to it, going, "Holy shit! I hope my parents don't know I'm listening to this, right?" So it was about that time I'd go to Video Hut and pick, and I'd always get the Iron Maiden Live After Death and Venom 7 Gates of Hell VHS, and I'd take it home and I'd bring it in my room and watch it. And I wasn't really totally into it, but it was to me it was offensive. It was.
You know what, man? This is our throwback to fucking death metal podcasts, because like this was one of our band episodes. You know what I mean? So like it's cool to show this because like I'm like probing the minds of like each one of these guys, right? I'm like, yo, what got you into death metal? You know? So like I go around the fucking room, and I think it's good. It's good to talk about it. You know what I mean? Like. It's cool that people put their stories out there, and I find it very intriguing. Their stories are very similar to mine, so that's kind of cool too. But I find it intriguing to that we capture it on video. I think it's fucking interesting shit.
Being in Catholic school, I'm watching this, going, "Yeah, fuck Catholic school," you know. So
Venom, hell yeah.
You know, that I was into Wasp. I was into, you know, a lot of shit that I'd be embarrassed to, you know, admit right now. You know, remember I had the Motley Crue half shirt.
Well, yeah, you admit that you wore a half shirt.
Yeah,
so.
I guess I did. And you know, so it wasn't until I hit high school when, you know, I got away from, you know, the Catholic school people who really weren't into, you know, back then it was all satanic. No matter what it was, Wasp was satanic, Slayer satanic. You can't. It wasn't around. I hit high school. I'm like, holy shit. So it wasn't till then when I first got punched in the gut with it was like Nuclear Assault, and then Creator, and then Sodom. So it got faster and heavier. And like Derek said with Metal Cage, I remember I could barely get it on my radio, and I would just kind of, you know, move the rabbit ears on my radio to try to get the station. I would just sit there listening to it, going, "Holy, what is this shit?" And that's when, like, you know, I started hearing Morbid Angel and Napalm Death. But it was so outlandish and it was so different from anything else I've ever heard. I wanted to do that, you know.
Right. Oh,
So
cool.
that's where I went.
Yeah, that's cool. I didn't know he was playing. I figured that the guy was playing thrash back in the day, but did he progress from thrash to death metal too? Metal Cage?
Oh, Jim had it all, dude.
You play everything.
I mean, when he first started, was he playing death metal or was he playing thrash?
When he first started, I don't know. I was still listening to Bible hymns.
Listening to him, he was already playing like, you know, he was the first, you know, person. Well, that was the first I ever heard like Morbid Angel, and like the show was I think in like '89, it was like strictly like death metal, and then he'd have some like really hard thrash band from Germany and stuff. But it was always like really harder shit, you know?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, like back then, like
Venom, probably right around when what was the inverted album? Possessed by Venom? It was
Possessed with the black and white.
That was, I think, 87, somewhere around there.
Seven Churches?
Uh-huh.
Seven Churches?
No, he's talking about
No, not
Possessed.
Venom had an album
Venom's
called
Possessed.
And that was, I think, around 86 or 87. That's when he started changing over to you know, he had been playing like Merciful Fate and Venom, and then slightly after that, he'd start to bring in like you're saying, German stuff like Tankard and.
Wow, that guy was on that long? Yeah. I didn't realize that he had been around that long.
Amazing,
cool.
Roy, man.
So this is some death metal shit. We're talking about like the Metal Cage, which was like a radio show from Rhode Island. So just to put it in context a little bit, the Metal Cage was like a radio show in Rhode Island that played like thrash metal and then death metal. And they were like really like became like popular amongst like, you know, the user, you know, like the people that listen to it. And then they were, you know, the guy had really good taste. So like he really propelled the fucking scene.
Introduced a lot of people in this area to a lot of shit that we wouldn't have had access to. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
like real underground shit, man. You know, like great stuff, you know?
You know what's so weird? It's like you just want to go up to people like that and just shake their hand and be like, "Thank you, you gave me a career."
Yeah, well, that dude goes to shows still. He still goes to shows now. He still like supports bands, and you wouldn't know it because he doesn't, you know, look the part. But who gives a fuck? He's probably more death metal than 80% of the kids at the show. You know. Because you know, it's awesome. But he's around.
Mayhem 2 or 3 years ago. Whenever Mayhem played Providence, that was the last time I saw him, I think.
Yeah, killer dude, man. See, he's still posting playlists and shit too. I think he does.
Yeah, that's how I knew about them. The playlists. I got like maybe in 1990 or so. I got some flyers from him.
Right
and then I guess I wrote to him. I don't know why, because I just wrote to everybody back then. And then, he wrote back and he sent a bunch of playlists of his radio station. And then I believe once I put a tape out or I put my address out in the underground, then he sent me a playlist again. And he said, like, you want to send, you know, some demos up for me to play on here or something, you know?
Well, dude, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, dude, like you should own the rights to Death Metal Podcast because you turned a lot of people onto a lot of shit at that time. I mean, I started getting involved with a lot of mail order because of your like, yo, you want to see this fucking sick shit? You know, write this guy. You know, you had me write. Mika from Impaled Nazarene because it was like that, you know, time where death metal was getting a little generic and these darker, blacker bands were coming around and no one was really throwing around the black metal name. No. I mean, they were just saying like Black Death or whatever, but like it wasn't really a thing yet. Again,
black metal was only a Venom album back then. Basically.
Dude, like,
I remember fucking, you know, in the 90s, like, you know, again, it was Jim. He was starting to bring the black metal because, you know, by 91 already, some of the death metal was already starting to get fucking crappy. And Jim was starting to bring in some of the black metal from, you know, over into Sam's. And I remember that's when, you know, I got some of the Mayhem shit. And, you know, I was familiar with Mayhem and Dark Throne at that time. when they put out. I remember getting the second album there and being like, "Yo, what the fuck is this shit, man?
Dude,
This
yeah.
is some crazy stuff."
Dude,
and then just like anything else, that black metal stuff, as soon as they started entering like the keyboards and the fucking capes and all that shit, it just got lame.
Yeah. What about what I didn't ask is so it's like we heard the name Sam's dropped. Like, where did you guys buy your records from?
Luke's Records at first.
Yeah, Luke's.
Then R&B's, and then Sam's when I finally get a license.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, for me, I went to Luke's later on, but I couldn't afford LPs yet, and tapes was like the ticket, you know.
Right.
So, but there was R&B's. I actually went there a bunch, and then there was another place called Listen Here in East Providence.
Yeah, that was like more. I mean, they had some obscure stuff, but that was. I mean, even Listen Here had. They were like more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tracks and In Your Ear on Thayer Street had stuff.
Yeah. You can get your like Destruction, and you can get your Sodoms and your Creators there.
Yeah, I mean, you could get some cool shit there, but they started really turning into like more of a like that whole crust scene and shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
But R&B's and Sam's were always stocked with like really good shit. Luke's Records Exchange was, always had some cool stuff, but Luke's was where you went when you wanted to go to a show at the living room and sell your tapes, so you could get fucking beer money.
Yeah,
and money to get into the show.
You buy the tapes for like $12 and you sell them back to them for a quarter.
Yeah.
Or if you wanted a Trooper back patch for your corduroy vest.
Yeah. All right, we got another guest here joining Death Metal Podcast. Here he is, the man of the hour.
All right, so at this point, I had Skip from Headrot join the. He joined the Death Metal Podcast, so he's a good friend of mine. He's a good dude. So Rhode Island fucking rules, man. Death metal fucking rules.
Hey,
yes,
What's up, you motherfuckers?
What's happening, man?
What's up, brother? This is that was a really good one.
Great,
dude. That fucking compilation was insane too. I mean, like every song on it was insane.
Yeah, those are
I
pretty.
had some Peel Sessions discs too of Napalm Death and Tiamat. And, you remember that one?
The Peel Sessions
were good.
Tiamat Peel Sessions. I never heard of that one, but
this is one of my
favorites
right here, dude. Remember this one?
Oh yeah, Vile Vibes. Yeah, for sure. The Autopsy on there and Electro Hippies.
Dude, fucking Internal Torment 2, the unreleased track.
Yeah, Paradise Lost.
Dude, amazing shit.
I still have that Paradise Lost vinyl with the 2 singles on it with the alternate versions that they had. It's locked in my closet somewhere. The last time I played it was probably in the early 90s.
The 2-songer with it's like Paradise Lost in dub, where they just drop out the that's a killer one. I love that one. The production on that's ridiculous.
It sounds like me and Skinny Ray have the same tastes in death metal, so which is super sick, dude, because that's like my favorite fucking record ever, dude. So I hope you guys are enjoying Death Metal Podcast, our throwback edition. I try to make it fucking crazy. I try to put a little bit of everything in here, including, a throwback or two from like this year. You know what I mean? But mostly I was really in the old school pocket right here. So this is
that came out after Lost Paradise as like a single thing where they remixed or they like literally before Gothic, a little before Gothic. What do you guys think about Gothic? What you think?
Sounds like a Nike commercial.
Yeah, it fell flat.
It was weird, right?
Second album was a gay.
After Lost Paradise, it fell to shit.
Dude, you had the Carcass third album there, the Descanting, whatever the fuck it means, and Blessed Are the Sick. And there were promos, and all those records just seemed to come out at the same time. I mean, my memory's not the best.
And they all sucked.
When I threw that shit in, I was expecting
like
this epic fucking thing, and I was like, what the fuck?
Yep. Napalm too, because third album was Barney.
Yeah. I was bummed at the time.
Corruption.
Bummed, man.
And then the Sick, and then the third the third EP that had come out at around the same time was which was totally killer. Because I remember playing the Blessed of the Sick, going, "Wow, this is lame." And then the same thing with the Gothic thing. Like, wow, all right, what the fuck? But the one that didn't let me down was the Autopsy one, the Retribution for the Dead.
Yeah, Retribution for the Dead.
The fourth song. Yeah.
Yeah.
In the Grip of Winter.
Like, that's my favorite Autopsy shit, personally.
Oh yeah.
You know,
I
like
feel you on that one.
I fucking
I'll
love
stick with
that.
Seven Survival.
That
But them
really,
all came out at the same time, and it was like, how did these guys get it wrong? But these guys just keep it real, you know?
You know what?
They still do.
Autopsy, if you really look, they kept it real the entire time. They were gone
Whole
for
time.
a while, came back, and then they kept it real. Like, they still keep it real.
Yeah, they're great.
yeah, dude.
They really don't have a bad album. Where, like, you know, a lot of bands you go through, and like by the time they're hitting an album number like a 10 or something, you know, it's like
They don't have like one. They don't have like one song or two songs that are good. The whole album's freaking good.
Album, good.
Yeah, and then if you see them live too, they could play those new songs, which they don't play too many of them, I noticed. But like they could play those new songs, and you're just as into them as you would be like one of their old songs, and not even know it basically. Because if you're jaded, if you're a little jaded, yeah, if you're a little jaded, you're probably going to be like, all right, Severed Survival, Mental Funeral, maybe you made it to Shit Fun, and then after that, you know, like. It's just like, but they were still ripping out these albums, you know what I mean? When they came back, and it's like, I remember them playing some new song, and I was like, God damn, this is like, this should have been on Shit Fun, basically. You know what I mean?
Shit Fun was fucking, it's such an underrated record. Like, it's like fucking edgy and Gigi Allen-esque and just fucking good. Some of the riffs are some of the best riffs on that.
Well, that first Abscess album, Urine Junkies, was great. It came with a piss stick in it, you know, the diabetes piss stick. When you opened up the CD, it fell out. I was like, oh, awesome.
Yeah, cool.
How many times you use it, Tommy?
Did you use it?
Reusable. Yeah, it tastes great.
Yeah. A Lickum stick. Yeah.
Kind of like Miller Lite, you know?
So
like
before you
Blood.
came
That was
on,
one of my favorites.
Before you came on too, Skip, I played an old Head Rot song. So when you check out the replay, you could check it out.
I'll see if I heard it before.
Yeah, I doubt it. Check this out. Somebody was asking. Okay, just somebody wanted to say Shit Fun was a classic. The cover, especially, yeah. All right, so Francisco wanted to know what were the venues in Rhode Island.
Let's go around the room and name one. See how long we go.
Living room first.
I'll say living room, but the bubble only.
Yeah,
the bubble.
I saw the Mentors at the last living room. So that was
what's a bubble? What's a bubble? What is that? Just one section?
I've only been to the bubble.
It was a window. That was a bubble.
It was a club that one of the locations the living room had. It was the second location. The first one I'm too young for. But the second one had a big bubble. It was like a plastic fucking bubble.
Like a fishbowl window.
Yeah, like a fishbowl or a gerbil window.
And you like
probably the gerbil, Tommy. That's why.
Yeah, and you can get in there and kick really easy.
Yeah, it was amazing.
You leave
slide right in.
So you can go into the gerbil circle and just go around.
Tom would turn into a gerbil.
It was just a big window, Roy. You could like sit in it, you know, because it came around, and you could just sit in there, and you kind of sit and lean back into the bubble, and it looked over the parking lot.
Oh, interesting. Oh, so
how many,
it's like
how many times did times did Tom pass out in the tunnel underneath?
There's a lot of pass out fucking spots.
There's a lot of pass out.
So we have the living room. That was one. So what are some of the other venues?
Derek, pick one.
You had the living room, which we probably all started going to, and then in between Babyhead, you had Church House for a little bit.
Yep.
Right.
House served.
No. Next was Babyhead, then Church House. When did Hell change names?
That was later on.
And don't forget Confettis. Autopsy playing Confettis.
Yeah. What about wasn't there a place Campus or something?
Yeah, Campus Club. Yep, that's where we saw Morbid Angel doing their hair for a half an hour.
Well, that's your Tom.
And Bolt Thrower.
Tom, that's all. We went to see Driving and Crying that time too.
Yeah,
you were there, right? Remember?
Yeah, I think they opened up a Morbid Angel.
Yeah.
And Sepultura played at Rocky Point once.
Yep.
Yeah.
With they opened up for Ministry, I think, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was some kind of tour like that.
Well, the Beneath the Remains tour was the living room, and that was the most fucking sickest, like, crowd and violent fucking show I'd ever seen in my life. I don't think
What about you guys? Let's with these clubs, right? Let's not talk about Babyhead yet, but with these clubs, some of you guys got to play these clubs and open up for some of the bands. Like Tom, you played and opened up for Morbid Angel.
Yeah. We opened up for well, first kind of show we did was we opened up for Death and Dark Angel on the Ultimate Revenge tour. Then second show was DBC. You remember them from Canada? Dead Brain Cells.
Yeah.
I think it was them and maybe Gangrene. I forget who else was on that show.
Wasn't that Equinox on that Tony's band?
I don't know. Did they play that? You could put a gun to my head and offer me $1 million. I couldn't tell you yes or no.
Beer was Tom's main concern back
April
then.
of 89 or something like that.
And then what about you, Derek? You played something.
I never got the chance to play the living room, but I got my fucking penance at Club Babyhead.
Gotcha.
That was where it was like once a month at least.
At fucking 13 years old, this kid's playing with fucking Pungent Stench, you know, all them bands.
Yeah.
Autopsy.
You played with Phlegm.
Getting free hot dogs.
For Phlegm.
So like just to put it in perspective, like Derek was like 13 or 14 and he was playing bass on a fucking head rot. And then like and when he's like free hot dogs, because like that was Fleet's fucking like scam, you know, not scam, but I don't know what you call it, but he said there's free food, you know. So what free food meant was there was one little basket with like some hot dogs in it and a hot dog man's fucking thing. So like you had to literally be the first person to entry to that place to go and get it, you know. That was like, you know, like he put it on a flyer as like a bait, you know. But it was cool. Like it was smart. It was smart advertising at the time. So I mean, hopefully, you know, this episode of Death Metal Podcast is like historical, man. It's fucking Rhode Island, fucking Death
Freddie
Metal.
was on tour with Anal Punk in Germany, and I was like, they were like, "Yo, Derek, man, you gonna do this?" And I was like, "Oh, whoa!" Like it was a big deal, you know. And I had to learn the songs in like a week or something. But I was with these guys every day, so it didn't matter. We hung out. We all hung out all the fucking time. You know, we were pretty tight, you know.
Yeah, where was the hangout for like
Mike Brown's house?
Mike Brown's.
Gotcha. Me and Derek would stay there like for weeks on end, and we would just play music all day long.
I remember Mike Brown's house from Ray said that we went to there was an after party during that day show for Incantation, Head Rot, Procreation, and Phlegm. And I remember going to that party afterwards, and I remember Mike Brown's like barn or whatever it was in the back, and then it had like a
tall garage with
had like a loft on it, right, where you could go up like some stairs. All right, Skip's got something here. Let's see.
Yeah,
Bubba. There you go. Hell yeah.
It's
so
my
you
house.
guys practice?
That's
so
my-
you practice?
Yeah.
You practiced in there too, right? Head Rot practice in
No,
there?
we practiced in Mike's basement, and we partied like motherfuckers up in that loft.
Yeah, man.
People would jump out that window right there onto
Sometimes
cars.
I get away from Mike.
I was going to ask, like, is that the window for the loft thing? Yeah.
Yep.
Is
If
that
you were-
someone's van there?
If
Is
you
that
would,
some kind of...
that's the Head Rot. That's the old Head Rot bus.
dude, handcrafted head rock bus right
Yeah.
there, dude. We
But if you were stupid enough to park your car underneath that window, we're jumping on it.
Oh, man. Yeah, I guess if there's no pool there, you guys could just whatever, you know? Jump out the window, jump off someone's car real quick, you know? It's like half the fall.
I mean, look at this little kid right here.
Dude, I don't even have any of those photos, man. Look at that long sleeve. I wish I had that.
General surgery long sleeve. So like you know, Derek was cool, man. I mean, I met him when he was young as fuck too. Ronnie Dio was younger than me too, and then like I hung out with these guys, and then like I would go to Club Babyhead because Incantation was playing. So like go way back with like Rhode Island scene. And Jim Fleet, rest in peace. Fucking, you're a cool motherfucker. You know, like you set off most of Rhode Island's death metal scene, dude. So it's fucked up to think that you're fucking past, you know. You know, like this is a good episode to show like the people that are still active in the Rhode Island scene, you know. So like in a way, like, you know, it's good to retrospect, you know, beside Tom, but it's good to retrospect, you know, like the good in the scene of the death metal scene in Rhode Island only. Like you're talking about just a small spot like Providence and, you know, like close, you know, like just a small spot. It's just sick to know that there's I've been there like so many times that I'm like, fuck, dude, the scene here is so fucking cool, dude.
General surgery.
I still have my long sleeve.
You can get those on the NAMBLA website. Those pictures.
Yo,
What, these pictures?
Your bass looks mad big compared to you, bro.
Yeah, that's because it was. Dude.
I think Andy had mentioned that offhand. And
But dude, I played it good, man. I mean, I was no fucking slouch, bro. Like, I learned fucking how to play.
You had to get like a second version of yourself to play.
Well, no,
like,
Mike Brown knew all the hard riffs. Like, he knew the fucking Born for Burning riff there, the Bathory one. I mean, back then, you know, it was play. He knew like there's this Excel song and it's a really hard riff, and he knew it like so good he could play it, and he would just be like, "You gotta learn this riff," and he would just fucking play it a million times until I learned it.
I gotta ask Skip a question about Head Rot. I think this is before you were in Head Rot too, Derek.
No,
Skip,
Derek's been in from the beginning.
Oh, he's from the beginning?
Yeah, I was in before Mike and Kenny, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, so I could ask you both this question. Skip, the other day you showed some kind of demo that never came out from Head Rot or whatever.
Oh, shit.
Show me that artwork or whatever. What was that? Like, what were those songs that made it on the early stuff, or was
It was like the early stuff we wrote. We had like 5 songs when we met Mike. And after we met Mike, we wrote 5 more, and we recorded the first I Go Up Your Guts. But we had gone into the studio. It was like in Connecticut, and these people were like Steely Dan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they were like, "Oh yeah, we'll record you guys." And we went in there with a posse and booze and drugs, and we just got fucked the fuck up, and we recorded this demo that just was like awful. I mean, the music was awesome, but we were completely fucked up when we recorded this thing, and they could not get the mix down, and we were just like, "Oh well, that was a waste of time."
Well, hey, Skip, if I believe correctly, when we got to know Mike and Kenny and got them involved, we got involved with them. That was from the Death Devastation tour, that show, right? The Self-Destruct show?
Yeah. And we went to Mike's house for a party, and he had asked me if I wanted to come play drums in Self-Destruct. And I was like, well, how about you come play in Head Rot? You and Kenny come join Head Rot. And that's how we started with Mike.
Yeah.
So that demo was what, 1990?
It came out in 91, but that first thing that I showed you, that was like
it didn't come out.
No.
That got scrapped.
That got thrown in right in the garbage. I don't even know if there's like a physical copy anywhere.
Was that in 1990 or 91? That one, early 91, or
that was in 90. Because we recorded in the winter of 91.
Chris
late
on that,
90 or
or
early
Jody?
91.
No, Jody and Chris were gone by then. Chris might have been. I don't think Chris was on that, Skip, was he?
That's the special guest that we're talking about. We got Jody coming on.
Is he coming on?
Yeah.
Where did you find him?
Jody who?
He's in California playing video games.
Guys,
that's true.
That's actually what he does for a living now.
He's with Ronnie Dio playing some video games.
Books.
So then Head Rot 2. So this would be, you always considered, I guess, this to be your first demo, though, in a weird way?
That's the first demo, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
And we made those covers at the Kinko's off of Thayer Street. Remember, Skippy?
It was when laser printers first came out. And I was like, damn, we can make full color covers. This is bad.
Was that who did the artwork on that one?
24 hours.
Keith Ellenwood drew the cover, and I made the logo in like high school detention or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this was the logo back then. This one.
Yeah, I drew that.
Little scrubby.
Cool. Yeah.
That's the first head rot. Well, after
Damn,
we had Mike and Kenny join.
Look at Derek's stance. He's like ready. He just got off his skateboard, basically,
yeah,
right?
Fenris would hate my Bermuda shorts.
He looks ready to go rolling.
This is in Fort Wetherall, and we're in pitch black. If you can see, Kenny's holding up a cigarette. So Johnny Gibbet took this picture. He was like, "Look for the cigarette."
Yeah. Am I wearing my phlegm shirt, dude? Fucking.
Yep.
I wore the brakes off that shirt, man.
You look like a break dancer, actually.
He was. He just did a windmill. You can't see it though.
Yeah. He looked like he was doing that, like the bus. Like after they pop and they go like.
Yeah, dude.
When you call the guy out.
Dude, I think
you guys knew us.
Time, man.
Roy, you knew us like right here with when Danny was singing with us. It's
Right,
Derek and Danny.
Yeah, we showed that. I showed that photo earlier a little bit because I was like, damn, like, what's his face is so young now, right?
Yeah.
Here, I got a better version.
That was the Rhode Island Death Fest.
Yeah.
That was a Kurt Hubert photo.
Who's that guy that's hanging out in the back there with the green shirt or whatever it is?
Couldn't
Anybody
tell.
know?
Wow.
Damn, I don't know. It looks like Jim Collins almost.
Could be. Yeah. Possible. I don't know.
I always wonder those little things, like, because I look at the crowd and then I look at who's in the crowd too.
I noticed you did that when Damon. Those pictures I had of Damon.
Yeah.
You're like, wait, who was that?
I was like, is that the guys from Disembowelment right up front? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Kind of looked a little like it. So somebody wants to talk about Metal Cage here. George Kalish. Early 90s was the best era listening to Metal Cage and hearing all his demos, catching shows like Confetti's, Babyhood, and Living Room. Babyland. I mean, it's Club Baby Head, actually, right?
Club Baby Head. Yes. Yeah.
Babyhood better.
Yep.
Babyhood. I like that too.
Whatever it
Babies
takes.
in the hood.
Yeah, man. That was the place to go. I mean,
almost every time I went to Rhode Island, that's where I was at, dude. So I mean, I remember being outside there. I remember parking lot across the street.
That's where the best shows were.
Even when you guys all left the scene, I still went there to go see some brutal death metal bands. Maybe not you, Ray, but I know Andy wasn't around. I don't remember seeing Skip, and I maybe seen Derek, and I know.
I mean, dude, I started seeing like those flame fucking button ups with the stupid flames on them, and I was just like, I just wasn't into it anymore. I loved the bands. I always loved the music that we fucking love. I just got sick of the scene. I got